TheSeahawksNest live stream show. My name is Brandon Kane, and I do appreciate you for tuning on in here after another tough loss. You are truly a fan. This recent game slide, you are like me in consternation of it, but you're not bailing away from the discussion or talk. I appreciate that for you tuning in, as I know that there are many Hawk fans that are going to, after Seahawks again fall. Another defeat here, another defeat to the Niners, 28-16. Another game where you weren't even really close to this Niners team, now having beaten you 5 straight times in 2 seasons. So we're going to definitely unpack some things tonight and see if we can maybe make some sense of this. I think that we're going to find ourselves, if I can speak. I can't speak, so I'm just going to talk with Southern accent the rest of the way. Okay? That's why I'm going to do it tonight. Make this fun. Try to make sense of this, but I think that we've been talking, a lot of these same issues and things have come up in recent memory, haven't they? We can hammer it again and again and again, but much like I was talking about with Brennan this past week, you jump on something and you go, well, this is something they could do. And then they either don't do it or they'll just do it at a small little level, and you go, okay. Maybe they're just not willing to go down that line or move down that road. I'll keep it pretty much an open discussion to you guys tonight. I think there's going to be a variety of different topics to cover. I'm sure, as has been kind of a bit of what we've turned over, sometimes in turmoil, sometimes in agreement, sometimes in stiff disagreement, but blame, how to fix. These become the issues that I think are important because one kind of does impact the other. But they will become, I think, the issues that carry the day on this as we move forward. And as we try to hope and gather some optimism for next season, because it does appear when you watch a game like this that it goes down to something that's more than just being personnel light and not talented enough. Certainly, San Francisco is a more talented team, better team. But it does feel like there's another place where you might be getting beat up in, another area of the game that you might be getting beat up in. And that's one. Sorry, my cat's a little needy right now. She's needy after loss too. She's feeling it as well. But I think that's going to be an important part to this. There's going to be parts of this game that we're going to discuss tonight that I'm not going to be as expansive on in my thoughts. I'll let you have your voice on it. I know that some of these subjects are going to be what a lot of people hold to be the biggest issue for them or the most important thing that we've got to discuss. But for me, you're going to watch me kind of laser beam in. And not one of those big laser beams. I'm not talking Death Star laser beam. I'm talking like a point, the pointer pen laser beam. Really want to try to track into me on what is the main issue at hand and what's going on there. Because I think that that's what's really going to determine outright the success for this team moving into the future. How we can find, in my opinion, the hope and reason and logic and optimism that this team can become that contender once again has to come within this team changing certain aspects of what they do on either side of the ball and really making those changes, not in sort of a vague sort of stroke, but I mean really going at it and really understanding of what's required there. And that's going to be, to me, the big, more than in any individual player, this guy cut or trade that guy. That's the most important thing. So you're going to find me, I think, tonight and a lot moving forward, really going in this direction. Not that I'm not open to hearing the voices on these other things, but I consider them on the peripheral. I consider them a symptom thing that we start talking about and not a root cause thing. That's what we should be talking about. That is the most important thing right now at this point, in my opinion, is to lock in on that. And that's sometimes when the discussion goes to the other places, not that they're not worth being talked about as subjects, but that's going to be where I'm going to be a little bit hammering tonight as we go through this discussion a bit in where this takes us. I hope you guys are doing well tonight. I'm sure many of you guys are struggling a bit with this one. I do want to thank right off the top the sponsor of the show. That's going to be Underdog Fantasy. Underdog Fantasy was so kind throughout this season. They're sponsoring this show throughout this year, and you guys have done a great job of utilizing this code. You can click at the top of the link in the description at the top of this video, top of the link, top of the description. You click that link and you sign up for the first time. They will match you up to $100 on your first deposit using my code NEST or clicking that link either way. So use the code NEST or click the link Either way, they'll match you up to $100 of your first deposit. So $100 on me, and you go back and you're actually supporting the show just by getting $100 in your pocket. I mean, I know. You're like, how does that work for you, Brent? Don't worry about it. We figure it out on the back end. You just make it work on the front end for us. And thank you to Underdog Fantasy for sponsoring the show throughout this year. They've got ongoing contests through the end of this season. Hey, the team looking a lot of it. You want to spice up the year, want to still have a reason to have rooting interest? Get in the weekly fantasy events that they offer. Get in the variety of other contests that are offered across the board, any kind of style that you can imagine putting it on. And so take advantage now. Take advantage of the code. Take advantage of the $200,000 a week they're giving away. Thank you guys today for watching again. Appreciate you for checking the show. I don't know how many people will have in tonight, as I know many are probably turning this one over, but I do appreciate you guys watching nonetheless. And sorry for the cat. She's in a little like, she's forlorn, she's melancholy. I don't know why. Greg Kemp says, what up, Brandon? Want to see There we go. So we're going to make this a short stream tonight. I'm going to go through a little bit of the chat, but I got to definitely do some fixing on my mic, because the mic issue is troublesome. I might have to reset my whole system with what's going on right now. And that's going to require me to be on this all night long, unfortunately. I don't know what's wrong. But I'm sure you lost a lot of what I was saying there, but I'm not going to. Yeah, the DK stuff, Greg, well said, man. Anthony Lux, looking forward to your game analysis tonight, Brandon. Hopefully the mic will hold up long enough for me to do so. Every time I look away from it is when it tries to go dead on me, and I'm like, oh, I don't know what's going on. Ethan, how do I feel about DK? Because I believe he was in the right. I believe he's in the right. As Greg talked about, neck, head injury in his past. He made the tackle. Fred Warner fought like hell to get out of the tackle. DK brought him to the ground. He didn't know that the guy had pitched. Fred Warner gets up and pushes down on DK. DK reacts. I'm not going to get too mad about that. Plagueis, the problem is we're spending so much money on the safety position for them to not perform the way they get paid, and they both got to go with Love and Bryant. Yeah, I'm definitely there with, certainly with Quandre, I think, and Jamal. The amount you're paying them is insane, and you've got to, yeah, Mike Broke is right. Thank you, Magic Vlogs, for the donation. Sorry about the mics, guys. I swear to God, I spent all week working on these issues, and it's still when this stuff needs to be troubleshoot, you basically got to do about 35,000 things. I reset my whole computer this week, so I've taken a lot of things, and this is brand new equipment. So I don't know. I'll probably have to fix it, but that's probably why we won't go super late tonight as well, because I got to get in and spend probably the next 6-7 hours tonight figuring out what's going on with my machine. It's decided to go tits up like my team has. Yeah, the safety position and the money that they're spending in it makes no sense. Julian Love though he did have some bad plays in this game, I think that he's okay as far as if you want to put him in, if you're trying to replace both safeties, you'd like to not to have to go out there and get two fresh ones. So you maybe move Julian Love into one of the two positions and then look to maybe draft the other guy or get somebody on a lot lower cost deal. It's going to be the straightforward way this team has to save money this offseason by moving on from both Jamal and from Quandre. And you've tried this experiment out, the grand experiment, where you're going to be so weird and unusual versus the rest of the NFL in the amount that you're going to try and spend in your safety and build from the back to the front, as opposed to has been the long. Still no audio? Oh, we're back. Okay, good. It came back. It should be back. Refresh if it's back. Okay, great. Yikes, man. Of course, my audio has to go out when stuff's going like this. Lost my train of thought. Thanks for the donation, Chase Carey, and I'll try to I'll try to keep an eye on the mic as much as I can. I promise you. So I'm trying to train myself to keep an eye and watch the little meter going. I can see when it goes out, but I have to just kind of get a little side eye that thing. Got to work in my old side eye days. Haven't had to utilize that since I was a younger man. So I lost my train of thought there. Sorry. Oh, the safety position. Yeah, so we'll see. I think Love stays because he doesn't cost you a tremendous amount and you can go cheaper there, but that's the place you save money. That's how you set yourself in a position to be able to. Audio mio, hey, Poppy. Okay, so is the audio actually out? Audio's good. Okay. Confusing me. Okay. I know you're confused too. But yeah, that's going to be the place I think that they look to move and they look to change and update because that's where you can save a lot of cap right there between those two cuts and then the cut of Brian Monet. I think you're upwards of, I think 27 million dollars, if not even a little bit more there. So that's pretty substantial. Dog Watcher, DK didn't F up really. There was a play at the end of the game that just might stand out in some people's mind. I mean, it's technically effed up and he got ejected and whatever, but it didn't impact the game. It didn't impact the bottom line of the game. Joe Pesci, the safeties seem to be lost in space or trying to play their way out of Seattle. I don't know what it is. And I'm not going to ever try to say that I can know what's going through a man's mind as far as their motivations go. I mean, Jamal very well could be just fighting through, trying to come back from this major injury and not the same. And Diggs is getting older. Maybe he's not quite as quick. I don't know on that, to be honest with you. But it's the bottom line is that without casting aspersions on these guys, sometimes you just got to make your way and move on down the road. And this hasn't worked. The grand safety experiment of putting $50 million into the safety position this season has not worked. And so it's now time to instead look forward on this one and try to go a different direction. Dog Watcher, I don't know how you can continue to even have these discussions going forward, at least until something major changes in the coaching hierarchy. Well, I'll be pretty consistent in where my standpoint comes on it. And I think Dog Watcher, the good part about this is that the Hawk fan base is connected and they're, whether watching me, not just watching me, but in their varying ways, they're certainly associated with this team in a close way where they're paying attention, not just casually. And they're looking at this thing from, I think, a lot of not only a clear point of view, not just because it agrees with me, but also a view of where they didn't just arrive over here overnight. There's a lot of Hawk fans souring on Coach Carroll, this coaching staff, and where this thing is moving from a long period of time going back. And it is coming to a bit of a culmination here, just a little bit, but that's going to be more of where it's at. Is change going to happen? I don't know that it is. I can't bail out of my team just because I'm not happy that the coach is so not able to get it done anymore. You'll always still have kind of hope, but you can account. I still will Dog Watcher, call it for what it is at that point, if it's that. Mike Serperus, time for the safeties to go. Spend that money somewhere useful. Amen. Michael Cam, I think today is a clear-cut case that Pete is the main root of the problem. He's a Hall of Fame coach and the best head coach in Seahawks history, but at 71, he's no longer up to snuff. And that's okay. It's life. I agree, Michael Cam. I don't think that it's the worst thing in the world that's the way that this breaks down. It's life. It goes that way. It's going to hit me someday, no doubt about that too as well. Hits us all. It's a tough thing. It's a tough reality of life to land into, and Coach loves what he does. There's no doubt about that. I think he truly, truly loves. He's not going through the motions here. I think he's as connected as ever. It's just that maybe the message isn't hit as much. Maybe it's as much the game just kind of a little bit has gone past him. But I think that it does stand at the head of the troubles here. Standard champion, I cannot imagine a more searing indictment of Pete as a coach than today's game. The one thing his defense is supposed to stop, the big play. He gives it up in spades. Well said. Very well said on your part, Standard champion. 13.6 was the average per attempt by Brock Purdy today. The dink and dunker threw for 13.6 yards per attempt. Christian McCaffrey had 9 yards an average of run. And before we go, well, McCaffrey's just so good. Jordan Mason also averaged 5 yards a carry. Guess you kept Deebo Samuel the 1 yard. So there's that. Yeah, not a lot of good things you did today. And indictment, I would think it would be that. And I think as you're hearing in the chat, I think that's what it will come off as being for most. I think Locke played a heck of a game for getting one day with the starters. Today might have been worse with Geno. No Geno hater. Locke is still young and mobile. Let him start the rest of the year. I don't have any problem with that, Cooper. I don't. I think the year's kind of slipped at this point to a point where I don't know that there's really a feasible way you're getting you in the playoffs out, absent the guys that are right there with you, just fall in their face. But I thought he did play a good game today. Some throws in there, some decision making in there that was dodgy. Like you say, it's first start in a while for him, but he made some really good throws as well against this Niner team, made some really good decisions as well against this Niner team. So I'd agree with you there. I have a problem with it. Carter Metcalf, predictable, uncreative play calling on both sides of the ball in crucial moments. Nothing left to say. Love it. Succinctly put, wonderfully put, and I agree. I'm going to probably add a little more, but no. Sorry about the mic, by the way, guys. I really am. I thought I had everything resolved with it, but it's, I guess not. Oscar, what do you think about the game commentators? What do you think about the game commentators comparing Purdy to Peyton Manning? He used Peyton to justify Purdy being a legit MVP candidate because they both had the elite talent around them. You're being needy tonight. Just give me a bit, okay? Just give me a bit. I don't know. I will get to it, okay? I'll get it. You'll get some pets in a bit, okay? We'll get you. Trying to think that through. No, I don't really find myself going to the Peyton Manning thing. Peyton Manning had good talent around him in Denver. Demaryius Thomas, Wes Welker. But who was his running back? They had one good offensive lineman that year, but I think they lost him halfway into the year. Adolis Thomas had a really good year for them at tight end, but did he do anything when Peyton Manning was gone? Did he go out there and make anything happen after that point? Or did that guy's career kind of, go away the second Manning wasn't around to kind of make him a bit? The talent, I think, instead of what you're looking at Purdy having, and Trent Williams, a guy that's legitimately going to be in the discussion for the best left tackle of all time when he's done, who's still playing at really close to, if not that level, right at that level. Deebo Samuel, Brandon Ayuk, George Kittle. And then you got Christian McCaffrey on top of it with Purdy. I've certainly warmed up to Purdy, but I have a hard time giving him the MVP when he's working through so much of that he gets that helps to set him up. How many times was he throwing today with receivers having this much space? I also think there's probably just a wee bit of difference between Adam Gase calling plays for Peyton Manning and Mike Shanahan calling plays for Brock Purdy. I would wager to guess there's probably a little bit of a difference between the two. Nick Guzman-Diggs was the third worst defensive back, according to PFF, coming into today. Yeah, he's laid some hard hits this year, and that's true. But when it comes to making plays in coverage, the ball skills, I was expecting a year where he'd have, with as talented a defense as Diggs has had since he's been here, I was anticipating a year where he would have the best year of his pro career, at least from a productive standpoint. interception standpoint, because he was going to get more opportunities, and theoretically with maybe some of the transitions of the defense moving away from the cover 3, he'd get more of those opportunities to jump routes. I think that the fact that they've ended up in cover 3 so often has, led him to not have as many of those opportunities where he can jump routes like he did last year, for instance, in the Raiders game, where he had a coverage he was called to do in a cover 4, and he jumped off of it because he recognized something in that he had seen in the tape. And I don't know if he's been given those moments as much to jump those routes this year like he had a little bit last year, or like I was thinking you were going to get this year. It feels like maybe he's stuck a little bit more into the cover 3 because you're looking to better accommodate Jamal Adams down near the line of scrimmage, but that puts him back into kind of a predictable place. Even though with that's not an end-all be-all excuse, because Diggs is, again, he's paid like a top 10 safety. It's a hard press to look at him and go, you're playing like a top 10 safety. I don't know anybody who'd be looking at that or saying you're even coming close to it. And I know the players don't like this. I'm doing my job. It's got to be somebody's fault. Somebody's. So yeah, the opposition's great, and the Niners get paid too, and they do a hell of a job every week in and week out, and they're a juggernaut. You lost to them 5 times. The season's backslide, and there's got to be reasons for it somewhere. Big country, Draymond Jones hasn't been great either. Yeah, I would also be cutting him. My gosh, Kat, you're going crazy tonight. Sorry, cats and microphones tonight. Just having at it. Standard champion, I always forget Draymond's on the team. You're not even trying to joke there either. Nate, any good safeties to get in the draft? We need an Earl Thomas clone. How about we call Earl? Hey, Earl. How about some unfinished business? Yeah, there's some safeties in the draft that are interesting. You've got Cameron Kitchens, ball skills for days. Great center fielder back there at the free safety position, but some inconsistency in his play. Somewhere between a late to second round pick, depending on how he tests. You got Cooper DeJean, the Frenchman from Iowa. You can play him everywhere, but does he have a position? What else we got? We got my fave. How about that? My fave at the safety position so far has been Tyler Nubin, the noob man. Also can play free safety, strong safety, good size, tackle, rangy, great in coverage. Second highest rated safety in all of college football this past season. He'd probably be the number 1 guy I'd go to right now early on. But I'm just getting into the scouting on that stuff. Kalen Bullock. I don't think he's an Earl Thomas clone. But he'd be interesting too. Brian Kennicott. Jamal is brutal in coverages and now isn't engaging in tackles. Move on, bruh. Yeah, I'm working on right now a Jamal Adams video I'm going to be dropping this week. And unfortunately, it's not going to be a positive one. I started it last week and been looking through the film on the L22, specifically concentrating just on Jamal and what he's doing, playing and play out. And there's some business decisions being made, no doubt about it. Game in and game out. And I don't know if he's shying away from contact. I don't know if he's not 100%. I'm sure we're going to hear at the end of the year a lot of excuses as to what, when, why, and how, which is great. Those things may be the case, and it doesn't really matter. At that point, then you got to post June 1st designate him, save the money that you can save on the cap, and reroute this thing into a better place, because this is just not good. Jason C., we're stuck with the field goal kicker for at least another year or two, maybe, with the way that they structured the contract. Well, Young Grenade, I'm not even upset when we lose anymore because I know Pete won't do anything to change my mind. That's what I was talking about today a little bit. You start to reach the point of acceptance. Kotag, I believe DK's actions were justified. Hey, I'm glad to hear the chat's on board with me on this one, Kotag. I have no issues with what happened there. This is a man's game, and somebody does that to you, and you just let him punk you like that, and you can be like, well, he just needs to walk away and just let him punk him. You just let him punk him, and that's that. Like Fred Warner wants to go down to the ground there when DK's got him in his midst, or not even go to the ground. DK's just got him in the midst, holding him up at that point. DK's perfectly fine at that point. If Fred Warner's like, I'm going to call it a day here. We got the lead, we got the touchdown, we've got the game in hand at this point. And instead, Fred Warner wanted to style. So he pitches it over there to Dre Greenlaw. It's like, well, So now he's got to tackle you. Well, I don't like getting tackled. I think that he should have seen me pitch the ball. Well, how about you just don't pitch the ball and try styling on? I'm glad DK did it. In fact, I'm not even like I'm happy he did it. Jamal exposed in coverage again. Yikes. Yeah, you can't do it. It's also a little Seattle here. Why you put him out there in cover 2? We learned back in 2020 that you don't put Jamal Adams out in cover 2, or you try to reduce that as much as humanly possible. And we decided to do a double A gap blitz with Jordan and Bobby rather than having Jamal down there instead, and Julian over the top playing the cover 2 there. Alan says, so effing happy Seahawks didn't give up an easy win today. Yeah, I like the fight they showed. I think they were trying after the first play. The first play was not a lot of fight there with McCaffrey. But after that, they got it locked in. That's for sure. Kinda. Tackling was still a little dodgy. Jason C says, Pete Carroll's not washed up, but definitely way past his prime. Yeah, I don't think he's an awful coach. I don't. I just think that the hole in his game, to your point, Jason, is just growing ever wider. Power Code, are y'all feeling checked out, or is it just me? Don't know if I'm overreacting. I don't think you're overreacting. Certainly, I'm a bit biased on this because I'm feeling the same. But I think it's a fair outlook on this. Andrew Davala, get Pete out. Jake Waldman, Diggs and Jamal need to go. This is where I think is going to be the first order of business this offseason. And this is an experiment. It's been a grand one. It's just not worked. And there's little reason to see why you would stick with it at this point. Matt Callaway, build around DK and the softies. I would definitely be building around DK. He would remain here. Herbicide, I checked on Twitter here. I didn't see anything popping up on any news on Spoon. Hopefully we'll get something here in the chat tonight. Plagueis, yeah, the Jamal Adams ordeal is a tragedy. We shouldn't have never traded for him. He's one hell of a player, but these injuries got him, and he's not the same player he once was. It's a good way of putting it, man. It's not to get personal on Jamal with this. It's just that he's missed a lot of time here due to injuries, and it's enough injuries it would take down a normal man a few notches. The problem is you're paying him like a top 5 safety. You don't have a lot of cap space going into next year, and you really can't afford to give him more time to kind of see if he can figure his body out. It's a culmination of this at this point, and it just kind of is what it is, and it sucks that the injuries hit him like they did. Maybe that never really truly got us to see the complete player he could have been. But fused fingers and ligaments tearing off the bone and groin pulls and multiple shoulder injuries, it's maybe just at a place where he's just doesn't have it to where he can call upon it anymore, and that's what it looks like. Every once in a while, he'll flash a play like he did in this game where he came down the A gap and chopped down McCaffrey in the hole. He'll give you a play like that every once in a while, every game. But play in and play out, it's just not there. DVD Forever, all I can say right now is we absolutely look better than we did 4 weeks ago. Sometimes it's the O, sometimes it's the D. Got to get in sync to finish right. Hope you're right. I hope you're right. I love the optimism, DVD. Dog Watcher, how do you let your starting quarterback with 8 days off pull a groin injury on a day 6 practice before a massive game on walkthrough practices? I don't know. I really don't know. It was odd. It was odd. I wish I had an explanation, but I don't. Just strange. And they tripped over his own teammate. Did the teammate go the wrong way? Did Gino go the wrong way? Playlist Trab, man, fire Pete. The Lost Souls trilogy, trade Adams for Jake Browning. Yeah, unfortunately with Adams, trading him is not an option. 1, he doesn't have any trade value. 2, he has no trade value because not just the injury situation and bad play, but because he also carries a big base salary. And number 3, you want to post June 1st designate him as a cut so that you can spread the dead money hit over 2 seasons. So he will definitely have to be just simply cut. Matt Callaway trade DK for Russ. Oh, geez. Jason, is Seahawks should draft Penix? I don't think so, Jason. You got to get your pass protection fixed before you'd go after a guy like Penix. And right now you put him behind this offensive line. They showed the stat again in this game of how much duress a Seahawks quarterback is under playing and play out. And, you eventually get your guy broken getting hit that often. I know it's the Niners, but we saw last week they was up around 54%. It was right near 50% this in the amount of, half of the dropbacks your quarterback's getting hit. It's not going to get it done. Just not going to get it done. Koteg, Brandon, did you watch the Ravens-Rams game today? Two teams that beat the Hawks, and did you have any thoughts on it? Unfortunately not, Koteg. I was trying to fix my audio issues, my microphone issues that have popped up. So, unfortunately not. I'm going to have to do after the stream tonight. I got to do some troubleshooting. It's one of those absurdly complicated things that shouldn't be so complicated, but there we are with it. But I will check it out. I will watch that game because it looks like it was a fun one to watch. And good on the Rams to push the Ravens. Just shows you the type of season the Rams have, where they're really building on something that they can take and drive forward next year, I believe, in a big way. Sorry, I didn't have a chance to watch it, though. I was kind of watching a little bit, but trying every last little fix here to get this mic thing working correctly. Proper, if you could do us a favor and beat the Eagles next week, that'd be great. No, you guys need to do us a favor this week. You're supposed to give us the win this week, and then we get you back the dub next week. This is tit for tat, Proper. Don't do the Niner thing where you ask for something and don't get something back. Come on now. Space, if he stayed, this would be a different conversation. You're spotting playing. Sorry. Robbie, your thoughts on cutting Smith, having Drew as quarterback 1 next year, and draft a quarterback in the 1st or 3rd round? Oh. Let's check something out real quick here. Let me get my numbers right so I can give you a more accurate deducement. Okay, where are we at? Okay, Seahawks. Let's go 2024, because there's an important part of this. So Geno, we cut and we save a little bit of money. So you save $13-14 million in cutting him. But you do have $17 million of dead money hit. So if you bring back Locke, he's going to cost, even on the low end, probably a 1-year, $5-6 million deal. So let's just say it's 6. That means $23 million has now gone to Drew Lock and the dead money cap for Geno Smith. Whereas Geno's just true cap hit as it stands would only be $31 million. So are we that diehard want to push so much to get off Geno and believe that we can do so much with the impact of the $8 million saved between the two going the two different directions? I don't know. I don't think so. If there was not as much dead money hit attached with the Geno cut, that'd be one thing. If it wasn't a matter of Drew Lock also getting a pretty substantial contract, and I'd say $5-6 million still kind of, it's not peanuts. It's not bare league minimum. That's the part that I think people forget about is when in thinking about cutting Geno, it's the dead money. So I wouldn't do that. I would draft the quarterback. I got no issue doing that, but I can't see where the real help's going to be had here at this point by cutting Geno, absent the team just cuts everything away. Geno, Jamal, Quandre, Draymond, Brian Monet, all that gone. You clip everything down. And I wouldn't be against that, but not sure. I think the alternate approach isn't quite as tasty as it would seem. Terry, every touchdown and loss we get is one step closer to the inevitable conclusion for Pete and organization. # time to turn the page. I love it, Terry. And I think more and more Hawk fans are getting into that belief and standpoint of things, and I can understand completely why. You're watching the same formula recipe play out week in and week out at times, and it does get discouraging. Nick says Penix has had 4 season-ending injuries. I'm good on him unless it's a 4th or 5th round pick, which he won't be. Yeah, I'm going to be going through my full assessment on Penix. I've seen a lot of him play, but I haven't given the full thought on how do I weight the age and injury, and mainly the injury at the forefront of this in my outlook for him and where I would take him. Do I like taking that in the first round when I've got that going on, when I know I've got to create an offensive line that's got to be legit in front of him? Or do I kind of more need to go get the offensive lineman in the first round and then get you in the second round, Penix? I'm a little torn on that one, to your point on that, Nick. Can't just toss it away. Got to take into account the injuries coming out with him because they are substantial with it. And Washington's done such a great job of keeping Penix clean. Playlist, Tyreek's MVP or CMC? Agreed. Joe, if you do a complete fire sale real build out of the players who are vets, who do you cut or deal away? Those guys I just went through, I would do. So I would, if I'm a general manager coming into this offseason, I would cut Draymond Jones, which would save me about $5 million. I would cut Brian. Of course, I say my coolest stuff. My mic goes out. I don't know where I left off. So I can create, I might have lost a lot there. I hope I didn't. Somebody was asking about what cap cuts I would make. I'd go Draymond Jones, Jamal Adams post-June dirt first designation, Quandre Diggs, Nick Bellore, Brian Monet, and it all comes out to basically about $40 million there. And then you put the $7 million of cap space the Hawks have, another 10 to 15 million they'd get back in cap increases. The cap will go up another 10 to 15 million dollars. So there you go. Bing, bam, boom. You got plenty of space to work with this offseason. You'd have to figure out your safety position. Yeah, definitely. Got a little bit to work with in-house. But you got a lot of money to work with as well. And safeties don't cost as much as we've been paying for them, especially for the performance level that we've been getting out of them. You know, you can pay league minimum to get what we're getting out of the safety position recently. You know, look at Ryan Neal last year. A highly drafted guy, a former undrafted or former back-end drafted guy who ends up being best player in your defense last year. Cost you like $2 million. Safety position. So. Got a couple donos here. Sorry. Empower Code, thank you for the $5 donation. Oh, thank you, Voodoo Magic, too, for the donation on the mic. Empower Code, $5 thank you. Says, enjoy this appreciation, dono. Better days ahead, I hope. Love you, brother. Hey, Empower Code, I love you too, man. Much love out to you. Always in the chat, always showing the love to me in that respect. And it's been a tough season this year for you guys. It's a testament to you guys. I'm going to give you a little bit of love in the respect of, you know, these have been some hard topics and some tough games to turn over and some tough discussions to be had. These are not the fun days of being a fan where you get to just really get excited in the beautiful things going on at every turn and really just fantastically lift them to the sky and ooh, look at that. Ooh, ah, ooh. It's not in that area of things. So it's a testament here that you guys have been able to come back in here and do this and hang with me, and I really do appreciate it. But thank you, Empower. Thank you, man. And I hope you're right. Better days ahead. Hopefully. Barry Satoro, thank you for another $10 donation, man. You dropped a lot of donos today on the live stream too as well. Thank you for that. He says, for F's sake, how many more times can Pete say after a loss, I believe the team will bounce back? This is so tiresome. Same issues, same baloney. Wash, rinse, repeat. Oh, hashtag fire Pete. I see what you did there with the wash, rinse, repeat. I might take that one here. I got a Pete video here we're going to need to be doing soon, so I might have to take that for a title. That's great. In fact, I'm going to steal that right now and write that down for the title, so you can know, Barry, when I steal it, that's mine. That's yours. You're not going to get any more credit than what I'm giving you right now, as you've donated to give me it. But it's Pete's been a guy that's long, much like Russell was, and maybe this is where a little bit of Russ got it from. He's going to tell you, he's going to talk a lot on the podium. He's not really going to tell you a whole lot. He'll take his share of blame for stuff. He'll own it. That's for sure. But you're not really going to get anything with any kind of depth. And I've long stopped kind of listening to many of the press conferences with Pete, because outside of the injury updates, he doesn't give you really much as far as into the inner workings or thinkings about what they're thinking about, why they're doing what they're doing, especially, as you say, to your point, the wash, rinse, repeat aspect of what they're doing. This is the part that gets so many fans frustrated. And for the folks that back Pete, this is the part that I hope you could understand even in your backing of Pete, is that I get the love for him and understand the undying kind of love there that's there, but what fans watch with him is that in their perspective of it, they would just watch a guy doing the same things in the failing way and approach that he's going about it. And that's where it's tougher to find the support at times, I think, because then people go, you're just going to keep doing that into the future. If you won't change, if you refuse to change, if you utterly refuse to change, then why will you change next year? And I'm talking across the board. I mean, I felt like I was getting trolled in this game. I bitch and moan about the one fly sweep you utilize on Thanksgiving in that Niner game that you get 10 yards of going to Eskridge. And I'm like, you went to it one time, you got 10 yards, you never went back to it. So we get this game, we get our one fly sweep early in the game. JSN, 10 yards. Do you go back to it? No, not once, not even a try. I don't know what to make of it. I don't sometimes. Garth, and thank you again, Barry, for all your donations. Garth Knight, thank you for the $5. Who will be able to live better with the fallout of their grand experiments? Pete or Oppenheimer? I would hope it would be Pete. I hope we don't have Pete with the Oppenheimer bug-eyed scare. I look like I've just executed all of humanity. What have I done? Look in his eyes, right? I have become death. What have I done? But then again, Oppenheimer also didn't have to walk outside of his door every day and have someone tell him every day you should have ran it. So there may be it may be a little bit of a different story. You know what I mean? It felt like a lot with Oppenheimer was just the internal, but with Pete, you might actually have to hear it. Imagine that everyday walk. Like some point or another during the day, someone's going to tell you should have run it. Like, it's coming at one point or another. Like a curse. But I don't know. I don't know that Pete's going to really look at the situation. It's where I go out on a ledge on this, and I know I can rankle some people by saying this, but it's the bit of the thing where I feel like when you have this optimism that's never failing, that it's always the right solution to be optimistic. It's always the right solution to look to the next positive turn of the page that you can get to. I think it's usually the right solution to do that. But there's got to be also times where you say, but is there more that goes beyond this than just me being positive or creating the environment for that positivity to allow the people to flourish? And sometimes it's got to be like, well, what do I look inside of myself? Do I look inside here and go, ooh, well, what's the part that goes beyond positivity here? It goes on to maybe some actual failings that are happening. And if you're trying to be so in the positive, you're not going to look at the failings. You're not going to dwell on them. It's going to be, no, what I do is right. I just got to keep doing what I'm doing. And it will work. And that's the have faith in my system and approach. Nice question though, Garth. Randall McDaniel, thank you for the $20 donation. And guys, thank you again for pulling up with me the mic. I promise I will burn the midnight oil tonight and trying to get this figured out ASAP. But Randall, thank you for the $20 donation. I appreciate you for that, man. Hope you're doing very well out there. It says, as in life, it's never one thing. But in your opinion, did leadership misjudge the talent of the roster? Are the coaches not getting the most out of the roster? Or are we just going through the murderer's row of the schedule? Let's go from the back to the front a little bit on this, Randall, because I think the last answer is a clear one. No, I don't think that this is all just because you've gone through the tough part of your schedule and you played legit teams. And this is what happens when you play legit teams, is that you get stomped here and there. I think when you look at how the early schedule played out, even beyond having more wins than losses, when you looked at how easy the early part of the schedule was, because that's the inverse side of that. And if we're going to measure it on one end, then we got to measure it on the other end of the schedule. You come down to kind of, you are what you are here with where your final, record is going to lie. The old Parcells thing with this. So, I don't think it's that you definitely have a harder schedule, but if anything, this is more just exposed you going through the harder schedule than it is that you've just, because the one thing, the harder schedule thing that I could take on, Randall, is if it was like you were fighting it out with these teams down to the end of the line. But in all these games, you're getting far outseeded. You're getting a lot of victory formations on the other side that you're going up against a little bit. Are the coaches getting the most out of this roster? Not in my opinion. I think you had the potential on this roster to have a top 5 offense. And while you've had some injuries, you've not lost really anybody for the season. You had a lot of depth on this offense coming into it. And for them to not be anywhere close, I even think, to like top 10 status, does feel like you're certainly they're not getting the most out of it. And if you're not getting the most out of the defensive roster, and all those guys are just choosing this year to underperform, I don't get that. I don't get that at all. And maybe this defense was not one to be a good defense this year, but I thought that it was one that should be around middle of the road. I thought that was a feasible, realistic outlook on the defense for its uptake. And instead, they're going to end up landing somewhere in the neighborhood of, right now, that looks like on track for maybe around 30th. I'm sure they'll improve a little bit down the road because you're going to go against the Titans, who don't have a good offense. You're going to go against the Cardinals, who probably don't have a good offense. You're going to go against the Steelers, who don't have a good offense. So the defense is going to kind of come back down a little bit, but I think the bottom line on it is going to be that it's just not a good defense, and you're not getting the most out of it. It's also, for me, I go to not getting the most out of it, Randall, because of the fact that you've spent so much money. You've talked about making some changes across the board defensively to more maximize the talent, and yet you really haven't seemed to have made those changes. Not in a way that's more than just real, like, subtle, It's much more like the old than it is the new. And that's all across the board. Did leadership misjudge the talent of this roster? Yeah, certainly when you make the Leonard Williams trade, you don't make a trade like that, risking losing a guy at the end of this offseason, unless you think you've got a team that's truly in contention mode. I would have been perfectly fine if the Seattle Seahawks had decided and determined internally, we see too many holes in this leaking ship right now. Our offseason, and we thought this was going to be good. We thought Jamal could come back. We thought this would happen, that would happen. It didn't happen. We've got to now pivot in a way where, if anything, even going into a sell mode at that point wouldn't have, to me, I know that would have been a hard sell in the fan base probably, and you couldn't do that, but certainly not to go into being the heaviest buyer at the trade deadline, going above anybody else at the trade deadline. This team was not ready to do that. And I trusted in their internal assessment that they thought they were this close to getting there, and you could definitely see that you needed another defensive lineman in there. But the defense has gotten worse with Leonard Williams in there. Worse. And he's got 3 sacks, and I see him making plays. I don't think he's the problem down there. Not sure what the hell's going on, but I don't think he's the problem. I think a lot of it's the edge issue with Uchenna's injury, of course, too, hurting and costing you as well. But yeah, I think that they just thought Jamal's going to come back and provide some kind of, it's kind of the way that they go with stuff at times, Randall. Like when they get shown a certain thing, they'll stay on something for, even when there's a lot of information telling them that maybe they should pivot off. I would have thought, for instance, that D. Eskridge should have been released in training camp the second that you learned that he was going to be suspended. Like that, to me, should have been like, okay, we've seen enough information on this to go and get off of this. Most teams do not just sit on guys and hold on to guys, and this team falls in love with its own guys too often. That's been, I think, and as an outlet of your question, something I've absolutely seen, where they'll hold on for a year or two long, and rather than like just let it go and keep it moving. Keep it moving, you know? It's great to trust your former guys and that you bring these guys back and all that, or you hold on to your own guys to give them that extra time to develop. But sometimes you shouldn't give them the extra time to develop. Sometimes you should just keep it moving. And we don't at times with a variety of different players. Thank you, though, Randall. Appreciate you. And as you say, it's never one thing on this. There are a variety of things. There's more important things, but there's a variety of things and some offshoots of some of the bigger things. Barry Satoro, thank you for another $5 donation. Says, I'm expecting either an executive producer or writer's credit. We'll try to get a writer's credit in there, Barry. I'll flash it like a 4-frame flash at the end. Oh, hell. Thank you, Barry. Appreciate the $5 dono. And all the donations today, by the way. You're awesome, brother. Michael Bay. Jamal Adams is a linebacker trying to play safety. I don't even know if he's a good linebacker at this point, Michael, but you're not wrong. Big boys at DK on Rikers Island. Don't at me. Seattle won one playoff in 7 years. The VP of football operations head coach takes a huge fault for no competitive team. Casuals will say it ain't Pete, though. Yeah, it's definitely going to be a lot of people, I think, still, not a lot in this chat so far, that's for sure, but there will be plenty of people that will still shy away from necessarily pushing this on Pete. But I think your bottom line is an important one, doesn't it, me? Is that you go back for just 2017 and you got one playoff win. And that's indicative of you not being a particularly elite team or anything close to elite. It's hard to sell me at any point in these years you've been an elite team when that's the reality, especially when that one playoff win came when you're facing a team that was down to like their third quarterback who was 42 years old and spending half of that game with his hammy half torn. So it's a tough one for me to make. That one gets me stuck too. I get stuck on that one a little bit. I think we should. I think not a lot of other coaching staffs would be given this kind of room. Herbicide James Williams out of Miami. I haven't had a chance to check him out yet, Herbicide. I was looking at last night. I was checking out a couple of receivers last night, though. Who was I looking at? It was finally got a chance to deep dive into Malik Neighbors. He became my number 2 wide receiver in this draft, by the way. And I also took a look at Xavier Legette out of South Carolina. But James Williams, Miami, I don't think I have. Let me take a look on my Williams. We will see if I have looked at somebody else. I think I'm thinking of somebody else on the. I don't think I have looked at him. I'll try to get a look at him though, Herbicide. Definitely starting to get into draft season now. Faux show. Nick Guzman, Newbin and James Williams would be a dream. James, that's the 6'7" guy at Miami. Sorry, yeah, the big tall guy. Yeah, he's a big boy. I got to look at him. He's on my list. Newbin and James Williams would be a dream, but with how things are going, we can trade down the first, get some picks, and still end up with Newbin with our first pick. Agreed. I think that's definitely what I would see John is trying to probably do is move back, get that second rounder back, or try to get at least another third, early third, and then maybe you can then go grab a Newbin or go with a guard like a Graham Barton or Cooper Bebe. Matt Callaway trying to start wearing trash bags as hat skin. Poop Dog, Jamal just looks out of shape or just worn out by injuries. I think the injuries just kind of piled up. It happens to these players sometimes. Stewart says, I wasn't disappointed today. San Fran is a dramatically better team. We represented well, but this is where we are. Long way to go. Change is needed. Well said, Stewart. Poop Dog says, no problem with DK. This ain't flag football. That's right. Ray says, that wasn't DK at all. Well, yeah, it wasn't on him at all, man. Agreed. Glad to hear you guys agree on that one. Don't have me sure Seattle settle with being average and say, well, we win enough, but never contenders. Can't be scared to try and find success. No, you can't. If you're going to go for the top, you got to swing big. And it does feel like we're sending more singles out in the outfield than anything else. New Black says DK also had his head slammed against the turf by Warner after making a tackle. Ooh, there we go. There we go. I'm glad to hear DK's getting, folks are having DK's back tonight. I'm glad to hear it. Oscar says, do you think it's possible to bring Dan Quinn to be our head coach? It's possible, Oscar. I would much rather prefer to go to an offensive-minded head coach than anything else. The defensive head coaches in the league are having a good amount of share of problems. There are some that have success, but it's just a harder trail to blaze. It's easier, it seems like, to go offense. Nick says, I know wide receiver isn't a need at the moment. However, wouldn't mind Pickens and DK on the outside with JSN in the slot for the future. I could go for that. I've loved George Pickens since college. I had him as a late first round grade as a wide receiver. So I think he's got a lot of talent, and certainly he's struggling with not necessarily having the greatest of quarterback situations he's dealing with. William Leonard has been celebrating 20 months, almost 2 years as a Hawks Nest member. Thank you for that, William. Your last Thursday show gave me an idea for a comedy skit you could do. A very sarcastic top 10 keys to the game. Turn up the Carol cliches. Oh, I'm with it, man. I'll try to think about it, see what I can come up with on that. But a great suggestion. A very sarcastic top 10 keys to the game. Let's go. DVD says, my vote is either Jim Harbaugh or Dan Quinn, but they're probably not leaving. It's always either Clint Hurt or Waldron making bad calls. Today was not on Shane. Yeah, I can't put as much on Shane with this. The offense started to have to really press deep into the game to start scoring. And, he was doing what he could. I definitely didn't like the conservative nature of the middle, but this is defense. To me, you got to go to the defense. Just again, where it's just, they give up so much so easily, so often. It's just like, Lord have mercy. Sorry about the mic today, too, guys. Get it fixed tonight, I promise. Players, what's with the O-line rotation? I don't know what to think about that. Shouldn't they be sticking together as a unit? Coach Carroll had a press conference he gave a couple of weeks ago where he responded to this Plaga saying that he's a guy that's very much in favor of or okay with, sees benefit in rotating offensive linemen through over the course of a game. Keeping them fresh, I guess. Nick says, release Diggs and Adams, get CJ Gardner-Johnson. Like it. Poop Dog, I am not under warranty on my mic. I don't think it's a mic issue. I think it's either computer issue or a cable issue. But that's the next part I got to troubleshoot and figure out. I might need to go get another USB cord tomorrow. The wonders of troubleshooting. See, CJ King, I say cut Jamal and Diggs, replace them with Julian Love and Jarek Reed. Put Kobe Bryant on the field, man. This is the direction I would go to start off too. I wouldn't have any problem right up the rip. Moving on from Adams, moving on from Diggs. You got Love, and he can fit into both positions. You'll have Jarek Reed coming back off the injury. You do have Kobe Bryant on the roster at that point. Go out there. You can make a low-cost signing or draft a guy. And then just try to find a way to make it work between that assembly of guys and put more of the resources then into the line of scrimmage, both the defense and offensive line. I'm with you, CJ. All right, this is 49er fans. I hope the Seahawks stomp the Eagles next week. Now you want our help. Misplaced 12, I'd be more interested in turning over some of the dated philosophies than turning over the roster. Me as well. To me, this doesn't feel like a player problem. To me, this feels like not maximizing a player problem. And that's coaching. And you can go and you can shift out all the chairs you want here, but it still is the Titanic. And if that boat's taking on water, it doesn't matter how many times you move those chairs, you're still going to eventually end up under the waves. And it does feel a little bit like that right now. It may not be, but it does feel a little bit like that right now. Cooper Mills, what do you think needs to happen with the O-line? Cross and Lucas are good and only going to be better. One new guard, re-sign Brown, start Bradford, and new guard. What would you do? I believe that right now what we need is go back to some of the, in football, they always say go back to the fundamentals, go back and get back to some of the simple side in certain respects of things. And there is, I think, in watching us try this grand experiment, Cooper, of investing heavily into the safety position while then conversely kind of going lighter on the defensive line, I think I'd like to go back to what I was sort of born and raised on, which is that the defensive line makes it happen for you. And so let's invest into that. Likewise, let's invest in the offensive line. So what I mean by that is I certainly agree with you on the Lucas and Cross. I am not bringing back Brown. I don't know. Today he forgot how to snap a couple of times, it looked like. He also just doesn't give you anything in there. He's something like the 32nd ranked center in the National Football League right now. There's no reason to bring him back. You got Oluwatimi there to serve as a cheap backup if that's what you need. I would then go out and look to address first left guard, order of importance, then center, and then right guard. But I would make sure that I have quality in all three of those and how I address it this offseason on that offensive line. And likewise, we'd be doing a lot on the defensive line. I like Bradford. I don't know if I can just fully ride with Bradford going, he's my starter. He's for sure the answer there at right guard. I think he might be the answer at right guard. But the key here on this one is that we need to go into kind of overload mode. We need to overbuild on this position that we have been going short at for far too long. Random McDaniel, thank you for the $5 donation. Appreciate you for that. It boiled down to Pete's core. Run the ball. I wish this thing could, I can't see the thing sometimes. Maybe if I go like this. There we go. It boiled down to Pete's core. Run the ball. Play stops defense. The team can do neither of those. Cuts both safeties, fire all coaches, draft Jaden McDaniels. I would be very encouraged if the team, we're heading the direction where I would love to see the team take that approach this offseason. And Jaden Daniels, in watching a lot of the tape last night on Neighbors, I got to see a lot of his throws and what he was doing back there. Very, very, very impressive kid. I already watched a good amount of him. I was doing a little bit of a deep dive on Neighbors last night. And Jaden Daniels is legit. And yeah, Pete's core is indicative of the failing of the team. You want to limit the big plays. I ask you, my audience, are we limiting the big plays? He wants to stop the run. I ask you, my audience, are we stopping the run? He wants to get pressure with the front four. I ask you, is he getting pressure with the front four? He wants to drop a lot of guys in his own coverage to prevent these big plays. Yeah, it still happens. When your core doesn't work, how do I have faith in your core going forward? which is kind of the most simplistic way I could put it, but that's definitely I think the right way. And yeah, Jaden, I think Jaden's definitely going to find his way into the first round at this point. How far, how high, we'll see. But he's really got a good arm, 72% accuracy last season, puts it really on a spot. Very, very impressed with what I saw last night, kind of going a little bit deeper into him a little bit. But thank you, Randall, as you put another $5 in as well. Says, let's say Pete Carroll's gone. New head coach comes in. In your opinion, the roster isn't far off. With the right scheme, we have a competitive roster overall. When you have a new coach, I think what you've got to do is you got to wrap your arms around that new coach. And that goes beyond. The problem with that is that, when you're talking about Randall a little bit is like, well, we are really kind of close. Maybe just get the right coach and he'll take you then there. But then does that lead you then away from having the coach run the way that they want, executing the system that they want run? Because that's how you can kind of get a splintering between the two different approaches. Because maybe you have a coach in here who's like, look, I need to establish my culture and my environment, and it's going to be different from what you guys have had in here prior, and there's going to be some bumps and bruises to get this figured out into the right direction, and it might take a year. So it kind of depends, your answer on that one, Randall, depends on the new head coach you're bringing in. I wouldn't let it drive and I also would let it drive my head coaching search, right? I wouldn't be like, well, which one's going to be the head coach who comes in and tells. I'm watching, folks. Sometimes I'm going to notice faster. Sometimes I'm going to notice slower. Chargo Sweater says, can John Schneider fire Pete? I don't know on that. I'm not sure. We'll have to see in regards to that. The vice presidential duties were supposedly taken away from Pete a while ago. I don't know if that's the case or not. So we're just going to have to see in regards to that. And I don't have a good answer, unfortunately. McFurrer, it sucks we pay all that money for safeties and they really don't make much of an impact. I know that Love got an interception, but it felt like he gave up a lot of yards during this game. He did have some catches he gave up too, Mick. And he's had some up and down nature of his performance this year. I don't think that Love's certainly an answer there long term. I do look at him as a guy that you can look at as an answer there for a year as you carry on from Diggs and Adams, where he's not going to cost you a lot of money next year. You could theoretically cut him and save some money and move on if they really were not sold on him, but it wouldn't cost you a lot to have him in there, and then he can play both free safety and strong safety. So it doesn't push you much into a corner of how you have to attack the safety position in free agency or the draft to fill out the rest of the roster in those spots by kind of keeping him here. He did have the interception, like you said, which was a really good play. He also caused the fumble down the football field, but you're not wrong. He did give up his share of completions in this game as well. And he's had some downer moments this year. The Rams game was brutal. The Lions game had some tough moments. Some of it I wonder with him is if we're necessarily putting him in the right positions at all times. Seems like he's sometimes trying to just be outfitted into the role of this defense, much like with Jamal. It's not really about whether that's what's best or the right way to use him, and more about fitting him into the role they want in the defense. Alan says that Brandon agreed. I felt like we were being trolled in this game because it was hella close in the end. Yeah, it definitely, especially in the fly sweeps, man. That one's just got me. Where I'm like, really? We're just once a game, we get 10 yards and we never go back to it. Ugh. WWDB71, what can we do as fans to make Pete Carroll want to either change his ways to actually make the team a contender again or let someone else take his job? I think the thing that we can do is the blind loyalty thing, which I can even sense in the chat here now is kind of going away. And I don't know if it was always there in full with Pete recently or not, but that we hold these things accountable and understand that in holding them accountable, it doesn't make us selfish. It doesn't make us unappreciative of Coach Carroll as a coach and what he's accomplished here. It just means that we go, look, there's a lot of evidence that's stacking up here to lead us to believe that you're not part of the solution for us going forward here. And all that other stuff still remains true, but this remains true at the same point in time. And I think as long as we're being honest about it, not trying to cover it up, I think eventually the truth will set you free, and the truth will eventually, I think, reach to the point where maybe even this offseason where Coach Carroll finally has that point and goes, okay, it's time to retire. The voices are loud enough people are saying it, enough people are telling me it. I gotta call it a day. We'll see, but I do think it's kind of starting to shift in that direction. Jason C says, I've said it before, Pete Carroll's too soft. He lacks toughness and discipline. Definitely discipline stands out. DVD, I think JSN and Lockett are both better at fighting for those 50-50 balls, but that's just me and what I've seen so far this season. Again, I'm definitely with you on some of the thing with the 50-50 balls and DK, but some of it for me does come back to a little bit of the accuracy issues at times in the quarterbacks throwing his way. Poop Dog fans want blood. Jody doesn't have the balls to fire Pete. Pete will fire Waldron. Oil and water. Very well might. All right, we'll see how it goes. Plague says Eskridge is a guy that we can't use properly, but also the guy that can't stay healthy. Yeah, I'm over Eskridge. He need not be here anymore. I don't know why I don't know why he has even still remained. James, no defensive coordinator can save this defense because even when we're in cover 2, Adams and Diggs gets beat on the post or seam over their heads. Even when they are in position to make a play, they don't. Well said, James. I can't offer a whole lot else other than, yep, I see the same. Mick says it's funny that the Chiefs are complaining about the end of the game when they clearly deserve that flag, especially with all the generous calls they've had the last couple of years. I didn't have a chance to see the game, but I saw Mahomes was going crazy on the sideline, freaking out. Blake says Fant can stay for the right price and we can draft a tight end. I think he's going to cost a decent amount. I don't know how much he's going to make. He's had a little bit of a dip at the end of this season, but I'm not opposed to it as long as it doesn't cost a ton. He locked through more passes to tight ends than Geno. He did. He's working a little bit more of the tight ends in this game. That's true. Dog Disley's a good blocker. Waldron does know how to use tight ends. DVD, while I think DK has been much better with late hands for defensive tracking, it seems that his body is somehow out of place instead. I don't know, man. He started out the game again. Just I don't DB. I don't know, man. The DK thing I just don't get. Like he's not a part of the problem right now. Like he's a good player. He's helping us win games. Sometimes we don't utilize him correctly, and sometimes the way that we lean on him is weird, but not part of the issue right now as it stands as the team, and not even anywhere near the top 10 of the issues that stand with this team right now. I can't get too far into the DK stuff tonight. My name, should we draft an experienced quarterback that is actually good rather than a rookie? With all the rookies on the team, would this help? Draft an experienced quarterback. I think you mean sign an experienced quarterback or trade for one. I think the Geno remains on the roster, and then you go and you draft a quarterback, and then you let them fight it out. You let them have a battle in camp to see who's the best guy, and he who loses becomes the backup. And if it's Geno for a year, then you get out from under the contract after the year and actually end up saving some substantial money as opposed to taking the $17.5 million dead money cap hit you'd take right now if you move on from Geno after this year. Colton Strickland, the constant run plays on 2nd and 6 to 8 is nauseating. Very conservative did they get in the middle of this Very conservative did they get in this game through the middle portions. Oddly so, Colton. They kind of came out, showing a little bit of ballsiness and gutsiness with Locke, and then really pulled back on the stick, it felt like, as the game wore on, to your point. Standard champion, the mere fact that we needed the defense to be middle of the road and they can't even accomplish that. Oof. That's all you can say about it, man. Oof. Mikkel Arrington, do y'all really want Pete fired? We do, Mikkel. We do. Well, not all of us, but there's a good amount of us, I think, that are starting to get there, and I'm fastly arriving. Maybe not there fully yet, but I am getting there quickly. DVD, I'd like to see DK and JSN switch roles a few times just to throw off the D and to check the talent off both on their spots. I wouldn't mind doing that, DVD, especially if it'll help to probably get a little more manufactured touches into the DK at times. But I guess we have a lot of players that for some reason aren't used to their full potential. Is it the coordinators or something else? I wonder what it is. I think that Coach Carroll has an overriding arc of how he wants to manage football games and run football games. And I think that goes down to some pretty minute details, both on the offense and defensive side of the ball, that make it very hard for coordinators to then call their plays with this overriding guidance system it's the Coach Carroll guidance system fit into their user interface. And it's like too many operating systems trying to process at once. And it's kind of like information overload, and then you just get a whole lot of spaghetti getting thrown up against the wall and trying to see what sticks. So that's my read on it, what I think is happening here. And just you have a coach that is really got a little bit more closer to being the micromanager than he is the overarching head figure, just kind of overseeing things. James says we need to trade down and grab our second pick back and maybe even trade down again and get a third. I'm with it, man. Sign me up. I know John's going to be probably looking to do that same thing. Jonathan Salazar says, can't believe we were 4-1 at one point and we've lost 6 out of 8. Ouch. Poop Dog says Schneider's okay. Give him a go at hiring a new coach. I'm okay with that too. He's never had an opportunity to do just that. And certainly would be interesting to see which way he might go with it. CJ says, why were we running plays I've never seen Gino run with the offense? They're probably trying some different things as they could here and there with this Niner defense where their offense has just had no success in what they've done. I don't know if they did a lot of vastly different things. They mixed in some little stuff here and there, but it was fairly similar to what it's been, I think, for the most part, especially after early on in the game. James Schneider has put this team in position to fail, paying all that money to two safeties they can't cover. How many INTs do we have? Between our safeties, Love's got 2 and Diggs got 1, 3. Soviet Spy, yes, Russ threw 3 picks last week. All his fault entirely, and he hasn't been the reason the Seahawks have won a single game. You must be responding to somebody else in the chat. Sorry. House Brown says, Pete. We got a lot of internal discussion in the chat right now. So if you just have a question for the Hawks Nest, feel free to post it. But we do have a lot of internal talk here. So I'm just kind of guiding through it here. Sanchez, thank you for the $5 donation. Locke was neither wholesale better nor worse than Gino, just different. I prefer mobility in this modern NFL era. Take the cheaper option and draft. Yeah, we were just talking, I was just kind of covering this a second ago, Sanchez. The thing you've got to consider with this is that on the surface of it, you say, okay, we're going to move off from Gino, and rather than pay $31 million, we'll pay Locke a 1-year, $6 million deal. And there's a couple things with that are going to be problematic in that. First off, there's a $17.5 million dead money hit you're going to have to pay to Gino. So Gino here, Gino not here, that $17.5 million is on the books. So now you got to add the $6 million on top of that $17 million, right? And now we get Sanchez to $23 million in your quarterback cost versus the $31 million you were potentially going to pay Gino. But we also know that you're going to be putting incentives in there. You put incentives on the 1-year deal you gave Gino last year. You put incentives into the Gino contract this offseason. You put incentives into the Drew Lock 1-year deal that he signed this year as well. And those incentives cost as well. So you end up basically spending tit for tat exactly what you're spending with Gino, maybe saving a handful of millions of dollars to do that move. Which ends up making it more of a lateral move that's almost dollar for dollar. I don't know if there's enough savings there to make that kind of move really make sense and add up to it. I also don't think that Drew Lock showed you a high level of mobility today. He was all right. He certainly didn't show you there was a willingness to use his legs. He had some free and open moments where he turned down opportunities. Again, I think your assessment's correct. I think that they're very close to similar with each other, but I think you also don't get a tit for tat equivalent across the board. I think Gino is a little bit better than Drew overall. I think Drew's turnover penchant is a little higher than Gino's, even if just by that being a difference there. Thank you though, Sanchez, for the $5 dono. Barry Satoros says rotating O-lineman is code for our linemen stink. Yeah, I translate it that way, Barry. I think just about everybody else would. I don't know if Coach Carroll does necessarily, because he has at times in the past shown a willingness to rotate linemen. He has gone down that road before, and not nearly when he's just had to, just kind of getting a look at each, I guess. You know. Chat's having some internal discussions here. I'm trying to find the questions here, guys. We got a lot of internal here on the Alexander Matthews, Hawks fan since 1980, but I didn't even watch the game. Just found out we took another L. I'm not watching Pete in the same old schemes. I'm ready. I've read this book before. Can't blame you for feeling that way at all, man. I totally understand. CJ, maybe we do keep Noah. I've wondered if Noah's going to get above $10 million on the open market. If a team will look at him and say, every stop you've been very productive, but they've not really tried to use you to the utmost. We will. I don't know. We'll see on that. James Peters says Schneider keeps giving away all the draft capital that should have been used for interior D linemen and O linemen. You can't get a difference making defensive linemen in the 4th round. Well said. Well said. Riverside almost slip watched this game also. Sobeys Pie says, I would love to see more use of the tight ends. They made plays when they got chances today. Agreed, man. It's been one of the surprising parts about this year is the use of tight ends, the lack of use of tight ends. We do fall in love, it seems like, with the 3 wide receiver looks. And once we go to the 3 wide receiver looks, it's going to go to one of them, it seems like, and not the tight end, even when he's on the field. Mikkel Arrington, HawksNest, Gino's only a little better than Drew. Crazy. Yeah, I understand you're a Bronco fan and you saw Drew Lock. The thing that happened to Geno Smith in his first stop is a lot of the same stuff that happened to Drew Lock. And I'm surprised at times that fans don't give a little bit more onus and understanding to the parameters at play. And that being that when you put a young quarterback behind a bad pass protecting offensive line and then pair that with a defensive minded head coach, it's usually not the greatest of pathways for success for a young quarterback, I would say. Some can. Doesn't mean that all can't. Just means it's probably not going to be the easiest path. So when you provide that as kind of the deal in front of him, I think that there's certainly a chance that if Drew goes to a place where he actually has something set up in front of him to where that's not going to be the case, he can find success. But I'm a big guy also, Mikkel, in that I look at the quarterback position driven heavily by pass protection and supporting cast, more so than looking at the quarterback position as some superhero element. So yeah, and I do like Drew. I do think Gino's a little bit better, but not by a huge margin. Boomy says, just cut everyone on defense. Just rebuilt the entire defense with Spoon, Mafe, and a bunch of rookies. Let's go. I think Docs, Brandon, based on Big Cat's play, do you think the odds of Schneider extending him have increased? I think he does. I think he'll be the number one priority free agent for them to sign. And he's got 3 sacks and he's played solid ball. I don't think the defensive struggles have been on him. So I think the team will look to bring him back in the fold. And like I say, I think he'll be the highest priority free agent for whatever that's worth. But I've liked overall how he's played. You need a lot more help than Big Cat on that defensive line. You need a lot better play on the edges. Darrell Taylor, Frank Clark aren't getting it done out there. And it seems like Derek Hall's not ready. William Leonard, thank you for the $2 donation. Says, hey, Pete, what's the definition of insanity? That's right. Doing that same thing over and over again, expecting something else different to happen. Hard to believe, hard to see. Yeah, James Peters, that's what I would do, is what you talk about. You keep Geno in this situation. You move on from Adams and Diggs. I might have gotten cut off on this before, but for the folks thinking we got to cut Geno for the money, you don't save a lot of money versus going the lock route there because of the dead money. But let's take this down the feasible approach route that makes a lot of sense. We cut Jamal Adams and make him a post-June 1st designation. Okay? So that takes that $10.5 million per year and puts, let's just call it $10 million per year, and you split it up. So that then means that you're going to get $10 million dead money on each year. So he's got a 26 cap hit. So actually, I guess that's $16 million. I think you'd save at that point off of this cap, because it would only be $10 million off this cap. So that's 16 there. Quandre Diggs, you save $11 million. So we're already to $27 million between these two players. Draymond Jones, you cut him, you save $5 million. So now we're up to, what was that? I can't even keep track on this here. 16, 27, so you're almost $30 million. Brian Monet, $35 million. The team's got plenty of methods and uses here to cut some cap free. They don't have to go all the way down the board. I'm talking 4 or 5 moves. We'll get the job done. Brian E., it's also not lost on me that since the moment we lost Nwosu, that he suddenly started to suck. Yeah, definitely there's been a dip in the play. And certainly when it comes to stopping the run, that's been the biggest thing that's kind of dropped down a bit. I will say that the Rams worked you pretty well offensively in opening week. Uchenna was out there. The Panthers and the Lions were able to put up their share of points on you, and that was with Uchenna Nwosu out there. You started to put some things together a little bit with Uchenna there around the Giants game and whatnot, but also I think some of that was the level of competition you were playing, feasting on a bit of the week a bit, and backup quarterbacks. But Uchenna's loss is legit and real, no doubt about that, Brian. I don't want to undersell it, too much. But I do think that it wasn't necessarily that there's been any point this defense has really been particularly really good. They've had a couple games that they've come along and look like they're ready to maybe click it in, lock it in, and then just right as they're about to lock it in, it kind of falls away. Andrew, for those blaming the roster and not Pete was the reason we got LJ Collier, Jordan Brooks in the first round, even though he was a third rounder at best, and making stupid trades. He literally had more power than John Schneider. It's very hard to figure out where those bad picks lie. Are they with Schneider or are they with Carroll? Carroll's a vice president. He has an ability to go over the top, theoretically based on paper, to go over the top of Carroll and say, I want you to do this. I want you to do that. It makes it very hard to know unless you're behind closed doors who is responsible for what. It's an odd, unusual general manager, head coaching kind of situation, and it makes kind of making that assessment so tough. So tough. Keldon, one of these seasons, maybe you'll get to play versus the Lions every week. Seahawks would look great, and we're a Super Bowl team against the Lions. I'm telling you. I dig the Hawks, Brandon. Is it a motivational thing for the Hawks if the Cowboys beat the tar out of the Eagles? At least a tiny hint of opportunity for next week? Maybe. Maybe. I don't know, man. It's not sliding in the right direction right now from a team perspective here, and I don't know. We're getting late in the hour for this to kind of lock in at this point. Brian Hughes says, do you know the numbers on the number of routes we send DK on streaks and JSN just on the flat in the backfield? Seems like a waste of talent to me. It's been one of my big issues with DK that you talked about, Ryan, is that you have him running this, limited amount of type of routes. I think he can run a lot of more of different routes, especially like the easy short drags and whatnot. But yeah, you have him running a lot of 9 routes, especially in Metcalf. And that's kind of what you go to. And then you have a lot of non-catchable balls thrown on 9 routes to him that end up making his targets look a lot more. I mean, like that interception that's thrown at the end there to him, that's technically considered a target his way. He didn't have a chance to catch that. And he's got a lot of those this year where there's just no opportunity. And technically it looked like a target. Technically it looked like they're trying to give him the ball, but not really trying to give him a realistic chance of making the catch. And JSN's usage has been pretty odd as well. He's had his moments where they've been able to look like they can find a way to tap into him out of the slot. There's other times where they just have to highly manufacture stuff like today, it seemed like, to get him those touches and get him those catches. But it's all just very basic, I think, to your point too, Ryan. And it's not terribly intricate or complex, and it's very predictable. And thus, it makes an offense that's very talented that much easier to play. Alan says, Brandon, Diggs is worth a lot. Seahawks just need to trade him to the right team for what we can acquire in the draft. 100%. No chips or sauce. Yeah, I don't think Diggs is going to have much trade value either out there, unfortunately. Sanders Champion Brando, you wake up tomorrow to a Seahawks headline that instantly makes you hype for this team again. What is the headline? Coach Carroll announces he's going to retire after the season. And I don't really have a number 2. Outside of Mic check. All right, we're back. So the question was, Brando, you wake up tomorrow to a Seahawks headline that instantly makes you hype for the team again. What is the headline? Headline would be to me, Coach Carroll announces he's going to retire at the end of the season. If not that, then I would say Coach Carroll announces that they are going to fundamentally change their approach on both sides of the ball completely. And that they are, whether that doesn't even necessarily mean firing coaches, just means we're changing our approach. We're operating with a different mentality. We will be moving out personnel, but it's not just personnel. We are going to have to do some major things. No more hybridization. We got to go pure in a direction and run it in that direction as hard as we can. William Leonard, we might actually have a shot against Philly. You never know, man. I'm sure it'll be probably a somewhat close game. Guard Knight, thank you for the $10 donation. Says Brando, I know a few Cosmos. I know I get a few Cosmos in me and have a go at Megan from time to time, but if she's battling a DVT, that's some serious stuff. Hopefully she's doing well. Well, I'll be checking in with her after the show, making sure she's hanging in there okay. And if she's hearing me out there, I hope you're getting better out there, Megan, and definitely hope we get you back in here in the chat soon. But yeah, it's definitely some scary stuff out there, and at least she's getting it treated and doing the things she needs to do to make sure she's taken care of out there, which is good to hear. So hope you're doing well out there, Megan. Thank you, Garth. Very kind of you to say that. I appreciate that. And it's good to see you tonight, man. John M2429 says, Fire Pete, start new at safety. Resign 99. Resign 99. Play Bobo more. I'm good with pretty much all those, man. John, sign me up with all that, man. Sign me up with all that. In an odd way, I think in a lot of respects, Bobo's going to kind of be able to help to extend out even Lockett here a little bit and not requiring Lockett to run as many snaps throughout the next even year, I think, because of Bobo's presence in there. And then you get to see a little bit of Bobo can be a bit of an heir apparent down the line. But that's definitely the direction I find myself leaning into wanting to see as well. I don't come to any of these things lightly, and I've loved what I've seen out of Leonard Williams in the middle. He's been the best interior player. Hell, he's been the best player on the defensive line, including surpassing Mafe since he's gotten there to the defensive line. But unfortunately, you've had regression from Mafe, who, as you noticed after he had that 7-8 straight games with the sack, has completely disappeared. Nothing from Taylor, nothing from Frank Clark, nothing from Derek Hall. Jaron Reed's playing his heart out. He's trying what he can. I think Mario Edwards has had some dips. But I definitely think re-signing Leonard Williams is where you got to kind of start with here in this offseason as far as your internal free agents, even before anybody else. But well said, John. Very, very well said on your part. I love that. I love it, but we got to do it. Flamix, we need to draft a quarterback and safeties. Number 1, we need to draft a quarterback and safeties. Number 2, we need a new coaching staff. Number 3, we might actually finish 10-7 or 9-8 and still not make the playoffs. Yeah. Well, depending on the season you get in, that tends to be a shaky ground, whether you get in or not. And we found ourselves there last year, Flemix, and it took the Detroit Lions winning in Lambeau for us to get in. Don't want to have that have to be the case. I think that this has been a pretty, these are the first 2 points that you raised, I think are 2 pretty much commonalities we see throughout the chat tonight and stuff that I hear in recent shows from folks, which is that ready for new coach, ready for new quarterbacks. People, I think, are ready for kind of a fresh start. That's really the bottom line. And I don't think you can blame them for having that outlook at this point. I think that everyone has given a lot of time to Coach Carroll here to find his way, to turn this over. And that it's regressing at this point in time, it's hard to stomach. Hard to stomach. Michael Arrington, Hawks Nest. So I'm guessing that Pete is one of the bigger problems of this team. How long has it been like? You guys seem like a complete team to me. So Michael, I'd say definitely we're deep into this, but I understand that he got us a Super Bowl win 10 years ago and he beat your team. That stands out. But remember, Michael, that's 10 years ago. You know, you guys have won a Super Bowl inside of that time period and moved on from your coach, right? Like, so even your own organization did it. And by doing that, yeah, you had to go through a Hackett, but that's gotten you also now to a Peyton. That's the whole point when we come to like this hold on to an old coach or being willing to move off of a coach is when you have the manner of let's hold on to him. He's a sacred cow. Can't let him go. Got to let him write his own ticket. It doesn't send you down the right path long term of getting your team to a place of contention. And like you guys quickly moved off of your coach after you got your Super Bowl and got onto something else. He might have retired or something as well with that. But even beyond your guys, it's an example on this, Michael. The Eagles did the same thing. You know, Eagles moved off of a coach, won a Super Bowl even more recently than my Hawks won, and moved off of him, didn't stay on him. When they realized it's not the right time, it's not the right time. When they realized it's not the right guy, it's not the right guy. And right now, we're having like 2 guys with bullhorns in each of our ears as Hawk fans going, Carroll's not the right guy. And it's bursting our eardrums. It's so clear. So we got to go back to recent history, Michael. We are 1-5 in the playoffs since 2017. The Jacksonville Jaguars have more playoff wins than the Seattle Seahawks since 2017. Doug Marrone was the head coach of those Jacksonville Jaguars who got those 2 playoff wins. Is Doug Marrone still a coach? Did the Jacksonville Jaguars go, well, you got us those 2 playoff wins. We got to give you the time. Yeah, that's got to build you up that goodwill at that point. Or did they in fact fire him? We seem to be the only organization, Michael, including your own, that will sit there and we're going to sit on the coach and hold on the coach and hold on the coach and sit on the coach. And so, yeah, there's some issues here. And Michael, it goes even bigger than this. He's got an unchanging scheme. He runs a 1980s and 1990s, late 1980s and a late 1980s offense and defense, if I can say it right. And he's unwilling to change it. He's unwilling to change it even when he tells us 2 years ago that he understands that he needs to change it. So if we ain't getting the change and he's getting outdated and he's getting worked by the opposition's coaching staff week in and week out, yep, kind of comes down to coaching. Brian Wilson, B, can we be done with this OC, Jamal, and Quandre? I think certainly the latter tool is absolute, and the first is most possible. I don't know if it's probable, but most possible. I dig the Hawks. Brandon, do we draft another edge for round 1 in 2024? Another defensive tackle, an interior offensive lineman, other? I can't see an edge being a highly drafted player for the Hawks in 2024, not with the money you're paying Uchenna and Boye and still bringing back Darrell Taylor and Derek Hall at that point. I just don't think that you can really afford to devote that much into the edge. I think it's going to be interior offensive line, defensive line, linebacker. Honorable mention placed to safety and tight end. That's your pecking order. Pecking order of need. Check. All right, good. Mike's back. Space, how long is Geno out for? I don't know. Maybe it's probably a week-to-week thing. That Soviet spy, if Pete goes, who do you like as potential candidates to replace him? I definitely haven't done the full-on deep dive down the trek of, this is, I got like a list of 5 great quality candidates. What I would do in this case is that you have a committee that oversees things like these matters for the Hawks. And you hire outside voices in. You consult with guys like Mike Holmgren that have been through the league and have their contacts throughout the league. You come together with the brain trust of people to put together the proper list of who the guys are you should go after. It shouldn't be just one talking idiot like me going, nah, nah. You know what I mean? Like it should be there should be a thorough process of really going out there to find it, because it's important who you hire. This is the most important decision you can make as a franchise, quite frankly. And so I can give you a name that I've gravitated towards, which is Harbaugh. My feeling on this is that I like that because he fits a line to where we've had success with the coaching hires that we've done in the past here in Seattle. From guys like Chuck Knox to Mike Holmgren to Coach Carroll, Harbaugh fits to the type of coach that's very similar to those coaches in his pedigree and how long he's coached and how prepared he is for this opportunity to take this team up to the next level and roll. So he would be the guy that I can give you as kind of a name, and I'll start to try to work on more of a list of guys. I've just been hesitant to do this, Soviet spy, because we haven't been certain that there's any real possibility that he moves on. I don't want to get too far down the road of looking at candidates that could be looked at when Coach Carroll's not even willing, or Jody Allen's not going to be willing to move on or even consider moving on from Carroll because he has 2 years left on his contract. She doesn't want to hire anybody else new, and she's eventually going to want to be selling this team in the somewhat near future. All of that impacting the lack of willingness to move then off of Coach Carroll. But Harbaugh's a guy that does, to me, tick a lot of boxes that I look for in whoever I want to bring in. Doesn't mean that it's Harbaugh or bust. I'm open to probably some other names, and I admittedly would love to give you a little bit more of a list, but I just don't like going down the road and looking into stuff that I know, like, here's my list, and we come to find, and he'll be here for the next 2 years. You go, well, because the list will be totally different, of course, in 2 seasons. Adrian X, thank you for the $2 donation. Says, all I want for Christmas is Jim Harbaugh. Ooh. And a new quarterback. Don't get greedy, Adrian X. Don't you get greedy. You can have the Harbaugh or the quarterback. You don't get both. Who wouldn't like a Harbaugh in their stocking? Who doesn't want that? Looking out with a little scowl right over the top of it on the fireplace. Thank you, Adrian. I appreciate you. Samuel Carlson, thank you for the $2 dono. Defensive scheme, never been good. Just had the Legion of Boom players. Yeah, you never were getting it done with scheme. And you captured lightning in the bottle with the Legion of Boom players. You had exceptional drafts, and you paired the talent all across the board together perfectly. And then you were also running a scheme no one else was running in the NFL. And there was obviously a little bit of a we're zigging where everyone else is zagging to some of the success you were able to have, because teams just didn't prepare for these type of defenses more often than not. But the defense has seen its day. The defense has long seen its day. And Coach Carroll told you this a couple years ago. But unfortunately, he'll want to do something. Oh, we're not playing cover 3. No, now we're playing cover 4 instead of cover 3. See? Big difference. Huge. It's huge. Yeah, we ran the front 4 before with the cover 3. Now we're running the front 4 with the cover 4. Oh, okay. Okay. Yeah. But now you don't have that special collection of talent. And as I've even said on this, and I do feel strongly about this, it's not that I don't think that the old LOB defense in their prime now in 2023 wouldn't find some effectiveness as a defense, but I don't think they would be as effective because of the proliferation of this scheme throughout the league in this past 10 years, the lack of uniqueness to it that was once there. I think that there's been a lot of plays that can be run. The Niners show you with those post routes alone, or with the in-cutting routes or the crossing routes, that they can absolutely slay into this defense and slay very easily at times, just by attacking into the schematic structure of it and where the natural holes are prevalent in the defense. Brian says this team is looking towards next year after this loss. A playoff berth doesn't hurt, but doesn't wet your whistle like an NFC chip in a Super Bowl game. True. Very true, Brian. Very true. Zilla Hawk, any new word on Wizard Spoon? How he's doing? I've heard nothing new on Wizard Spoon yet. So it didn't look good with the rap he had on the sideline, but no one's yet posted in the chat any updates on this one. Manan Patel, do you think our O-line is of concern? Is the issue with the players or scheming? Whew. That's a big question there. I think some of you've got some good things to work with on this line, including, I think, especially Charles Cross, Abraham Lucas, and even in Bradford, a guy that's interesting into the future. Oluwatimi, I don't know quite sure what we got there. It's weird to me that they haven't gone to Oluwatimi at times this year when Brown has done not as well, which would indicate to me that they just don't have as much faith in Oluwatimi to go out there. But I don't know that you have a whole hell of a lot other than that. One of the issues at play here a little bit is that in going to this scheme of Waldron or McVay through Waldron, is you were supposed to be looking for more mobile offensive linemen, guys that could really move on their feet, get to the second level, hit the reach blocks. And when it comes to Damian Lewis or Phil Haynes or Evan Brown, 3/5 of the offensive line you trot out there, you've not really had the guys that can do those kind of blocks who are as much system fits. So are you being held a little bit back by the scheme and the system at that point? Sure. Yeah, you're a bit there, Manon. Is some of it just a matter of also a lack of talent too? Yeah, it's also a bit that as well. So it's a bit of the both thing going on there. You've got stuff to work with, but that's one of the reasons I want to devote to them trying to get this fixed and really find a solution there on the interior. Addicted to Hawks, Brandon. Yep, a dumpster fire. By trading Diggs and Adams, or just straight cut them? Got to cut them, the Addicted Hawks. There's not going to be any trade market for Adams or Diggs at this point. In Adams' case, you've got to make him a post-June 1st designation. So you don't just make him an outright cut and it costs you $20 million of dead money on next year's cap. You post-June 1st designate him, which splits the dead money up into 2 years. $10 million 1 year, $10 million the next year is what it ends up hitting your cap in both seasons. So that's what you'll do. There won't be any trade market, though, for either of those two players at this point. Power code, Ben Johnson's a promising candidate. I can't imagine what our team would look like with an offensive-minded forward coach. I like Ben Johnson. He'd be a good candidate too. I think he's certainly going to get a job somewhere this offseason. Jason C. asks, do we need more short passes or long bombs? I think, Jason, more intermediate. We have a lot of success when we go to the intermediate, especially to the middle of the field. We don't tend to attack in there very often, though. Andrew says, Decan followed Seahawks on social media. Can someone else confirm? Oh, no. Lord have mercy. Ryan says, yep, I agree. Appreciate your insights, my friend. Thank you, Ryan. Thank you. Adrian next is, why do we love Schneider when other teams got Gilmore and Young for peanuts? It's the part that I speak on, Adrian X, that I don't know. It's one of those questions I don't know the answer on. Just no one really does. Because of the fact that Coach Carroll is technically speaking still under the understanding he's a vice president. We think a couple of years ago he might have had some of his power taken away, but we don't know it for sure. And we've never gotten ultimate conclusive proof sent by the organization saying, yes, this indeed did happen. Schneider's now the man fully in charge. And so what I mean by this, Adrian X, is at the trade deadline, did Coach Carroll go to Schneider and say, I need a defensive tackle. I desperately need one. Get it done. Get it done by any means necessary. Was he the guy that went there at the end of training camp a couple of years ago and said, make the Jamal Adams trade happen by any means necessary? You know, I don't know. I don't know which way that one is the answer or I truly don't. I can lead a different way and think I can give you kind of where my instinct is, which is that I think Schneider hasn't been able to just make all of these calls on his own, that a lot of it's been driven and overridden by Pete at times, because Schneider just shows in one respect when it comes to draft time, valuing these picks to such a high manner and high degree and really coveting as many picks as he can give. And then you've got him like going bipolar at times, like this move or like the move to Jamal Adams, where he suddenly then offloads a whole lot of trade capital on a whim, kind of, it would seem like. And that seems like it's much more driven, it feels like, by the coach. But again, I'm not sure on that. I don't know for sure on that, Adrian X. You know. Tay206 says Seattle needs to utilize the tight end more. I agree. Joe Pesci, do you think Pete being a head coach and a team president is a conflict of interest for the organization when the owner seems out of touch and inexperienced with how to deal with an NFL coach? I think it's a bad thing in general, Joe. I don't think that this is good for NFL organizations to do this, period. In that I just think a coach should be a coach. An offensive coordinator should call play calls for offense. A defensive coordinator should call the play calls for defense. A coach should be a coach. A general manager should be a general manager over the top of that coach. Everybody's got a pecking order. Everyone's in their rightful place. Look at Bill Belichick right now. Patriots fans telling you, look, it's not that we want Bill Belichick out of town because of Bill Belichick at the coach. It's Bill Belichick, the general manager, that makes us want to put you out of town. It's hard to be good at one thing. To try to be good at so many different things is nigh impossible. And when it comes to Carroll, I think one of the issues at play here, along with the immobility within his base philosophies to adjust and modernize, is the fingers in too many pies. I'm going to have too much of an overarching impact on the offense and its designs and what it does. I'm going to have too much in the defense and what it does. I'm going to have too much in the personnel and what they do. I think that there's a bit of that in Coach Carroll, by the way. I can't tell you for sure. These are all guesses a bit, but just they're educated guesses. But I think that that's a problem. And I don't think that that helps the organization. You know, Mike Holmgren didn't get to a Super Bowl here until you had fully taken away the general manager duties from him. I love Holmgren as a coach, love him as an offensive mind. It's too much, too many hats to wear. Even if you're just doing it in that I've got more say than you final overriding opinion way, which is how I think it kind of is right now. And I appreciate you guys dealing with on the audio. Sorry, I'll definitely, as soon as we end off the stream tonight, I'll dive into starting to troubleshoot this and figure out what the hell is going on. I have no idea. I just hope we get dogged by a bad team so Pete looks even worse at this point. I get it, man. A lot of people brought that up. That if we go really bad, then that'll be enough to finally drive change. But if you go to middle of the road, that might be just enough to keep the boat on the waters for a little longer. The Carroll boat. Maker, I don't know if I can handle another year of Pete. It's just hard to watch. It's brutal, Maker. And I mean, if the organization's looking for taking a pulse rate of the fan base and doing this show multiple times a week, I can tell you that the fan base in a lot of respects is turning away and falling back on this very quickly in a way that I don't usually see with teams as we get into this point of the season, as there still is that puncher's chance as you still are in it. And I think it is a bit of indicative of long-standing issues here with this team that fans in Seattle recognize aren't getting fixed. And it's a problem. And it just seems to be a problem that grows and has metastasized and gone all the way through the body. Andrew says, swept by the Rams and Niners, making us worse than we were last year based on looking at that. Pete turning us backwards, man. Yeah, we're regressing. Across the board, regressing. Offense has regressed this year. Defense has regressed this year. disciplines regress this year. It's rough to watch. It's rough to watch. Charcoal Sweater says, you need to get to 710 Seattle Sports and call them out as a Seattle media propaganda. They are. Access, Charcoal, access is a tough thing. Access gets you directly connected to players and coaches and get you sound bites others can't get. But in that access, is there a price to be paid? I kind of wonder if there isn't. And, I know that when you do this, you got to be careful on when you're negative, when you're positive, when you speak poorly about a coaching staff or organization that's in the town, as it's going to send some people in certain emotional ways at times. But, I think that's the problem that they deal with a little bit. I think the Seattle media's got this issue a bit, Charcoal, where it's, they got to go in there to ask these questions, but if they lob hard questions, they're not going to get that access, meaning they can't do their job. And it's unfortunate. It's not, as much what they're, kind of there to do. But this is why guys like me on YouTube can flourish, because there's a market for people wanting to just hear what would be unfiltered truth. Doesn't mean I'm right about everything or wrong, but I don't have any built-in motivations about access, or that whatever I'm telling you is being colored by some sort of, personal motivation within it. I will definitely be wrong at my times, and I try to be right as much as I can, but it's coming from at least a truthful place, an honest place. And if in your asking questions and in doing your journalistic due diligence, it's somewhere being done with you maintaining your access, you can't serve two masters, and it will find you picking one or the other. And unfortunately, too often in Seattle, it's being picked as the easy road. But I feel for them. I get where they're coming from on the line they have to walk with that a little bit. It's not an easy one. Matt Callaway, Cardinals will probably be rebuilt faster. They might. They very well might. Garth Knight, thank you for the $5 donation, Garth. Brando, would you endure 1 or even 2 more years of Pete Ball if it meant a Bezos purchase after? Two years? No, because I think that there's going to be a cavalcade of really good owners stepping up who want to take on the Hawks if they did sell. I think you'd have a litany of guys that would come in to take over. And I'm not as worried as some are about the team being moved at this point. So I would not want to. No. I'm getting to the point I'm just ready to move on, Garth, I can't lie. I'm getting to that point where I'm ready to not, as somebody else said, going in to watch these games, and you saw me laughing my butt off the first play, where it's like, just really? That's the effort we're coming with today? I don't know if I could do that. I think we'll have a good owner no matter whoever buys this. I don't think Jody's going to sell us to some Clay Bennett type, Garth. It'll be to somebody who I think is pretty good. Thank you, though, for the $5 dono. Save the Geese, thank you for the $5 donation as well. I appreciate you for that. League needs to drug test the 49ers defense. Bunch of dirty, cheap, shotting sons of bitches. Embarrassing how they get into fights nearly every week. Yeah, they do a lot of the bullying kind of stuff out there, and I'm glad DK came back at him in that one, and I hope there's not some fallout with this on the DK thing from that game, but they definitely are a chippy defense, and they all getting into it. And Dre Greenlaw is one of those guys that'll play on the line at times, and a lot of chippiness going on a little bit in this game that we're on especially. But maybe they got that HGH access, man. It's the straight route from Tijuana. That's that Tijuana San Fran pipeline. Save the Geese. HGH. Steroid here, steroid there. Appreciate the donation, though, Geese. Hope you're having a good night, man. It's good to see you in here, bro. Brandon Jana says, keep Mafe. Still have high hopes for him. I do too. Holy hand grenade. Wasn't Tyler supposed to be a Tyler replacement? Wasn't JSN supposed to be a Tyler replacement? I don't know as much about that holy hand grenade. I mean, he was really, we've kind of started to grow on the idea of him being more of a guy who can play on the outside. I don't know if he's going to be able to play on the outside consistently. He really is more of just a kind of a pure slot guy in his mold. It's not that there aren't some snaps you can work him on the outside, but I don't know if he can take over out there majority of the time necessarily. He might, but I have to be kind of convinced of that one. I'd rather be a Seahawks than a Panther, says Jason. I would too. A little darker there. Living Flapjacks, I'm ready for a coach who has standards and does not accept the type of effort Jamal and Quandre gave. Me too. I'm ready for a coach who'll put some feet to the fire, hold people responsible. Docs, I'm still happy with Geno's talent. Games with the weak O-line and Waldron's schizophrenic play calling, I still think he's done fair at a minimum. I do too. I've been happy overall with what we got out of Geno. And I think he's not been put up for success with this team this year and still has done his part to do what he can. Just not saying he's the answer long-term as the quarterback here, but just again that he's done what we could ask him to do in this environment about any coach in this environment. Thank you, Alan. Appreciate you. Docs, what's Jim Moore doing? Ouch. That was a low blow on my part. -1, but we do need a change. Time has come. Time has come. Jason, is Pete Carroll bad coaching or a lack of quality coaching? I don't think Pete Carroll is purely a bad coach. I just think that he has a scheme that he has embraced and married himself to that is ever unchanging. And the boy, I'll tell you what, this mic thing's driving me crazy today. I'm going to have to fix this tonight and figure out what the hell is going on. So I was answering the question there. I'm sorry about that. Ryan asked, will Jody make a change or has she checked out? Also preferences on new coaches. I'll try to do a little bit more of a deep dive on which are good coaches out there. Harbaugh is my preference as a number one guy. He wouldn't be the only guy. I want an offensive-minded head coach first and foremost. It's an easier pathway to win. Defensive-minded coaches, I think, kind of sometimes set you behind the 8 ball a little bit in their approach and what they do and how they try to get there. So I would look for an offensive-minded coach, maybe a Kellen Moore, maybe the Ben Johnson guy with Detroit. I'd want to look through some different candidates. I would, but Harbaugh would be my by far number one guy that I'd want to try to pull here if we could. Keldon says, I'll never get tired of watching a ball carrier hurdle the defender. Just happened in Dallas game. It's badass every time. Yeah, it is. It's always cool. Such an athletic move. You got 20 pounds of pads and getting over the top of another athletic guy. Explosive. I dig Docs, Brandon. I like the D-line at number 1. Is there someone worthwhile there? Worried our two round number 3 picks might be out of reach for interior offensive line or defense left linebacker or interior offensive line. This is going to be a pretty deep draft, Addicted to Hawks, because of the fact that the NIL impacted last year's draft, pushing a lot of then prospects into this draft because they could go back to school last year. make some extra coin. But what that's going to serve to do is kind of falsely pump up and inflate this draft a little bit, at least a little bit. And that means that you're going to be able to get those positions throughout the draft in those first 3 rounds. You don't have to just signal to go into the first round to go that path. Remember, addicted to Hawks, what we're getting driven by here in the Hawks Nest, the way that we're moved and the way that we're pushed is by what? Value, right? You don't want to take your picks and say, take a defensive lineman in the first round, take a middle linebacker in the second round, take then in this guy here in the third round. You want to say, who's the guy that I've got at the highest value on my board when I'm picking at that point? And so we can't go far out 4 months down the line from the draft and say, I'm going to itemize that we want to put a defensive lineman pick in the first round. You can take guys in the first round. There'll be guys there. There'll be guys in the second round. There'll be guys in the third round. Depends on kind of who we like and who we might kind of glom to and really gravitate towards. There's a variety of different candidates, a variety of different defensive linemen in this draft. Big 1 techs that can give you a little bit of pass rush, pure 3 techs that are just going to try to knife into the backfield. You can kind of get all parts. Some of this is also going to be a question of what you do with the defensive line. Do you re-sign Leonard Williams? Do you cut Draymond Jones? What do they do as far as their approach there is going to impact a little bit of your decision-making. So it's a little early to kind of tell on that, on what we're going to do exactly there. Flipping 5 Jags, feel like we got finessed by Jamal Adams 1 game after that massive contract. He got wrecked. He's not the same. Yeah. I don't know if he finessed us, just bad injury luck, you know. I don't think he, like, for instance, faked the fusing of the fingers, you know. Sam McCarlson, thank you for the, all right, read that one, my bad. Raff, they had a strange statistic during the game. The Seahawks had the longest span of not having a 4-game losing streak. That is a strange one. Coach Carroll's usually been a pretty good guy about getting the team rerouted back onto the right path. Space, I don't know about Gruden. I think Gruden's getting blackballed by the league. I don't know if he'd be a good choice at this point. Big Docs, Brandon, if Harbaugh turns down the Michigan 5-year, $55 million deal, then I can't accept him as a Seahawks coach on the grounds of poor financial decision-making process. Laughing out loud. Fair enough. Brandon Jana, Nick Saban has coached in the NFL. He had a head coaching opportunity in Miami. It was a complete shit show. It did not work out at all. He ran quickly back to college. I don't think Nick Saban's got any upside as being an NFL head coach at this point. Val, is DK going to demand a trade? I don't know. Don't think so. But Flapjacks, did Jamal injure Devin on that play? I thought it was Kittle. I didn't get a close look at it, though. Evergreen Rider says the inmates are running the prison. Absolutely zero accountability. Brand says, okay, well, maybe it'd be a worth a shot. Saban's definitely up there in age, though. Might need a younger bucket head coach. Yeah, I just don't. He kind of had a shot, and it was bad. Space, do I think DK wants out of Seattle? I'm sure he's getting frustrated with the way that this is going, and it's getting old. It's years of now not utilizing him fully to his utmost, and that's got to be driving him a bit crazy. It would me. You know, especially if we're losing. It's one thing if you're winning, you can kind of go, okay, that's fine. But if you're losing in addition to that, if your offense is stifled in addition to that, it probably gets all the much more frustrating. Magic Vlog says DK still following the Seahawks, laughing out loud. Okay, so he did unfollow. Somebody coming in doing some trolling. Evergreen Rider Pete Carroll has the perpetual look of confusion on his face on game day. Not sure he's capable any longer. It's possible. Dazilla Hawk, I had a friend who was a Cowboys fan and told me that DK told Dak that he wants to be a Cowboy. Don't know if there is any truth to that. That'd be crazy. But I could see DK getting to a place where he wants to move on. There's a big portion of this fan base that's had his back and loves him and recognizes the impact he's brought from day one. There's a portion of this fan base that shades him at every turn that they can. There's problems all across the board with this team, and there's been times on a weekly basis I'll turn on the stream and the first thing people want to talk about is like a DK penalty from the game and not the game itself and what really caused the loss. Then he's got also on top of that the fact that the team doesn't seem to understand how to utilize him. And this is a weird situation for the team not to know. It also fits to what goes on with this team through the years, which is that they have a hard times featuring guys in their offense. Guys will disappear like Jimmy Graham used to. Don't know, man. I don't know, but that adds up to Zilla. That tracks, potentially. Zenobia K. Dithers, can you sign a new head coach and eat Pete's remaining contract with an impending sale out there? Yes, you can, Zenobia. Especially because technically they're not for sale right now. But yeah, you could do that. Nothing preventing you on that. Brian E. says Holmgren tried to be a head coach and general manager, and Paul Allen eventually took the general manager from him because he wanted to coach, not a monarch. That's partly Pete's problem, but Jody won't take VPOPP from him. You know VPOP? Yeah, you know me. You know VPOP? Yeah, you know me. That's very well could be where we're at with it, Brian. I wish we had a little bit more of a view in the back end. Maybe we had some reporters that actually reported on these things. We might have a clearer view on what is going on in the background and how the power structure is truly exactly set up, but we don't. We're kind of guessing at this point, in that realm. But you're right. I've maintained Paul Allen was still alive to this day. Coach Carroll would no longer be the coach right now. He would be, I think, long moved on from at this point in time. Mr. Dogs says, sell the team, get a new coach. Yes, sir. Flood, sorry, Seahawks fans, this ain't even a rivalry anymore. Rooting for you guys to beat the Eagles next week. So see you guys next year. See you next year, Flood. Best of luck to your team. You got a hell of a team out there. Great win for you guys, and no excuses given today. We lost. Island Johnny, Jim Harbaugh, and JJ McCarthy. I'll take Harbaugh. I'm out on McCarthy. I don't like McCarthy. Mala. Unfortunately, I predict we win out the rest of the season and limp into the playoffs, turning down the heat on the coaching, and we go status quo, sell the team to a football-centric owner. Well, you may be right. Hope you're wrong on that, but you might just be right. Joe Pesci, with all this scrutiny of the offensive line players, why isn't there any heat on the O-line coach? We saw Posick play bad here, then go to Cleveland and get turned into a top offensive line by Bill Callahan in a year. Well, in Posick's case, you've moved on from the offensive coordinator that you drafted Posick underneath, being Tom Cable. With Dickerson coming in here, I don't know if Posick fit as well to the mobile style of offensive lineman you were looking for from the center position. Though I will grant you that certainly Posick is rounded into shape as a good offensive lineman. A little bit of it, though, when you not bringing him back was the scheme change that you were taking a bit, as well as the fact that he really struggled to stay healthy here throughout his time. It was a bit of a combination of both of those two. But they definitely moved on from Cable, who was the guy that was here when they picked him up and through the first, I think, couple of years of his career in Posick, he was here. Garth says, I don't suffer 710. Misplaced 12, strange thing the Hawks do. Offense 1, if a play gets more than 10 yards, throw it out. Number 2, always hit the A or B gap on even number downs. Number 3, never double team generational pass rush talent. Misplaced also says strange things the Hawks do defensively. Number 1, soft zone. That is better than a winning record. Building outside to inside. Pass rush is an afterthought. Number 3, What is this in game? What is this in game adjustment you speak of? It's funny because it's true. We do need to start winning, Michael. In fact, it's the Seahawks, it's the safeties, it's the continual attempt to make Diggs, Adams, Taylor, Eskridge, Brooks work. Well, they don't. They suck. And you have to cut the weak links and fast. It's time to turn it over, man. Yeah, you're right. Stop dwelling on, hold on to things that aren't working. Move on to what will. Or at least move on to something that's a different attempt, different direction. Check. Still going good here. Adrian, next week could be the Eagles, maybe. Dig Docs, 2 more years of Pete, and then it'll send me to the loony bin. Garth Knight, thank you for the $5 donation. Brando, thoughts on Comcast turning the Mariners into the Montreal Expos overnight? Real or BS? I don't have a lot of, I don't have any sympathy for Mariner ownership. And I'm going to have a hard time this year, Garth, doing any Mariner streams or anything else like that with this team. They've taken an approach for years of signaling to the smarter fan that they're not truly trying to compete. And for the casual fan, and I love my fellow Seahawks faithful or Seattle fans out there because you guys showed up in that Mariner Stadium, win, lose, or draw year after year. And you fill up those gate tickets, and it's really great in one respect. Because it does show the loyalty that the team has to the city. And the other respect of that is, though, that you've created an ownership, a lack of impetus to try to create a winner. Because they were already raking in the money. Why should they try to do anything else? And they've got their nice, TV deal set up, and everything's all good for them. And then the TV deal gets moved, and then they're like, oh, well, why couldn't we get more traffic generated to go and buy in the TV deal? Because the issue is not necessarily that Comcast is raising the prices. The issue is that you have people out there being Mariner fans are not willing to pay that price. And the ownership, the problem there is not going to pay attention to why Mariner fans aren't willing to pay that extra price every month to watch the Mariners play. And instead they're going to say, well, Comcast just screwed us. But much like we see with our football team, when you have bad leadership, all they do is just make a bunch of excuses. When you have good leadership, they take the onus and they take the responsibility to understand that it's on them to make the change. It's on them to lead this through in the right direction to success. But small-minded thinking versus large-minded thinking. That's also what it's indicative of. It's the type of thinking, Garth, that led the Pac-12 to dissolve. Got a lot of old guys that think they're really smart. They're really smart with their little penny pinching and their little stupid ways that have no vision and no foresight, no innovation. But I have no sympathy for the Mariners. It ain't Comcast that's done it. The Mariners and the ownership did it to themselves. They took a loyal fan base here and they decided to give them a bunch of lines. But I'm out on them, that's for sure. I see what they're doing this offseason. I go, yeah, I'm good. I'm good on that one. Magic Vlogs, thank you for the $2 donations. As I could only listen to Pete talking for a minute. # done. I've reached the same spot. I can't hear the same old platitudes and, just got to teach you better. Well, we're teaching, we just got to teach you better. Well, I don't know what we're going to do. We just don't know it. It's just not going to what we can do. What do we do? I don't know what to do. What do you do? We do. Why do you do? We do. I'm good with it too, Magic. I don't think he's got a lot of answers. I think he'll say a lot, but I don't think he'll give us many answers. Thank you, though. Appreciate you for the dono. Thank you too, Garth, for all your donations today. Insert colorful metaphor. This is the 2023 season's like some deja vu from the 2011 season. Yeah, it's a bit like that. And there's been some other seasons that have been a little bit like this too. Bellman Georgius. Adams at outside linebacker put Kobe Bryant at strong safety. Diggs can't always be back there by himself all the time. They love their cover 3. They love their single eye, Billman. They do for sure there. Maybe some time to do some different adjustments at this point, to your point on that. Greg, Brandon, did you see Drew say they got away from going to DK because the cornerback covering him got hurt and Niners went to playing too high coverage instead of man, so the Hawks ran the ball? Oh, boy. I mean, I believe what he says, Greg. I do, but I'm sure to you as well. It's not an answer that really feels very fitting, does it? Like, okay, so the second you go to cover 2, you can't get any production out of DK anymore. That seems to be, to me, there's something else there at play at that. You know what I mean? Especially when you understand their lack of willingness to hit the short, intermediate, middle of the field routes, which are the exact kind of field routes that you got to run then against the cover 2. Right? But what happens with the cover 2 is you got the trail defender on the corner underneath, so the comeback routes get removed. You know, those stop routes that they want to run, the out routes get removed because the corner's trailing now, so he can stay in tight trail because he knows he has the safety over the top. And then you got the 9 routes removed over the top as well. So you have to attack with the intermediate stuff, in-cutting routes, short drags, slant routes. These are how you can start to attack then the cover 2. The fact that they just suddenly decide, well, there's nothing else we can do now. Guess our cover 2's out. Guess DK's out the door today. They went to cover 2. Holy Lord. Yikes. Yikes. Check. We're good. Mike, if you happen to live on North Lake Stevens Road, YouTube is displaying your address for a few seconds when I loaded this video. Did the same thing to Brendan? You happen to live on North Lake Stevens Road? Oh, I do not live on North Lake Stevens Road, so luckily it's not my address it's showing. Fortunately enough. But thank you for letting me know. That's weird. Long live the king. Sorry to say, but DJ Dallas is just a linebacker playing running back, and his Madden race speed rating is 68, which is accurate. He's got like the 4.6 40, 4.7 40 kind of speed. He might be even like 4.75 or something. Boy, is he just not very fast. Afro fan, so who do you think buys the Hawks when Jody is ready to sell? I think Bezos is going to be chomping at the bit to buy the team. He got edged out of the Washington deal. And he's already wanting to buy a team, and now like hometown team comes up for sale. It's just going to be too tasty for him to pass up. Sorry about the mic today, folks. I'll definitely get to work on that after the stream and try to figure out what's going on here. I might just have to do another full restart of the system all the way down the line. Raj Ho, how about hire the Huskies coach? I'm not against it. I just lean to, and again, this is a little bit of my lack of, I get asked this question a bit. I'll try to take some more time to look into some of the coaching hires. Where I lean to and this is just my approach to it. It's not, has to be the end all be all approach that the Hawks take. So I'm not like on this of, I die on this hill or in this trench. The Seahawks have had 3 really outstanding hires in their history. Those 3 hires have been Chuck Knox, Mike Holmgren, and Coach Carroll. Guys that have coached in the NFL, the guys that have a lot of coaching experience, not necessarily you trying to take on a wish, on a hope, and a prayer, not you trying to go get the hot college guy who's never coached in the pros like a Dennis Erickson, who we hired, who just didn't turn out very well for us. So I want to go for the tried and the true. That's why I'm most informed by going for a guy like Harbaugh. It's brought us the best success. It's what's helped us to get to the 3 Super Bowls that we have in our history. So I want to try to replicate that if I can. And going with DeBoer would not exactly be replicating that. I will say his star's on the rise. I love what he's done with Washington. It's completely legit. But that's where I'd just be a little bit hesitant to go down that lane for that reason. Insert colorful metaphor. Jamal Adams trade is proving worse than the team traded Unger for Jimmy Graham. Yeah, probably. Yeah, I'd say so. Not saying something. Kilpie, I can't lie. Offensive linemen are tough to judge unless you see them on your team more than any other position. Hard to judge. They are hard to judge, yeah. Especially because scheme can impact it too. It's hard to know also what the play calls are going to be with the linemen and what they're supposed to be doing, playing and play out. Bach and Hawk, Harbaugh. Let's go. Check. I did see DK destroying the helmet stand. That was pretty cool. I think it exploded. Alexander, the devil, Saban, hell no. He told the Dolphins players he's staying, then ran out of the Florida 2 days later. Guy's a joke in the NFL. Yeah, I think he's a college coach. ZZ, Diggs, and Ebbs need to be cut next season. I think that's right. King Bomber, and I'm really hoping that we lose next week against the Eagles so that they can still have a chance against the Niners. King Bomber says, just have to hope that we lose out and can get to the offseason, hopefully giving us a second chance at this. New Black says, all it takes is Trent Williams being out and the Niners' chances sinking to the bottom of the ocean. That's true. You need that guy to stay healthy. That's for 100%. Greg Kemp says, Brandon, I saw a clip on Twitter of 49ers long snapper trying to trash talk DK in a sign language, and he ends up asking DK about sex, according to someone on Twitter that knows sign language. Can I blow you? Can I blow you? DK going, what? Wilbert, the kicker for the Seahawks, Brian on podcast, not you. Garth, I wonder if Pete wipes outside to the inside. Oh, no. Standard Champion says, yeah, people who don't like DK don't remember when this team won its only ring. It was full of bullies and divas like DK. Amen, man. Preach, Standard. Agreed. It's very strange. People do forget it's only 10 years ago. You had plenty of personalities that were like this. Brian says, for Waldron to not target DK consistently after Ward went out is just unforgivable. Agreed. I mean, the whole cover two and all that silly stuff. Their number one corner goes out. They got a liability out there and you don't attack it. In fact, you fully ignore it. You fully ignore it. Absolutely silly. Greg, what does DK do that makes him a diva? I don't know. It's people. I know you're asking to the chat. You know, with me, I don't think he is, but. Willard, I don't know if someone's getting fired. We'll see. Geary and I liked Locke's game out there too today. I thought he played really well for the most part. It wasn't perfect. There were some tough moments, but there were some really good moments too. King Bomber says, on the bright side, I think this game was relatively fairly officiated. Yeah, I agree with that. This might have been the most fairly officiated game we had this year, to be honest with you. Relax, Pete. If you believe in who you are, defensively, you kick it in there every time. I'm dead. Zilla Hawk, it seems like this year, anytime we finally get a nice turnover on defense, then our offense does nothing with that opportunity. It's becoming a problem. Yeah, especially when you don't have a defense that's necessarily really good. When they give you something good, Dezilla, to your point, got to utilize that and you'd think that would start to normal teams generate a little bit of momentum. Momentum seems to be the thing kind of missing. There's no juice to this team. There's no identity to this team. They never kind of get a flow going and you feel both sides of the ball working together and rolling, and it's everything's kind of starting to click in. It always seems to be one side or the other is going or not, and momentum just doesn't seem to be a thing that really impacts this team like that. Or if it does, it seems to be more often than not negatively. Fayable JVC, Niners about to be the number 1 seed. Best of luck to you guys, man. Maybe so. Maybe so. Justin says, if you look at the current playoff picture, there are a lot of bad teams in the NFC. Most of the teams in the hunt are below 500. It's really bad. Yeah, we knew this year in the NFC too. It's a weak year. Shows you all the much more about how far away we are from being a contender, where you have a weakened NFC and you can't even stay up with the near contenders in this conference. Darren Hummel, good game, guys. I admit I didn't think it was going to be that close. Well played game by your team, man. Best of luck this year. Theater champion also, Gino literally just had a four touchdown game against the top 5 defense. Locke had a good half of a game. There really isn't a comparison here. No, yeah. Agreed. Locke is what he is, He is where he is. Billman, Waldron has all 3 motion plays like he's fooling the defense, having the tight end run up to the line of scrimmage and back, or having the wide receiver motion in and back out. Yeah, they call that the orbit motion is I think what they call that. You see them doing a lot of that with Charbonnet. It's like trying to determine whether or not you can figure out if they're in man or zone at that point. But you rarely see the defenses showing much of their hand when they do run it. It's like they know there's nothing coming there. So they just kind of sit there and watch it. I don't see a lot of teams trying to run that orbit kind of motion too often like they do with it. Doesn't seem to. Oh my goodness, this mic. I gotta get this thing fixed tonight. Greg, so Diggs in Buffalo, Adams in Vegas, and AJ in Philly aren't divas either. Though they've complained about not getting the ball this season, but DK, whoever never complains, is. Agreed, Greg. And again, I'm not with it that he's a diva. I don't think that he is at all. I know you're talking more about the chat in there. Team Bomber, DJ Dallas speed today, he was terribly slow. He is terribly slow. I think he's in the 4.7 range of things now. Fable says Bezos is going to be the forever owner. He's never going to die. I'll never die. I will own this forever. A says 5 most crucial improvements we need to make going into next season. Coaches, players, scheme, roster moves. Yeah, I'd say that those are good spots to go in. You only mentioned 4 there, A. You had coaches, players. No, you had 5. Coaches, players, scheme. If I was putting order of importance, I'd say coaches, scheme, players. That would be if you got to put a priority to it, And obviously going to coaches probably fixes the first 2. Going from coach probably fixes then the scheme. But yeah, that is my priority as well. And yeah, Jason Tudor, I don't know if we're going to be able to keep Bezos away. I think he's going to be chomping at the bit to buy this team. Brian, why don't you think that the Bezos will buy him? We know he was in on Washington. We know that he wanted Washington desperately. We know that Schneider, the owner for Washington, said, I'm not going to sell you the team because you wrote a bad story about me in the Washington Post, which you own. So how is he less enamored with buying a team, especially one that would be his hometown team in addition to that? Seems like kind of a natural slide for me. But you might know something on this one. I don't. Jonas says, Jim H is our guy. He's our guy, man. Let's go. Ward can't cover anyone without holding. He only gets away with it because he plays for a legacy team. That's true. Fable says, oh, the irony if Jim Harbaugh was hired by the Seahawks to hear who's got it better than us. Nobody. Coming out of a Seahawks locker room would be super weird. That would be a little weird. What are you going to do? You know, got to do what it takes sometimes to go out there and get that dub. Sajin says, Bezos just acquired a new young hottie. He has no money to buy the Seahawks. It's expensive dating in this day and age, you know? King Bomber, as much as I want to win, I'd rather not stumble in the playoffs and lose 51-3 in the wild card game. We are going to get cooked, bad draft pick, and most importantly, extend Carroll's leash. I get that. I totally get that. Mm-hmm. Jordan's is the best way to describe the lack of discipline with Pete Carroll on our team is like having the lunatics running the asylum. I think it's not too far off the track there, that's for sure. Garth Knight, thank you for the $5 donation. It would be funny if Bezos purchased the Hawks and hired Frank Reich. No, I think Frank's going to have a hard time getting another head coaching gig anywhere else. He's had a couple of runs at it now, and he's not had great results. You don't get usually the third opportunity if you fail out. Sometimes you do. Coach Carroll certainly did at one point, but you got to do a good job then on the coordinating side to get that third consideration. But yeah, that would be pretty funny. Save the Geese, thank you for the $2 donation. It says, give me Steve Ballmer for owner. I think I'd probably gravitate towards that a little bit over Bezos, but I will say that my big bottom line on this, more than it being about finding a guy that's, you know, a saint or whatever, is just find me somebody that's committed to keeping this team in Seattle, committed to when they buy and they keep the team in Seattle, that if they ever sell it, they'll sell it to somebody who will keep it in Seattle. And then get me somebody that with their purse strings is going to being willing to be a winner, that's going to not worry about the yearly profit margin that they're making, that understands you're going to make 15, 20, 25 times what you purchased from this team down the line. There's your profit margin. Give the team a winner, commit to giving a team a winner, commit to trying to get the team into a contending state. And that's all I ask for. Beyond that, I don't care about much of anything else. Just give me those parameters. I think both Bezos and Ballmer's give it to you. Ballmer probably would make people feel a little more warm and fuzzy because Bezos is a man of controversy. But it for me is just that bottom line. It's just give me a winner. That's the most important part. Alan Brandon 100% agreed. The best officiating game we've had this season would have blew everyone else out. Exactly. So I did like how JSN stood up for himself. I did too. Dark Tommy, as a Niner fan, I think you played pretty well without Geno. We did. Thank you, man. Your team played a good game as well. Avery Allred, I can't deal with watching another year of this defense. Game after game, it's soft zone coverages. Jamal and Diggs' contract is really going to hurt us. Hope you're doing well. Thanks for all that you do, Brandon. Well, thank you, Avery. Thank you so much. And we can get out from under the contracts there. So I know that there's some worry and concern about it, but just to give you an idea on this, you're going to be able to, on next year's cap, save $16 million plus $11 million. So $27 million between Quandre Diggs and Jamal Adams on next year's cap in cutting them. There's some dead money there. There's some dead money that's going to hurt you for the next couple of years. But you can absolutely create collectively a lot of cap space between just those two guys. You can essentially quadruple your cap space with the releasing of those two. Now, Seahawks had a better season than the Bills. In a way, sorry. Surfer. Can't read that. Not sure what you said there. Greg Camp, Brandon, it was hilarious. The long snapper was trying to look so tough while doing it, of course. Media on Twitter was trying to hype it up, not knowing he signed the wrong thing. That's hilarious. Fritz, seems like a lot of Pete defenders are old heads who are stuck on the bad old days when the team was awful. They're scared we might go back to that if we move on. I think there's a mix. I definitely got some old heads. I mean, I'm an old head for me, Fritz, and we had a couple guys that had remarked about being elder statesmen here that referenced that they are willing to move. They are willing to go. It could be that, though. You might be right about that. I haven't had a really good read on if it comes down to a certain demographics on it or not. I will say your bottom line is the right on this, though. It's not about what it is Pete brings into the future. It's not about where his coaching abilities lie right now. It's about the fear of the going to the other. It's this, but Pete's got it. It's this, well, Pete's got his share of detriments, but it's the devil, And instead of that being that way, right, Fritz, it's more of, no, it's not about the devil we know. It's about, let's try a different option. This isn't working. And that's why that question can't be that. It can't be housed in the fear of who else comes in here and how much worse you're then suddenly going to absolutely be if whoever comes in. And you don't know how it will play out by whoever they bring in. And that's a whole different, consideration. But whether Pete is the right coach here and now, that has to be on its own merits. That's got to be weighed on its own merits and considered on its own merits. And you can't bring these other things into play, I don't think. Or you don't make the right decision. You allow it to get, the picture gets dirtied a bit in a way that it shouldn't when you start considering it that way. Plus, we can't operate from a fear-based approach, worried about what will happen if we make a change. It's like, we're not that good right now. We're not that far off from the worst case scenario as it stands even right now. Dijen, Harbaugh against Harbaugh, Ravens against Seahawks Super Bowl. That's right. The elder Harbaugh gets one back from his brother. Alexander Brandon, I bet there's a short in your mic's wiring. Yeah, that's going to be the main place that I'm going to have to check. But I'm going to be deep into the night trying to figure out what the hell is going on with this one, I'm sure. So, yay. But yeah, USB cords is one thing I'll be trying. I don't think it's my main mics. I think it's just, I don't know what's going on. It's weird. It is weird. Money Rich, let's be honest, Pete isn't going anywhere because of so winning seasons. But other staff members might be gone or take most of the blame, but who will push back on Pete's staff against Pete? Good point. Very well could play out that way, Rich. It's hard to get a read on how this will go or where this will go. Charcoal Sweater says you need to switch mics with Pete after the game press conference because I'm sick and tired of his recycled BS. I'd give you guys the honest answers. This soft zone don't stop shit. We ain't stopping nothing. Brandon Janet Bezos owns the Washington Post. Good to know, I suppose. Duran says, high chance DJ Dallas is out of the LG next year. Why aren't we playing Macintosh? I don't know, Duran. The team has its times where it plays favorites with certain players, and they will trot these players out. It's again, in a list of things that I could go to that drive me crazy about this team. And the big issue of the utter unchanging way and approach that they go about their business. Here is just another thing. DJ Dallas getting trotted out there throughout the season again to be your special teams returner as both your kick and your punt returner. Again, no Eskridge, who just can't seem to stay healthy. He breaks a nail and he's off the field. And then not going to Macintosh is even trying him as an answer versus Dallas, acting like Dallas has been this really solid answer there for you in both respect. Dallas got multiple fumbles this year. He's not dynamic back there as a returner in either respect. I don't know why, but they do fall in love with certain guys and they don't pivot off of them. And you'd think for a team right now that might be more apt to looking for answers that they might be more willing to do the pivot move. But they just don't. They're just going to keep trotting the same guy out there. But Dallas looks like he's running. Dallas looks like every step he's running, he's going deeper into the ground rather than making progress up the field. Where's Kenny? Where's Kenny? Garth says Harbaugh only comes here if the likes of Bezos Obama opens the checkbook. Jody equals no Harbaugh. It's probably true. It's probably true, Garth. Well said. Standard Champion says watch some Saudi prince swoop in and buy this team for double. You never know. That's for sure. They can do some wild stuff at times, them Saudi princes. Alexander Bezos does own Amazon also. You're right. I don't know if the NFL would prevent him at that point from buying the team. It didn't seem to prevent them from allowing him to try to put a bid on the Washington team. I'm sure there's a way to figure that out. Don, Power Ranger, how you doing? Hawks Nest, Brandon All. Hope everyone's still well despite our Seahawks defeat in the Bay. Everyone's doing pretty good tonight overall, I think. Hope you're doing well as well, Don. It's good to see you. Billman Locke just needs more reps. He moves the ball down the field. He doesn't throw check downs every play. He actually tries to throw. He does. There was a couple of interceptable worthy balls and then 2 balls that were picked in this game. So I think you are getting a little bit more of the interceptions and a little bit more of the turnovers with him versus Geno too on the other side of it. But King Bomber, I still don't get the O-line issues thing. They were still great till probably the final drive. I mean, what's the great, I guess, King Bomber? They showed a stat during the game that approximately half of the dropbacks of Drew Lock, he's getting hit. He's under pressure under half of his dropbacks. That's not a good impetus for success. The Seahawks on the day ran for a 4-yard carry average, and that's bumped up by a 23-yarder. You move that away, none of the running backs had any holes to run through and any game to operate with. So you have an offensive line on the day that didn't necessarily pass protect all that well and didn't create any holes in the running game. I don't know. I wouldn't go maybe outright say purely bad, but I don't know if I'd outright say purely good either on the other end. King Bomber, one of the few things I think Locke did better than Geno tonight was moving the pocket. That's a fair point. Fair point. He did get outside on a couple of occasions. Yeah, I don't know, King Bomber. I don't know if I saw necessarily any increase in great play from Locke in this game versus Geno. I'm not saying he played a fine game and dealt with some of the same parameters Geno dealt with, but I think you're, I don't know, at the same place overall. King Bomber is a result of blah, blah, blah. And again, on some of the, we got a lot in the chat that's internal discussion. I'm sometimes not sure. So I'm going to go through these right now. I just not always sure on these on what maybe a question geared towards me and what's internally on the chat. So if I miss your question, let me know on this. But I'm kind of looking for Hawks Nest. I have a question or question mark. That I don't know in the comments if there's people, because I think there's just so much internal discussion going on here tonight on the chat, which is great to see. But I got to kind of pick through this to find where there's actually people wanting me to respond to a question. We got a lot of run on here and on some of this stuff where it's like paragraphs of data and information being unlodged here without any kind of questions. Check. Is it your mic? They're broken. Oh my goodness, you guys. We got to get the Discord open so that we can keep the chat. Y'all want to do Brian Myers, I've heard McIntosh not playing due to unable to pick up pass pro. Okay. Guy hasn't played all year. He still can't pick up pass pro. Jesus. Okay. Yeah, as we kind of go forward, guys, if you want to have me respond to it, lead with an HN or a question on it, because there's so many in the chat now with so much responses that we get. It's hard to pick through there to understand if you're trying to request me or is it a question, is it a comment you're trying to say to me? I'm not sure on it on some of these. And Jamel Johnson, we do fall in love with the worst players. I don't know why. Yeah, I don't know, King. I'm not sure that Locke played a significantly better game against the Niners than Geno's been playing recently against the Niners. He was fine today. I don't, like you say, he's not terrible, but you know, I don't think that he walked out there and showed you that this is more of an answer here than Geno is, or that Geno is more of an answer. I think the thing that played out today is what I thought you get with Drew, which is you're going to get more of a higher prevalence of turnovers with Drew Lock in the game, I believe. And while he only had 2 of them picked today, there was a couple of others that were really close. And not that Geno's been super 100% clean in this area of things, but I think he's cleaner. And when you got a quarterback a little bit more of the penchant for the turnovers, it has got to impact a bit of the outlook on the quarterback and their performance. Gar, thank you for the $2 donation. Says the Live NFL 2025. Right. Welcome to the Saudi Arabia Live NFL Tournament of 2025. Evan, one step closer to drafting Daniels. Maybe so. And Jamel, I think Adams' injury is definitely still wearing down on him as far as his level of play. I just don't think he's probably the same player and maybe won't ever be. But I think they were pass books and they're against the one defense line. Williams says, I listen to your play-by-play, but I'll still, thank you for the $5 donation, William. Says, I listen to your play-by-play, but I'll still have the TV volume low. Greg Olson, holy hell. The dude is so biased and annoying. Worst color commentator. He does seem to have a bit of a bone to pick against the Hawks too. I don't know if it's just against Coach Carroll or whatnot, but he's never really spoken in any nice way about his time here, which is weird because he got a free $7 million season on us that didn't do a whole lot to get it. But yeah, it's one of the reasons that I like doing the play-by-play, William, is I feel like that some of the commentary week in and week out leaves a lot of room open for a guy like me to come on there and maybe provide a bit of a different perspective in looking at the game and how it's talked about versus some of the same old pap you get a little bit from watching the telecast, the same old trite stories that they go to and all of that. I think it can, there's an opening there a little bit, but yeah, most folks in Hawks land, even below your comment, I can see a few people posting that's where they feel as well, that not the greatest of announcers, that guy, from a lot of people's standing of things, which I haven't listened to him here the last couple of years because I'm doing always the play-by-play, but when I have heard him, I haven't been terribly impressed by him either. Bombers said they were far from good, but I think they were passable considering they're against the number 1 DL fan. Yeah, I mean, to a degree. I think when you get a quarterback at 50% of their dropbacks, they're getting hit, and then you have an offensive line that's not creating holes in the running game. It's bad performance by the offensive line at the end of the day at that point. Not that every play was bad, but that would be how I would color it at that point. ADL, we never used Jamal properly. If you look at his Jets tape, he was so good because he was basically a spy who had complete freedom to move around. We never did that with him. No, we don't. We've boxed him into our thing and what we do rather than trying to maximize his gifts. But this is a problem with DK Metcalf as well. This is a problem across the board, is that you struggle to get the most out of the talents that you have on your roster. And that goes to coaching, and it goes to the rigidity of the scheme and the system. You are going to fit to what we do. We're not going to maximize what you do best. You're going to fit to what we do. And that's the ass backwards approach to trying to build a football team. Because you end up jamming a whole lot of square pegs into round holes. Brandon Jenna will say that when Bobo has had his touches with the ball, he's looked good. Dude seems to have guts, grit, and heart. Perhaps we should involve him slightly more. I mean, it just comes down to, Brandon, who do you take touches away from? You're struggling right now to find any targets for your tight ends. You're struggling to find consistent targets for DK Metcalf. You're wanting to feature in JSN with the 20th pick in the overall in the first round. It's especially for an offense that hasn't always been terribly consistent this year. There is only so many balls to go around at that point, Lockett's also included in this a bit. So does it come at the cost of Lockett off the field? You have to make that choice then at that point. King Bomber says, I don't think Locke should start over Geno. I think they both are somewhat bad. Not going to lie. I get that perspective on it. It's just, for me, King Bomber, it's an influential thing that I think it's influenced by if we had middle of the road in either camp, let's just put it this way, King Bomber, game in and game out, you had middle of the road, pass protection, and run blocking. Now I can come back to the quarterback position, and it's much easier to make an assessment about that quarterback position as to what the hell is going on. When I have an offensive line that is bottom of the barrel in both respects, and bottom of the barrel in every single game that you play, to me, my perspective, my view, my outlook on it, and this is just solely me, but my look on it, King Bomber, is it becomes terribly hard to then assess either of the two quarterbacks really at all in their level of play. They're under an onslaught. They're under an avalanche. They don't have a lot that they're able to necessarily work with because these base factors are failing on them at both turns, basically. And so to me, you get back to I don't know. Who's the better? I don't know. Is somebody bad? I don't know. That's the point of getting that stuff right to me on the forefront of it. Then you can make the easier assessment to the quarterbacks as to how they truly are playing at that point. But we're going to come out of this game, as we've been throughout the year, we're going to be 29th, 30th in pass protection efficiency. Our run blocking is going to be somewhere in that same neighborhood coming out of this game. And it doesn't matter who the quarterback is. My opinion on this, others can disagree with it, but I feel this really firmly on this, King Bomber. It doesn't matter who the quarterback is. If those factors are failing, then you're not going to get offensive success. It's really where, to me, and I'm hardcore on this because that's what has to be fixed before we concentrate on this quarterback problem. Is we've got an offensive line issue, and a big one at that, as it stands right now. But I get where you're coming from again. There's a wide variance of opinion on this one all across the board on where people stand with it, and I know the quarterback definitely captures the imagination to a large degree on this. But it just feels like, to me, we've seen so much proof this year of how much that performance of that position is utterly driven by what you have up front to work with. And we haven't had a lot up front to work with this year at all. Maxwell Stern out for tonight. See you later. Sounds good, Maxwell. Freedom Joe, what coach should we go get? We should go get Harbaugh. Greg Kemp, Brandon, your point about DJ Dallas is why I asked about Dylan Lobb in the draft last stream as possible replacement. He just has no speed or quickness, and right now is the third running back, which isn't good. No, I certainly am ready to move off of DJ Dallas. He's the definition of just a guy back there. And quickness and speed is something you kind of need from the running back position, especially if you're going to use that guy as a returner. And I promise you, I do have Dylan Lobb on my notes. I'm just getting steadily through now. Some of these prospects I've been backed up on just a bit, but I will be taking a look at him for sure. I got him down there. But I think after the season, if I'm not mistaken, I believe DJ is a free agent after this year. So he'll be moved on one way or the other. Billman, would I trade for Malik Willis? Sound good. The Titans have Tannehill and Levis. I think he's a good fit. Billman, I believe that the Titans are going to move on from Tannehill after this year, so they very well might just sit on Malik Willis at that point. I think there's a reason that they're going to draft Levis the year after they draft Malik Willis, and it's not because Malik Willis is particularly good. So I didn't like Malik coming out. It doesn't seem like the Titans are doing anything but to reinforce my outlook on them by drafting Levis the year after you drafted Malik Willis. So no, I would not be interested in going out there and taking Malik. Adidas Hawks, Brandon. I forget, are Brendan and you starting your 2024 draft coverage next week, or will that be a little later? Well, technically, we've already started our draft coverage. We've got a couple of draft shows we've done in the kitty this year. A couple of live stream shows regarding the draft. But we'll be doing it this month. I think we're going to do a live draft. We're going to do a mock draft. A mock Hawk draft. Check. All right, we're good there. Old Pups is trade Pete for a bag of kettle chips. Greg Campbell, I don't know if Bobo has 2 injuries right now. I'm not sure on that. Sijin, I'd prefer Jaden Daniels over Willis too. Yes. Penix had a sweet purple suit today. Love Penix in the suit. Wish he'd gotten that Heisman. Sucks he didn't, man. This close. Jamel, HawksNest, when you look over your all 22s, what do you think Jamal Adams' main problem is? I mean, he's getting blown by with not even a hand up and beat by dang near 5 yards. I think there's a combination of things going on with Jamal. I don't like to go into a player's heart and tell you what I think is going on inside his mind, but I think that he got so beat up over the last couple of years. I think that his body is not operating in the same way it did a couple of years ago. I think he's definitely been taken back, his speed, and that has been dialed back since the injuries. So there's a part of it there. I think that there's a natural sort of almost kind of like you're wincing or you're prepping yourself to protect yourself because the number of those injuries that have mounted up over him over the time. And that has him on all 22 having these moments that stand out where he is making a business decision. He's not going in there giving it his all to make the tackle. He's determining on this play, I'm going to take this a little bit lighter. It's not every play. Some players, he go in there and he'll shoot in there like a torpedo, but it's just not consistent. And so he's got a lot of plays there where there is a going through the motions. There's not a hungry player that's out there fighting for every last little scrap he can get. There's a guy out there kind of feeling Mike's going to drive me crazy tonight, I swear to God. One other thing, I don't know where I got cut off at there. I keep looking at Jamal and then the thing cuts out. But, the other thing with this that works into, there's 3 factors with Jamal. Injuries hurting him from a physicality standpoint, not the same player. Is the fire there within him? Does he really want it as much as he once did? Does he play with that same kind of passion that he once did? I don't know. And then number 3, putting him in positions to succeed versus putting him in positions to fail. I see him back there in cover 2 with Brandon Ayuk coming into his zone and I wince. Why are you putting him in that position? Why are you asking him to do that? I don't know. It's not a position that you're putting him up in for success necessarily. You don't blitz him at the same rate he was even blitzed with the Jets. Some of that is the counterintuitive, doesn't make any sense part of this team and the way that they run their players. But it's a combination of all 3 of those factors. The injuries piling up, a little bit of the lack of fire and willingness in there, too many business decisions being made on a weekly basis, and then utilization. Having him back too far off the line of scrimmage, asking him to cover rather than asking him to come downhill. Pumpkin is pissed. Pumpkin is pissed, babe. She hates losing like this. Saturday champion, I want to say Adams has lingering issues from his concussion or got another one that went unchecked, but also seemed like letting him off the hook. It's hard to see on that stuff. Jeffo, the Hawks will win 1 game over the next 4, not 2 or 3, but 4 straight games. One game over the next 4, not 2, not 3, but 4 straight games. Okay. Save the geese. I'm not even mad about this loss because I only watched the first half and then didn't listen to your stream. Didn't expect to win anyways. Just mad at the 49ers defense and Warner for playing dirty and petty. Yeah, I'm with that. And yeah, I kind of understood this was going to go this way. The offensive line rotation is not at King Bomber, and less of a willingness to rotate out offensive linemen throughout the course of the game moving into the future would be nice. Brian E., Greg Olsen probably signed with Seattle because Pete promised he'd be featured pass-catching tight end, and naturally Russ never threw his way. Probably why he's butthurt. Could be. Definitely adds up. Well, he did end up getting just injured that year on like non-contact injury, just broke his foot. Avery says, question, we let up 9.9 yards per play against the Niners. The Cowboys game, 5.2 yards per play, and against the Ravens, 6.9 yards per play. How is this acceptable? It makes me so angry. Am I missing something? No. They're allowing big plays, and it's the combinations of all the factors. A simplified scheme that's easy to play for and not very hard to prepare for. An undisciplined football team on the defensive side of the ball. A team that struggles to tackle, play in and play out. A team that has a lot of miscues in coverage in the secondary, especially in zone. It shows up on a weekly basis. And no, you're not missing anything. And this is part of why people are kind of done at this point with this coaching staff, because they've seen this all too often, not just this year, but for many different years adding up. Gar says, I like Greg Olsen as a player person, but he makes me long for the days of Dennis Miller in the booth. He attacked that one like the Germans right on the 17th. Miller always bringing out those odd references to some historical thing no one's ever heard of. That was like the Demolieu in the 15th century France charging over the hill of Galion. King Bomber says that's true, but I'm looking at this from the perspective of what we have right here, right now. That's fair enough, man. You put Geno in the situation with his team in this terrible scheme versus Locke, I don't think either of them can succeed. If we get an offensive-minded head coach that knows how to protect his quarterback, even with a below-average line, Geno can succeed, and maybe Locke can too. That's where my feeling comes into it on it, King Bomber. That's where my mind goes to it as well. I think that if you did get those in, those guys could look really good here, and that they could flourish here. Are they going to be considered some of the best in the sport? No. Would they have to for you to find success to become a contending team necessarily under those parameters? I don't think you would. So yeah, I agree with you on that outlook of it completely. Stuff that we can't make more of an assessment with the situation where it's at, though, because of how bad the line and the scheme have worked to kind of hold back the position of the QB position at times this year. Braden says, hey, Brandon, just checking in. I got a question. What do you think about Locke's performance? I think he had a pretty good game. Yeah, he had 2 picks. One was a 4th down heave, though. I think he played well. Yeah, I think he did well. As I've been talking about here a little bit, King Bomber on this, didn't have a lot of pass protection, or had, I guess, back and forth pass protection, a little bit hot, cold pass protection. Not a lot in the run game to speak of throughout the course of this game to call upon. So it was really on his arm, his hose, to make it happen. And I think he did as well as could be expected in that environment. King Bomber says, you look at Cincinnati and Jake Browning is a UDFA that just walked off the bench and is playing really good football. The Bengals offensive line isn't top tier and their receivers are injured. Yeah, it was a one game there with Browning. I don't think he's been lights out necessarily since Burrow's in there, but he played well today. Yeah. I think too, it's again, is it more often than not that you're going to get a good performance or bad performance, or most quarterbacks going to fail in that? Will you find an outlier or anomaly where you might find one guy here for a game or two that does it, or one quarterback who for a season when others would fail in it is able to do it like Burrow's done at times? You might be able to find that outlier. But as you know, I always say, Bomber, on the outliers are the anomalies. You don't count on the anomaly. You play more the rule of thumb. You start counting on the anomalies. You start risking and putting your bets on that. Those are the long odds. Those are the ones that'll, be likely to go bunk on you. Evan says, TheSeahawksNest, where's Mafe been? I feel like I haven't heard his name in a couple of games. he's definitely slowed down. The team, it was weird through that 3 games in 15 days stretch. Seemed like they were kind of modifying and adjusting his snap counts and kind of limiting some of it. I think he started to get some double teams when Uchenna Nwosu went down, and he started to do what he did from a sack production standpoint. He started to garner some more chip blocks, some more double teams. And that's that next final step for an elite edge rusher to get around. You know, how do you find the overcoming way to now get around the dedicated double teams that you're going to start to receive as teams start to take you really, really seriously? And that's the next step in his growth at this point. But you can certainly afford to be able to double team at a high regularity when the guys on the other side, Taylor or Frank Clark or Derek Hall, are not supplying any kind of pass rush from their end. Brian, he says, I don't get the knock on lock today. 71%, 269, 2 touchdowns, 118 QBR, 1 legit INT, doesn't cancel all that out. Nope. I'm definitely not locking him. I'm definitely not knocking lock at all. He played fine. Oh, this microphone. Okay, where? Guard 9 Hawks Nest, I sent you an autograph, Chad Brown card through the Future Hawks owner company. Hope you get it before Christmas. Thank you, Garth. I will take a look at it, man. I'll be on the lookout for it. I will be on the lookout. Appreciate you, though, for sending that. Garth also with another $5 donation. Nothing against Jamal. It's not his fault. Pete saw Legion of Boom 2 and thought, not his fault that Pete saw Legion of Boom 2 through the glaucoma. Well, glaucoma, it makes everything a little fuzzy there, Jamal looks like Cam from a certain light, with that Glock kicking in. But no, it's not, that part's not Jamal's fault about how he's utilized or if he's utilized in the best positions or not utilized in the best positions. Nothing he can do about that. He just be a good soldier and go out there and play as the game is called, so to speak. And that's all you can do. And he's absolutely done that. So some of this is outside of his control with the injury stuff and just kind of not being that same player. But it does not mean that we don't have to then move on at the end of the season because that old player is not returning. The old's not coming back around on the other side of it. Jason Tudor, thank you for the $2 donation to let me know about the no sound. And I promise you guys right after the stream tonight, I'll be diving deep into the machinations of this to figure out what the problem is here with this stream today because I do not know what the hell is going on here. Got to figure it out. Gots to figure it out. Sajid says, Pumpkin is like, season's over. Guess I'll call it a night. She is. She is for sure, man. King Bomber says, Nick Bosa's name wasn't even called the entire first half, at least for the first half. I think the pass protection was fine. The second half left a lot to be desired. But the game was falling apart. Yeah, I'm only referencing to it, and we'll look at what the final stats are on King Bomber. They flashed a stat on the telecast. I love it when they do this kind of stuff because they'll show you really clearly of where it is. And where they had him at 19 dropbacks, I think they had 9 quarterback hits on 19 dropbacks. So something around there, like a little over 50%. That was early in the third quarter when they flashed that graph stat, when he was at 19 attempts. So it's, I don't have the final numbers in front of me. We'll have to see this week of where it stands, but I would imagine it's around 50%. And if it is around 50%, then that is a rate that would put you as one of the league worst versus what happens through the rest of the league. For instance, on this King Bomber, if you came into this game as the 29th ranked pass protection unit coming into this game against the Niners, you left this game as the 29th best pass protecting unit in football. Like you didn't go up a notch or two in the rankings coming out of this game. You know what I mean? Hefo, the Seahawks will win one game over the... I don't know what that means. Jason Tudor says, I thought DJ Dallas was statistically rated quite highly as a returner, wasn't he? I mean, he might be rated by PFF as highly as a returner, and he gets technically this much as far as his return value goes, but it just seems like he's running in place, and he does not have the typical speed you look for on a returner back there. And it seems like he leaves a lot of yards out there where maybe it's being blocked up really well and he's getting a good gain out of it, but there was even more yards to be had there. My proof to back this up would be look at when we finally put Eskridge back there to be a returner for the one game that he was healthy against the Niners, a guy that does have legit speed. He took one back all the way to the 30-yard line. DJ Dallas takes that back to like the 30-yard line in Hawks territory, not the 30-yard line in 49er territory, which is where Eskridge took it. There's just a little bit of a lack of that juice there in what he's doing. Brandon Janis has point taken about getting Bobo more involved. Brandon, thanks for responding. His offense is certainly a bit of a cluster. The offense is certainly a bit of a clusterfuck at the moment. Defense too. It is, man. It's a mess. And I do like Bobo into the future, Brandon. I do. We've got to figure out this mess first before that utilization and how to best utilize him can kind of come more into play. But I do like what he brings. He's been a great asset to this team. Everything that you said about him is absolutely true. It's just we've got this fire going on in the kitchen. We got to get some fire extinguishers and we got to remodel this thing. We need some granite countertops. Because we can't win with Geno does not mean I'm saying we can win with Locke. Appreciate that, King Bomber. I appreciate where you're coming from on that. Yeah. King Bomber, he might be a little better, sure, but not significantly to say he's a better quarterback. I do think a little bit better. I think the turnover thing is a big part of quarterbacking. And when you have a turnover-prone quarterback in Drew Lock, and I've now gotten to see a good amount of him here in Seattle in a number of starts and a number of action. And what is very clear with me with Drew Lock is that there's going to be a high prevalence of turnover-worthy kind of plays that you're going to get from him. Now, is there at times going to be that as well from Geno? Yeah. Is that being impacted by then the offensive line and the rudimentary scheme that we're running, King Bomber? That's that whole part about where we get to on this debate about why it's so hard to make this assessment or get too deep. We're getting super deep in these weeds, which is exactly what I was kind of trying to pull us back from doing, King Bomber. Because my whole point on this was just that we really can't make these assessments until we can get back to the point of having this front side of things in the right position, the right place to then make that assessment. That was really my whole point, rather than saying, is Drew Lock better? Is Geno Smith better? But we're going down this line. I can see you driving down this lane, so let's drive on down it. The bottom line comes down to, do you move off of Geno Smith or not this offseason? That's where this discussion's got to drive to, King Bomber, and how we do it. Because let's take this to what's our action item we're trying to move this conversation towards between what you're discussing on Drew Lock to Geno Smith. And is Geno Smith 3% better? Is he 4% better? Is he 7% better? Geno Smith's going to cost you $17.5 million to release him right now at the end of the year. That's dead money on the books. Can you save money cumulatively? Sure you can, but $17 million is going to Geno Smith on the cap no matter what you do. That's a significant dead money cap. You go back and re-sign Drew Lock this offseason, and you're going to re-sign him to be then your starter because you've moved off from Geno Smith. It's going to be about $6 million, plus you're going to give him incentives of about $4 or $5 million more, cost you about $10 to $11 more million. So you have the $17 million of dead money. You pay Drew Lock on the new contract for a one-year deal as you then go draft a quarterback and have Drew Lock be your bridge. And he costs you exactly the same money that Geno costs. So it's like, why make that move? What's the upshot? What are we even talking about in our consideration of it at that point? And that seems to be what, and I'm not saying that's what you're trying to drive towards on this, but that seems to be where the discussion goes to with Geno. If it doesn't make sense to cut him, doesn't make sense to not. And there seems to be a thinking that we cut him and it costs us nothing to do so. We trim out from Geno, we save all that $31 million of money and we're good to go, but it's not. So we have to build into more of, is he the problem? Is he the issue? Is it such a bad issue that we have to eat the second highest amount of dead money in cap in the history of the Hawks outside of Russell Wilson? You know, is it to that big of an issue or problem? And that's a little bit why I bristle back so much, King Bomber, saying, let's twist it back to the line. Let's twist it back to getting the scheme corrected. These are the problems at hand. It's not that quarterback isn't an important position to pay attention to and concentrate on and get established with, but it's more of just the real important part here. The real eye on the prize to me is getting the scheme and getting the offensive line on point. That's the failing part, and the part that's heavily failing at that, you know? Jordan definitely ready for some Olu over Brown at this point. Sajin says Prez needs to be lined up at the linebacker position. He's getting a free paycheck in his current position. Yeah, I think we got to move on this season at this point, Sajin. I think you just got to move on, plain and simple. Kieran says Jamal Adams is literally the worst player on the defense by far and paid like the best paid safety in the league. Yes, sir. Sajin, I've got 10 dogs, and the neighbors asked me, what are you doing with all those dogs? I said, raise them. Zedekis Media is funny. Spent all year dissing Russ and the Broncos while praising the Seahawks and Geno. Now they lose to great teams, and suddenly the Broncos are geniuses. Dino McCarty, I've seen the Seahawks movie far too many times. It's futile to critique the plot, the cast, or the cinematography. You can only watch Groundhog Day so many times until it becomes boring. Well said, Dino. Very, very well said. OD Death Metal, I like his mobility compared to Geno's, but Geno's able to throw in tighter windows with accuracy that we haven't seen from Locke. Can Locke get there with more playing time? Maybe. Yeah, hard to say. It's possible. Possible. Brandon, I like Dolphin center guard Connor Williams and Jonah Williams. Bengals tackles are must signs this offseason. One of them should be signed, or maybe Tyron Smith, and try him out as a guard. I don't know if Tyron Smith's going to want to go to guard after being at left tackle. He's probably pretty close to retiring, I would imagine, and would stay with the Cowboys if he didn't, I would think. But I like those other guys. Maybe those will be possibilities this offseason, Braden. Hearing Hawksnest comments have been saying McIntosh can't pass protect. That's why they won't play him. How's that different from either other running backs? Laughing out loud. Might as well get him DJ Dallas touches. DJ Dallas can occasionally do some pass protection back there. He can hold up in there relatively okay. And I don't know. I haven't seen it on McIntosh, so if people tell me that's what they're hearing, I'll trust what they say on that. But I don't know on that one myself either. Greg Kemp, I don't think Garrett Cole played in this game. I think he's got a shoulder problem they're trying to manage. Yeah. Brian Myers, B, I'm out. Another great stream. Thanks for all you do. Stay sane, 12s. Thank you, Brian. Appreciate you, brother. Have yourself a great night. Hearing, only the cool kids get the Seahawks icon next to their name? When did I become a cool kid? Kieran, you got a Hawks Nest membership gifted to you tonight. I think it was either by O'Dwyer or John Stillwell. Got you hooked up this evening. Our peoples like to be kind here in the house. Brando, Hawks Nest, I know most of us can see Evan Brown has been struggling a lot, but these last two games I've noticed his snaps have been way off the mark. Will Pete not get Olu a chance because he's a rookie? Well, as you know, as you're kind of inquiring within your question and building within your question, I think you are well aware of the fact that Coach Carroll's had a predilection of leaning away from rookie centers throughout his time here in Seattle, and that would seem to be the case here and now. Brown has been one of the league worst centers in his rating by PFF. I saw the same thing that you saw in this game and have seen it a couple times in recent weeks, which is the high snaps, the strange high snaps. But I have not been impressed any more in Evan Brown than I was in Austin Blythe. Not even Jags, not even just another guy, but below average centers for the position. Seahawks would be smart to try to go with a little bit more Olu. I can't think that he'd play worse than what we've seen from Brown at this point. And at least he's a scheme fit. Steven, honestly, how many players on each side of the ball are we going to build up on? I'd love to think that DK, Lucas, Cross, Walker, Charbonnet, Bradford, maybe Olu on offense defensively, Mafe, Derek Hall, Devin Witherspoon. Defense, it gets real light. Real light. Kieran says Jamal blitzes plenty. Does he literally have any quarterback pressures this season? He definitely has no sacks, no QB hits. He's got some quarterback hits. He's got some quarterback pressures, Kieran. He does. I don't know if he's being blitzed plenty at this point, Kieran. To put this in perspective for you, he was blitzed at well over a 6% rate throughout his time with the Jets. We've got him down in 5% range here in Seattle. So I would say that I would have been trying to shoot for more of going even a little bit above the Jets percentage, 6, 7, 8, 9%, less of that, more of that, and less of him in cover 2 situations, for instance. Avery says, imagine we got into DeMeco Ryans. He's a good coach. Doing a great job out there in Houston. Brandon, I think if we move on from Geno, bring back Locke as backup, compete for a starting job, and maybe look at Kirko Chains at quarterback in free agency. Kirko Chains. Don't want to sign Kirk Cousins. He'd cost you $1 gazillion you don't have to spend. Again, can't see the movement off of Geno to go to Drew Lock. You end up not saving any money by doing that. There's dead money, Brandon. There's dead money involved with moving on from Geno Smith. It's not just a pure release. It's going to be very hard to do that. Greg, the only reason I think for Hawks not playing Olu is they want Evan Brown to get as much on tape becoming a free agent at the end of the year, or they just don't trust Olu starting right now, redshirt year. That would appear to be the case here, Greg. I don't know if it's smart at this point, considering though that Evan's just not playing particularly well, and now starting to have some issues in snapping the football. Maliki, is it me or are some Hawk fans acting like Penix is the left-handed Mahomes? He is not going to fix issues if Seattle drafts him. Yeah, I agree with that. I don't know if I've gotten that feeling the Hawk fans feel that he's that. The Hawk fans are certainly interested in him, but he's a harder evaluation than your normal quarterback because he is so good, but there's some buts. Fish Worldwide, what's going on with the Hawks? I feel like we have too much talent to be 6-7. Fish, you're just being held back by your scheme and your coaches. That's really where it comes to me. Do you have some players that are also underperforming in addition to that? Yeah. But is it the biggest issue at the head of the stack? The thing that's the most dire circumstance right now is scheme and coaching. Big Docs, Brandon, will any 2024 free agent be interested in coming to the Hawks if Pete is still coaching? I don't know. We haven't exactly been a real destination location for free agents in recent history. Yeah, you got Draymond Jones in here last year, but if you look at the last 4 or 5 years, it's not like you've really been able to bring in the best and the brightest because of this supposedly great culture that we have established here. So if you got the money, that's what, I think rather than location or any of that stuff, when it comes down to it, it's money talks, BS walks. You offer the most money, you're going to get the free agent in here. You got Draymond Jones, not because this was just the sensational culture, but because you gave him the most money. And that's where he's going to go, Keith Murphy, the unbeaten, thank you for the $2 donation. Says the San Francisco 49ers are the number 1 seed. Well, congratulations to you guys. You see if you can hold on to it now as we go forward. I think it's important. You don't want to be out there in the East Coast there in late into winter and be trying to have a guy in Brock Purdy especially that you don't want thrown in those elements, I would think. Get you at San Francisco, nice and warm, nice temperate condition, and that's where you guys can be at your best. So I do believe it's very key that you guys get that number 1 seed, especially for a little bit of an older team that could probably also use that bye week, especially. Standard champion, if and when Seattle loses to Philly, should they start all the rookies for the rest of the season? I wouldn't be against it. I don't think Pete will do that, though, standard champion. Don't think that's in his mode to do that, but I'd be okay with it. Brandon says, I totally forgot about YouTube memberships, but I'll send you a sub on Twitch as well, Brandon. Well, thank you, Brandon. And you remind me that as well. I've been doing some more Twitch streaming. So you guys, if you click down the link description section below there, if you're on Twitch at all or whatnot, you can find me. I'm TheSeahawksNest on Twitch. But I will be doing some more Twitch streaming over there, playing some games and whatnot, especially with there being probably a little bit less of the Hawk content to necessarily talk about as we chop in this offseason with things where they're going a little bit. I'll probably be over there doing more of that as we go forward. So thank you, Brandon. Appreciate you subbing up over there on the Twitch channel. Garth Knight, thank you for the $5 donation. And I thank you, Garth, for all your donations tonight. So straight up, watching the Broncos with Russ is as much Groundhog Day as Pete's defense. Both are not worthy of anything other than blind faith. Amen. Amen. I think those guys are so very similar in their outlook of things and the way they go about their business. And it's probably what made them a good combination between the two of them and bringing about the success they got. But it's also can be some of the parts that brings about their greatest struggles. And Groundhog Day is right. When it goes wrong in kind of the same way. When it goes right in the same kind of way. There's not much oscillation between those two types. Well said, Garth. Really well said, man. Brandon says San Francisco doesn't deserve the number 1 seed. When they lose, they complain about excuses on why they lost, or when they lose, they decide to fight the other team. Tell him, Brandon. You tell him, man. Greg Kemp, Locke is a gunslinger, so you're going to get INTs. The job of the OC head coach is offsetting them by getting him able to throw 35 touchdowns every year. Well said, man. Yeah, well said. So we come back to, before we get to that quarterback, go first to the scheme, coach, offensive line, and let's get to the quarterback and how we can evaluate him at that point, giving him something to work with. Not that they have to be top 10, 5 across the board in all those respects, but you just be to a functional level. Be to at least give me a middle of the road level to make my proper assessment of things. Save the Geese. Seattle currently has the 13th overall pick. They'll be top 10 come next Tuesday. It's looking very much like that might be the case, though. As somebody else was saying above, the Eagles aren't necessarily looking like the great game changers either right now as it stands, necessarily speaking. Fish, I wish we still had our second round pick this year, laughing out loud. I do as well, Fish. We'll see if maybe they can at least re-sign Leonard Williams at this point to salvage a little bit of that second round pick, but it does sting at this moment big time, doesn't it? The go-forward move is definitely blowing up in our face just a little bit. Don says the Sunday night game was much better than the final Doctor Who special I enjoyed. Oh, there we go. There we go. Garth 9, thank you for another $5, man. Appreciate you for all your donations tonight. Brandon says, Brando, give me the 3-leg parlay for Monday Night Football, if possible. If not, no worries. Man, you put a donation down, I'll get you a parlay. We'll get you hooked up here. Boom. Let's see if it'll let me in here. Having an issue here with this Underdog app. Let me in. Let me in! It doesn't like to let me in on that one. Let me see if I can get in on this one. Where's my Underdog? If it'll open on this. Yeah, so it's not letting me in right now, Garth. I seen an error message. I don't know what's going on. I think my computer's like dusting out on me or something here. Yeah, this is annoying. On top of losing today, the computer just being a... There we go. Woo, we got in. Okay. All right, let's look at these here, Garth. Garth, I like the 19.5 yards for Tajay Spears. Couple Monday night games here. Okay. I'm looking here, Garth. Let's go with, I think I'll go with these. Okay. Got you, Garth. Did I win? Did I win today? The one. All right. I'm going to go with that one too. So let me get a screenshot for you here, Garth. I got 5 for you, though. I'm going to go with Tajay because I think that Derrick Henry's not at 100%. So I think he's going to get a little more action this week. A little more action this week, I think. Here we go. So I'll leave this up for you. These are my Monday night runs. I'm going to go with Tajay Spears, more than 20 yards rushing. Raheem Mostert, more than 45 yards rushing. I'm going to go rushing touchdown or receiving touchdown, one less for Saquon. We'll go with Jordan Love, higher than 20.5 completions, and Tyreek Hill, higher than 7 receptions. Those would be my bets for you for Monday night there, Garth. I feel pretty good about those. And did I get... Oh, no, I missed it. How did I think I got in the win on this one? Oh, I just missed that one. A rough year. I'm still in the positive overall, but it's been a bit rough year on me with some of the bets. Good time to also reference, guys. We are a sponsored show by Underdog Fantasy. You can use Underdog Fantasy right now. Use my code NEST, that's NEST, or click the top of the description section link below, and you can get matched up to 100% of your first deposit, up to $100, just by using my code. So support the show, get $100 extra in your pocket. They got some great ongoing contests. I love doing these higher or lower picks on these players, but you can also get in weekly fantasy. If your fantasy team's done for the year, you can get in a weekly fantasy contest, fresh picks all the way down every single week. Go matchup to matchup. So you're not playing against the house. You're going up against a human being. See if you can pull it off. See if you can get that win. But there's a lot of great contests ongoing through the Underdog app that you can take advantage of. And they're still giving away $200,000 a week. And again, $100 in your pocket on the Nest through me, and you support the show. That's what we call a win-win-win. So thank you for Underdog Fantasy for sponsoring the show. And thank you, Garth, for your sponsoring of the show today with all of your support on those donations today, as you did both between now and the earlier stream that we had today. Very kind of you. Very kind of you, Garth. Fish says, instead of drafting quarterback, I would see us trading for Zach Wilson. I would avoid Wilson like the plague. I would wear 2 N96 masks. I'd wear a bandana around my mouth. Whatever it took to avoid that one. Brandon says, I mean, the game of football is won and lost in the trenches. If you win up front, you typically win the game. 100% right, man. 100% right. It's where it begins, in my opinion, too. Dino McCarty, I think it's the Niners Super Bowl to lose this year, but for some reason I don't see it happening. Well, it's one that they do, I think, are the front runners right now. I think it's on a bit of on the end of a pin of a needle a bit, because it's got to be to where they can stay healthy throughout the year to get there. And if I think they lose a couple of these guys along the way, I think it does pull them back considerably back down to the pack. But they do seem separated right now, at least at the moment as it stands, to your point. Standard, still can't believe how this team is competing. I still can't believe how far this team is from competing. You know how to speak 7 hours in the stream. Still can't believe how far this team is from competing for anything, and yet Pete and John thought we were essentially a Williams away. How did they get it so wrong? Hard to say, man. Did Pete override John? Was John on board with Pete? Did Pete just say, get the trade done by any means necessary? Don't know. Can't tell. Only guessing. I hate to make a blind guess like that because I just don't know where the blame goes on that one. But bad move nonetheless, Standard Champion. I do think some of it, though, is driven by the fact that they do intend to fully re-sign Williams and make him a priority this offseason. So we'll see how that plays out. And certainly if they lose him for nothing, then that colors it in a bit of a different fashion at that point. But that would be a bit of the part that might be in consideration here a little bit and how it looks. Brian says, Dallas, San Francisco look like they're headed for the NFC Championship. And if that happens, Dallas will lose. Possible. Certainly those are the two hottest teams right now in the NFC as it stands. See if it keeps up that way. Still about a month of football left. We got to see how it plays out, where it's going to go. Brandon says, also remember, guys, to gamble responsibly. Only gamble what you can afford to lose. That's right. Don't go out of extra pocket. Should be just some extra funds. You got to be willing to lose it. That's 100% true. You can't get the first $100 match and just put the extra $100 in your other thing. You'll be all right there, But that's true. Prime J says Mike McCarthy couldn't carry Kyle Shanahan's jock, injuries or not. I feel you there. Yeah, he's a vastly better coach than Mike McCarthy. 100%. 100%. All right. Oh, couldn't carry. Cameron, I was wondering if we overachieved last year or if we just took a step back this year, possibly both. My feeling on this is that you took a step back this year, Cameron. You have a more talented team this year. You're starting less rookies this year. You shouldn't be a worse team this year than you were last year. And I think that when it's to my eyes, it looks like regression at this point. Could be wrong on that, but that is how it appears to me as it stands right now. But yeah, I think that you definitely have at this point taken a step back and is what it is on it, a little bit. Prime J says Pete Carroll obviously can't compete with Shanny. He's definitely having a hard time doing that lately. 5 wins in a row. Nothing to shake a stick at. Davey Logman. Thank you for putting up your first super chat, Davey. Appreciate you for doing that. Thank you, very kind of you to drop the $2 donation. And appreciate you on that first dono drop. Very kind of you, Davey. Prime Jane says, by the way, Pete Carroll should have 2 rings, but he decided to give one away for free. Yeah, it's a common sentiment that's happened on this, Prime J. I've done a deep dive into the play and all that went into that play, and I understand that it's a very, from the outsider looking in view of this, it's should have ran it. I'm just telling you, man, it's not as simplistic as that. And there's a lot that went into that decision that was not necessarily just going to mean that if you turned around and handed to Marshawn, you were guaranteed a tutty. So it's just, I understand it's a common thing that's produced. There's a lot of things that are said commonly by a lot of people. Doesn't make it true, doesn't make it true. But I'm not looking to unpack that tonight. That's it. It's a conversation for another time. Amazing Mario Brothers. We're just a new owner, a new head coach, and a new starting quarterback away from being relevant again. Is that all? Wow, that's nothing. Brian E., who would want to carry Shanahan's jock? Malky, every week I see Pete and some of the defensive players say they have to be better the last month. When is the better? It's coming, man. You got to wait. You give it a little bit of time. Give it a year or two. It'll get there. Brandon says, for the love of the God, if we have a different coach this offseason, please don't tell me his name is Brandon Staley. Anyone is better than Staley. I don't think Staley's getting another head coaching job, at least in the near future after the recent one that he's done in LA. I think a lot of people look at that as one where he didn't get the most out of that team, that he didn't do a particularly good job. Prime J says, I understand what you mean. Yeah, and I get where you're coming from, Prime. It's something that's said a lot. I've done a video on this and done a deep dive into the play, and I looked into a lot of the data of the play. Just to give you a tease of this, Prime, Marshawn Lynch played in the league for 10 years. If you track running backs through the 10-year period in the 10,000 teens period, basically, and you look at that 10-year period of running backs running it in from goal line to go, and you look at who was the most inefficient running back running it from goal line to go, I think it was on a minimum of 30 carries. So that you had to have a minimum of 30 carries in those situations to be rated on this list, statistically speaking. And Marshawn Lynch, of all of the running backs who qualified with those minimum 30 carries for a 10-year period, was the worst, had the lowest conversion percentage of taking those down on the goal line and end game in for a score. He only did it 30% of the time. And 30% of the time is far from automatic. Far from automatic. Especially when you understand that the Patriots had already proactively gone goal line on that play. But again, I don't want to get too far onto it. We got enough issues today to talk about without having to rehash that brutal old play. Brandon says, I'll take the Chargers OC though. Kellen Moore. I think he's going to be a guy who gets a lot of head coaching looks potentially this offseason. Cameron, do you think if we legit lose out, Petey would fight? I'm having a hard time talking. You can tell I'm getting winding down to the end here. You think if we legit lose out, Jody would fire Pete? With the way the defense is playing, I'd be surprised if we win another game. I don't know. There's some questions on this, Cameron, that, I mean, honestly, I can guess, but I mean, all I'm doing is blindly guessing at that point. I've had no indication or any kind of read about what Jody's going to do or how she's going to do it, you know? And if I make a guess or a prediction, I want to tend to back it off something that I have a baseline to go off of. And the baseline that I have to go off of this is this right now, currently as it stands. If Paul Allen was still alive, Coach Carroll would not be the coach here, and he would have been taken out of the picture a long time ago. That in itself tells me that Jody's not particularly willing to move off of Coach Carroll, but this is a very base logic I'm applying in this situation that, again, I hate. I understand the questions that are asked of me sometimes on some of the stuff, but you guys sometimes ask me questions that I have no idea how to give you guys an answer to anything based off of anything. You know, I mean, I wish I could, but I hate answering those questions because all I'm doing at that point is sort of like rolling some dice and throwing it out in front of you and going, it feels like a 7, you know? I don't think she's going to move off of Pete. I think the only way to get out of Pete is that Pete's going to have to retire and self-determine that the game has passed him by. I don't think that Pete's got that built inside of him to do that because Pete's an optimism to a fault. And that means that that's not the type of guy that's going to recognize the game's passed him by and that he needs to be a realist about the situation. So I would imagine that we're going to continue to get Pete. I imagine that we're going to continue, Cameron, to get Pete through the end of his contract. But again, please let me preface this. It's a complete guess and one that I don't feel terribly confident in making any kind of prognostication about which way it'll go because I don't have a read on the situation at all. I'd like to think so that the answer would be yes, Cameron, to your point. What would I like to see? I'd like to say the answer is a yes. I'd like to say the answer is a yes, even if you don't win out every single game. I'd like to say the answer is that Jody's seen enough at this point that she doesn't need more extra data of our suckiness in order to get to a point of finally going, okay, I'm going to do something about this. So she should have reached that point, in my opinion, by this point already. The determination should have already been made. But if that's what it takes, so be it. But I don't think it's coming. I think we're rolling again on this. Flag Sabbath offering another stat from that year that I think is an important one is that Marshawn Lynch only had a 20% success rate from down on the goal line in that year of 2014. It was 30% for the 10-year period, 20% in that year, but that's a far cry away from the 100% certainty that so many fans like to throw in us and rub in our Seahawks faces. Fans love to rub in our faces. Should have ran it. Should have ran it. Should have ran it. And it's like, number one, can you find anything else? Is that all you got? Number two, it doesn't really resonate or land when you really don't have anything to back that determination up. The whole backing becomes, well, you have beast mode, best back in the NFL. That's a back. If you need a yard, he gets you a yard. Well, the data doesn't say that. So can you find something else to go to rather than this one play 10 years ago that actually had a lot of intelligence employed into why you drew up the play you drew up? That's the part that kind of rankles me on it. It's one thing if you have a dumb play call that's obviously dumb and we can nail that over and over again, like last week, having DJ Dallas on the opposite side of the formation and leaving Micah Parsons unblocked. That's a dumb play. That's moronic. But when you have a back that doesn't do a good job of banging it in from down on the goal line, not only in a 10-year period, but that given season, meanwhile, you have this play over here that has given you 100% success and that there's not been one play on the goal line in the NFL season. Let me say this part too. There was not one single play on the goal line in the 2014 season that was intercepted. So from a coaching standpoint, where you're going through all that data in the moment, determining what you're going to do, and that's data that you're researching, by the way, before you even come to that game, it's instructing and informing you not to necessarily hammer it in there with Marshawn Lynch just for the hell of it. There's more that goes into that decision, of course, but yeah, again, I don't want to get too much into this one. It's just rehashing something that's just never going to go away. And yeah, Brian, Malcolm Butler gets credit for making a hell of a play on top of it. Maliki says, I see fans on X saying Pete shouldn't be fired because there aren't any good head coaching options. Yeah, it's the part that I hate about this that comes into consideration. It's also the be careful what you wish for. And, well, get ready to go to the dark ages if you lose Pete. It's like, these aren't necessarily the happy, great times as it is, nor have they been so recently with Pete, number one. Number two, the coach is either the right coach or he's not. That's what we weigh. That's what we're weighing here. It ain't about what was the other option you're going to go to. It's going to be so great that it'll be better, you know? And Malky, I do see the same thing. You're right about that. But that's not what should instruct you whether or not to move on from a coach or not. They're good enough or not. They're doing their job or not. They're falling far short or not. If that's the determination that they're not, then you make that determination and you go find the other coach. There's absolutely coaching options out there that can do this job. The thought process that Pete is the only guy to get this done is laughable. And, you know, I'm going to use another word here, the irony word, another great irony of the folks that stand up there on Twitter, like you say, and say that, Malky, you say, well, who else are we going to go get? If that was what we allowed to inform us back in 2008, because remember with Mike Holmgren, it wasn't 10 years prior to Mike Holmgren. You went to a Super Bowl and then you waited out 10 years with Holmgren. And then we're like, well, you got us to a Super Bowl 10 years ago. We gave you that 10 years. Now we're kind of have to move out, old man. You waited 3 years. 3 years to move on from Mike Holmgren after he got you to a Super Bowl. And then the next guy that you hired in his position, you allowed him 1 year before you moved on. You would not have gotten to Coach Carroll. This is the irony to those folks that you don't move on from Coach Carroll. Be careful what you wish for. Who else is going to be the head coach? If I applied that thinking at the time in 2008 with Holmgren, we never get to Coach Carroll. You never get yourself a Super Bowl win. It's a logic that doesn't add up. It just doesn't add up. It brought us success once before, willing to be aggressive, willing to pivot off when it wasn't working. It can bring us success once again. So it's a silly outlook, Malky, from those folks on X that are saying that. And you should never make a decision from a fear-based position. If you're making your decisions because you're in a fear-based mental state of mind as an organization, then that's an organization that's going to go out there and lose a lot of football games. Dig Dogs, Brandon, giving the ball to Marshawn is not necessarily the best choice, but a rollout passer option for Russ would have been better, IMO. Yeah, I mean, I certainly would have loved to have seen that instead of that. The play had worked a lot down there, but it's really not about that Addicted Ox, because what's referenced is just like what Jordan J was referencing, or I'm sorry, I forget the guy's name above, Prime J was referencing, which is that it should have ran it. It's more, before we get to what the proper play call is, and then again, I know we're going to start to unpack the Super Bowl thing again, aren't we? Man, I just should have stopped it on the tracks when it got raised. They're succeeding, Hawk fans. When you let the trolls come in here and bring it up, then we keep going down it. It's just about, for me, Addicted to Hawks, the fact that running the ball there was not a guaranteed success. It was not a 100% certainty move, and then you did this other thing that was anything less than 100% certainty. That's the only point of it. We can get to the other calls and all that, but that was my whole point on it, was just that's what gets raised into my chat. That's what I've got to see probably about 150 times a year by other fans coming into my chat. Should have ran it. Dumbest coaching decision all time. And that's where it comes to that. And even the play they called, I don't agree with it necessarily, but I don't think that it was brought about by stupidity. There was an intelligence applied to why they made that particular play call in the moment. And it wasn't because it was a fear of Marshawn Lynch being the MVP. It's because you had success with that play throughout the course of the year when you had run it. You'd gotten touchdowns on that very play when you had run it, even down there near the goal line. But again, I'm going to go ahead and pass on any more Super Bowl talk. I can't do no more of it. Sorry, guys. I hit my spot on the 2014 talk. This is already hard enough stuff to turn over. Why? Let's not turn over this in addition. Radu, thank you for the $5 donation. Says, tough loss today. I wasn't mad. I wasn't mad of how Locke played today as backup. I wasn't mad of how Locke played today as a backup. Also, the Debo touchdown against Adams. So much for that soft zone, Pete, trashy Pete. Thank you for the $5 donation, Radu. Definitely done with the soft zone. I think, to your point, Drew Lock played a solid game overall. But soft zone defenses aren't getting us anywhere, not bringing in the defense any kind of respect. But unfortunately, Pete Carroll's not likely to go anywhere anytime soon. And that does mean, Radu, that the soft zone defense is not changing anytime soon. We are going to ride or die with it, and likely die. But it's not likely to change, not this offseason and not moving into next year, I would say. We'll see. That's kind of the $1 million question at hand. But I do not see it necessarily happening. Amazing Mario Brothers, please no more defensive background head coaches. The game has changed so much. You need to have an offensive philosophy in today's game. Agreed. Cameron says, fair enough, Brandon. I think all of us fans are just tired of this coaching staff and would be nice. Would be a nice New Year's gift of Pete fired. Tired of being mediocre. I'm with you on that, Cameron. I'm totally with you. And I can tell you that I think the fan base is driving towards this overall wanting to see this. If I'm just to take a little bit of a pulse, I think I'm in a unique position where there are people that do Hawks coverage. There are people that do a lot of Hawks coverage on the radio, for instance. There are a few people that are going to be able to get hundreds of interactions over hours and hours and hours of shows on a weekly basis, where I am having nothing but peppered with interactions from Hawk fans. And I can attest, the folks feel like you feel on this, Cameron. People are done with this situation overall. It has been by far and wide in just this chat and throughout these chats alone. I will tell you, we were at 85, 90, 95% rate of people that are done with this situation. But, as we've seen with even a Mariner organization at times, the fan base and what they think and how they think and what they believe sometimes moves the needle. Sometimes doesn't move the needle. Sometimes an owner can give a lick, sometimes they can't. And when you have an owner that we know is maybe due to look to move on from the team in the near future, then maybe they're not going to be as much pushed to need to make these kind of firings and moving off the thing and being aggressive and pivot to this and get over to that, But that's that part I get to on it that's hard for me, because we can end up spinning ourselves in circles on this, where we're going to talk it around in every different direction. But then we arrive back at the same place we started at, which is that we just don't know. And it just isn't looking likely that there's going to be a change. And if that's going to be the case, then, not a lot left to ponder at that point, unfortunately. And I'm sorry, I'm probably being a bit negative on it, but it's one that the organization's so tight behind the line on what they think and what they do and how they go about their business. And the reporters never ask a damn question worth their salt. So we never learn about this. And so it all just becomes this blind guessing game where we all just sort of close our eyes and go, well, I think it's maybe like this over there. I think it's maybe like that over there. And it really frustrates me, because it's like, man, if this reporters would do just one iota worth of their job, just like for a half a minute, maybe we could get a bit of a clearer understanding about how this whole mechanism works and goes together, so then we can know how it actually needs to be adjusted and changed so that it can get right. But I'm begging for something that'll never happen on that one. No doubt about that. Save the Geese. I would love if Brandon got a media pass and asked Pete some tough questions. Oh, I would come in very hot. That's for sure. But they would never let me in there. Flag says they had 100% success with that pick play that year. The Patriots knew it and practiced against that play. Edelman talked about it. That's true. It's true. That's where those moments where at times I'll say this coaching staff this year right now, you're playing checkers against chess. I think that was chess on chess in that game. They just made a bit of a better move. And Malcolm Butler made a hell of a play. Stoyan, I think one of the problems is that we believe our safeties are top caliber when they are really bottom 30. Last night, what I saw makes me understand why Pete doesn't pass rush. Don't pass rush. Yeah, they're not top caliber, Stoyan. You're right about that. And I think they're going to be probably cut at the end of the season. That's for sure. That is for sure. Stoyan, they can't stay with their man to save their lives. No, they can't. They also aren't playing well in zone. They don't seem to pick up in zone particularly well. Guys will travel into the zone and you don't get any reaction by the defender. They just kind of stand there flat-footed. Prime J, I feel bad for the Bears winning today because a win like this makes them keep Justin Fields, but really, if they were smart, they would trade Fields to Seattle and draft Penix. Penix would be good there. I think that they end up taking Caleb Williams, Prime. Remember, they've got the Carolina's first overall pick. I think that they still end up moving off of Fields, and if anything, it potentially ends up helping their returns on Fields and what they can get back for him. We'll see, though. Hard to say on that. Hard to say. Greg, it's crazy how the data says Beast Mode wouldn't have scored, but to this day, his teammates all think he would have, and that belief is Beast Mode scoring destroyed the locker room. Yeah, I think it definitely did destroy the locker room, that play not going that way. I also think a lot of people in that locker room acted childish. And you had outgrown egos going down at that point in time. And I think there was a lot of silliness involved with it. I really do. But yeah, it's a bummer. It's a bummer, I know. Long live the king. The thing is, as we all know, Coach Carroll's going to say after another undisciplined bad loss, these guys are terrific. They're hitting on all cylinders, but we're just going to keep at it. He'll keep it positive. That's for show. That's for show. Jose Romero, thank you for the $5 donation. I appreciate you for that, Jose. Hope you're having a great night. If us as fans recognize this bad coaching and scheme, don't you think the players recognize it? Low key, I think they aren't bought in anymore. Yeah, I don't see as much buy-in. I certainly think when you have multiple players making business decisions across the board, that doesn't speak to buy-in. And yeah, I think that you're not going to be able to fool the players when it comes to there being schematic deficiencies. I think that they understand very clearly when week in and week out they're being outcoached. And you can put all the responsibility you want to try to put on the player for that and say, no, it's you guys, it's not us. But again, I just don't think you can fade the funk on this. The players are going to recognize what's what, who's who, and what's really holding them back. And yeah, I think the players do recognize that. And that I think eventually, if that happens week after week after week on a long season, human whatever is going to come and kind of kick into play on this one. And it's going to, eventually cause you at that point to probably just do what, as naturally is, which is going to have a little bit of a defeatist mentality on that. You are so far out coached every week by such a wide margin. The players have to play so much better than that to overcome it. Yeah, I think that's got to factor in, Jose. Well said on your part, man. Well said. But yeah, I think there's a lack of buy-in going on for sure, especially on the defensive side of the ball. Long live the king. Thank you for the $5 donation. Says the left side of the O-line has big-time leaks. Now the pro-sit Geno for lock people get it. That's right. Yeah. I think there's big leaks. I think there's leaks kind of all over the offensive line. I think Cross at times has done well this year. I think this game he had some real tough moments in this one. Gave up some really weird pressures. I think the interior of the line is in poor shape. Yeah, King. I think it just comes down to, look, you got to get the line fixed before we can start talking about quarterbacks. Doesn't prevent us from drafting a quarterback and dealing with the offensive line, but we've got to make sure that we put these things in priority in the right order. We have been short selling on the offensive line for years. The last time you actually invested in this offensive line, you got to Super Bowls. So let's get back to that, right? Let's start trying to drive a little bit back to that. Let's stop going down to the value mart. Let's stop going down to the secondhand store looking for our offensive lineman. Ooh, here's an Evan Brown at league minimum. Let's put him in there. Ooh, here's a right guard. Let's move him to left guard. Here's a left guard. Let's move him to right guard. Then let's make them the starters. Now that makes sense. Strange. You guys are amazing, guys, on the donations, though. 4 hours in, we still got donations piling on up. Appreciate y'all for that. All right. Yeah, we're going to go a little bit longer on the stream. I got to get this mic thing figured out. It keeps cutting out. It's driving me crazy on this. And I got to dive into it's going to take me about 6 hours tonight of deep, intricate fixing and searching and unpacking in this computer to figure this problem out. So we're gonna get down to the wrap up point on this. I know we could go all night with you guys on this. I'm surprised. I thought tonight we'd have a lot of people bailing off, going, okay, I'm going to bed. But I'd love to see you guys as engaged as ever on this. I was just responding to somebody here. Will Valdez, to be fair, Mike Holmgren came from a coaching tree that believes that they shouldn't coach the same team for more than 8 years. I don't know if that's the case of what they believe. I know those guys didn't last a long time, up to 8 years. I think that's a little bit of the nature of the beast when it comes to coaching. Guys, even in successful places, don't last for a long period of time. You know, for instance, the coach with the Eagles that won the Super Bowl out in a couple of years, kind of just the nature of the beast of the sport, you know. Carson Fleming, do I think we'll move on from Adams and Diggs this offseason? Yes. You can save $26 million by moving off of those guys. You have no cap space as it is. They're playing like shit. Time to move off from them, save the money, take that money, invest it in the defensive line, and let's start turning this defense around. Jeffrey Brockman, I do think the Hawks are done for. I don't know if Jody Allen doesn't care about winning. I can't say for sure. I don't know a whole hell of a lot about what makes Jody tick at this point. I don't know where our team is at. I don't know what's going on. Certainly the Seattle media is not going to do a whole hell of a lot to shed any light on this. So the answer is just don't know. Big Docs, Brandon, totally agree with your point on the sports writers not challenging Pete. Are you worried about covering Hawks in 2024 if Pete is doing the same stuff? Yeah, it's disconcerting. It's worrisome. I'm not looking forward to all of it. I'm not going to lie about what I'm seeing. I may not do as long as shows if there's not as exciting things to talk about, and it's not going to be anything exciting to talk about if Pete's going to try to do the same old thing. This is not going to self-correct itself. This is not a broken clock where eventually the time aligns up to what it really is. This is a thing that's broken and needs to be fixed. And if the organization's not going to fix it, then it's going to continue to be broken. It's going to continue to fail, especially in this division, especially with two smart coaches in McVay and Shanahan that are running circles around Coach Carroll right now. Robert, thank you for the $2 donation. Says Walken, Pacino, and Nolte on our current losing streak. I will try on this, Robert. Sometimes you get me, man. I'm 9 hours in on the stream. I've done 3 shows and I'm 9 hours in. So the voice and the energy levels are really tough right now to do it. But give me a second here. I'll load up for it as I can here, man. But I'm definitely getting to that tab mode on the voice. You got to hit me early, Robert. You know, you got to give me the first couple hours, man, when I'm fresh on the stream, when I can do it on like the deal. You get me late and the voice is just right at the end, you know. I get that tapped phase of things. Stoyan, I do believe that if we ran the ball, we would have gotten the 1 yard too. I know the data was against him, but that particular running back was something else. I have no problem with people wanting to see Marshawn run there, but it doesn't guarantee it's a touchdown. That's the only issue I have with it, Stoyan, is the discussion when it goes without saying he scores a TD there. And the answer is no, it doesn't. As well as, again, on this, it's, and I can already see we're getting with the chat a little bit where I try to drive away from let's not talk about the Super Bowl play. We got enough bad stuff to talk about. Do you guys want to talk about the Super Bowl play too as well? Okay, let's talk about it. Stoyan, you had no success with running that ball in with Marshawn Lynch. You had 100% success running that pick play. The Patriots went to a goal line formation prior to the play. I've often referenced this, Stoyan, in Madden. In Madden, what you do is you have the offense call the play, and then the defense calls their formation to match what the offense is doing, okay? So if a defense decides to jump up in front of you and call a formation ahead of time, then that's giving you advantage. And so you ask your offensive coordinator to go through a game and call a play, not by this sheer gut instinct, I just kind of think he'll get in. You do it by informing him on a lot of data points that he's going to go off of to instruct him by what he does, how he does it, and how he calls the game. So it's struggling for me to say, go in there and bang the 1 yard in when you're not taking into account all these other things. You ask your offensive coordinator for 99% of the time to take into all account all this stuff into how he makes his determination about how he calls his play. But then at the end of the game, he's supposed to just magically bail off of it and decide, no, I don't think I'm going to do that anymore because I just have kind of this gut instinct that Marshawn's going to overcome this other stat that tells me this year, 1/5 of the time he actually gets that in. And oh, by the way, you're also trying to play to the clock there. Because if you do call a run play there and the run play gets stopped, you then call a timeout, and now you're predictable on your next 2 play calls having to be pass plays. Whereas if you go to a pass play there, you then still open the door to it being pass or run on the next play. I mean, to me, there's a lot of intelligence that went into that play. There's not a lot of intelligence that goes into hammering it in with Marshawn Lynch. And the whole I got a gut instinct he would just get it in thing doesn't add up. It doesn't add up to 10 years of data. It doesn't add up to the 2014 year of data. I really bristle on this one, Stoyan. This is one I'm going to push back against when I hear it in the chat on and I get where people come from, but man, I can't get there on that one. I really don't understand it. You got all this data that goes down the line telling you don't do this thing. And yet people want to say, no, you should have done this thing. No, you shouldn't have. Now, was a pick play the best play to run? Could we get into other plays? Yes, we can get into other plays, but running the ball there wasn't going to do it. But I'm going to go ahead and bypass. I'm going to bypass the Super Bowl talk. You guys got me on the torture bed, and it's like, let's pull out the intestines and start spinning the intestines on the thimble. Greg, what makes the Warner hit DK so bad? He's defensively. Corey Olson, thank you for the $5 donation. What ticks me off is Pete smiling and chuckling on 7-10 day after a loss. Yeah, I don't like seeing it either, man. He's kind of in a bit of a protected box right now, though. We don't know if he's held to account by ownership. Maybe he is, maybe he's not. Is his feet being held to the fire? Is he on a hot seat? Does he care anymore? Is he just happy to be a coach? Is he just happy to get up every day, put the whistle around his neck and go out there? Man, I don't know. I don't know. As we ask and talk about on a lot of these subjects, Corey, I just don't know when it comes to reading inside what's going on inside a man's heart, or why a man does one thing or why a man does another thing, or why a man fails doing one thing over and over again and keeps on doing it, Don't know. But thank you for the $5 donation. I'll tell you, Seahawks fans, about this loss. Now, Robert, I'll try to do this as much as I can. I'm tired. I'll tell you that. This team has me wore out. This year has been a bummer. It's like 92 all over again. Barely can make it through. I don't know if I'm going to make it to the end. I might just check out beforehand, especially with this mic. Shitty mic. It doesn't work a fucking lick. What do you think, Al? Oh, that mic sucks. Like this team sucks. I don't know if they're getting better. Probably not. It's going to be a lose. Robert, I don't have it right now, man. My deal and my mood and all that. I'm sorry. You're gonna have to catch me on the next one or catch me earlier. My donation. I'm tapping out here, guys. I can feel myself wearing down. So let's get the last couple questions on in here so I can wrap it up, get this mic worked on for the next 5 hours. We turn over this loss. Gar, thank you for the $5 donation. Brando, you ever heard of the conspiracies regarding the Raiders and Bucs Super Bowl of 2002? If not, look it up. It's out there. I will take a look. Raiders Bucs Super Bowl. I haven't heard anything about that one, but I will take a look and look it up. But thank you for the donation. Kieran says, my mom worked with a guy who flew Paul Allen's heli. Jody's been running the Hawks since a year or two before Paul Allen died. Paul wasn't involved with the operation once his health started to decline. It's interesting to hear. I've heard that she's very much a hands-on owner, and that she's certainly an owner that can be hard, or she can be a person that's, even I've heard people say, that's tough to work with, and she can be a pain in the butt, and she's going to certainly be a hard driver and a hard charger, and she's going to take no BS, and she's going to kick ass and take names. And I've heard all that about her. The thing that I do come back to, though, is a healthy Paul Allen, a well-to-do Paul Allen, a Paul Allen in his right state of mind, good to go. I don't think would have had Carol lasting here until 2023 at this point. And so that comes into then, is she just look at the situation different than Paul? Does she have a special place in her heart for Carol? Because that's Paul's, one of his last hires. And man, we get into all these kind of questions that are so much questions I don't have answers to. I don't know. I have no idea which way is what's what. I hear that she's invested, Kieran. I hear that she's running it. I hear that she's hands-on. I hear that she's ready to ride it. But my problem comes into this is that you also have a team not winning for years, and you sort of seem to be kind of sitting on your hands. And the Blazers are kind of for sale, but they're not for sale. And the Hawks are going to be kind of for sale, but then they're not really for sale. And we got a problem right now where there's not really a clear guidance of direction coming down from ownership to coaches about what the hell you're doing and how the hell you're trying to get there, you know? And it does start with the top at ownership. And I don't feel like right now I'm feeling a really good firm hand of ownership in her process right now, because she's allowing things to be broken and remain broken for years without trying to fix it. Fix it or don't. And the half measure approach to fixing things ain't a full measure approach. And right now at this point, it's calling for a full measure of approach. Great. Is there something, Seahawks, spread a cane, hope you're well. Sorry about the loss. Just want to say hi, hit the like button to always show support. Thank you for that, man. I appreciate that, Grandizer. Having a rough one tonight on this one. Definitely starting to feel myself turn a little mood-wise. Maybe I'm just getting a little bit hangry. Maybe it's my mic issues. Maybe it's this team. I don't know. Hard to say at this point. I can feel myself getting a little bit moody, though, right now. Jays, Drew Lock, and Hang, y'all's other... Guys, you gotta look at what you're typing before you type, especially 4 hours in. It's hard to see when you guys type in hieroglyphics and leave out 4 or 5 words. I don't know what you're saying. Brandon, you know, I figured I'd stop inserting my commentary in this chat for the night, but damn, the thing you said about making decisions based on love and not fear, well, that's deep. It's where I think a lot of what drives this organization right now. Fear. Why does Coach Carroll not want to change? Why is the old axiom, old dogs don't learn tricks? Why is it there's a cliche of older men not wanting to slide to the risky, to the chancy, that become risk averse? Because there's a fear, because you know what it feels like when you get burned. You know what it feels like when you fail. And when it comes to this team, look at defensively. Do they play with their hair on fire? Do they play with wild, reckless abandon? Do they take it to the opposition? Or do they sit back in their soft zone? In their soft zone, protecting against the deep ball. Protecting against that thing that's going to hurt him so bad if it happens. Can't let that really, really bad thing happen. Protect against it. All costs. Does that sound like fear to you? Or does that sound like attacking? You know? The worry to utilize the middle of the field and intermediate passing. Because Coach Carroll seems to believe that there's more interceptions to be had in the middle of the field. So you got to stay away from that. Again, fear-based. Fear-based. In the outlook of the things for why you apply a certain strategy or not. You know, you have a 4th and 2 in this game. You got a defense that's not stopping anything. You can't trust this defense. Oh, we're going to punt there and try to trust the defense. A defense giving up 13 yards an attempt to the quarterback and 9 yards a carry to the running back, and you're going to trust your defense. Why do you do that? Because you're scared of giving them the short field. Fear-based. Don't trust your offense. Scared to let the offense let it rip and through. Not moving on from Carroll, fear-based. You just can't, always got to lean away from that. Can't be scared about how things could break wrong. You know, it's the right decision to go with them or the wrong decision. He's the coach for the future or he's not. The decision of who the next coach is going to be is irrelevant to that discussion. It has to be, because it will just color it in a wrong fashion like people are trying to make it do. Because people like bring that whole thing up about, well, who's the coach going to be if not Carroll? Well, who's better than Carroll? But all that does is it just serves to sort of try to cover up and hide the errors in Coach Carroll's ways. And that's where I'm going to drive hard against it as we move through the offseason going, no, we're not going to play that game. There are a lot of coaches in this, in this league right now, or not league, but in this country right now, at a lot of different divisions. Put the right committee together to go find the right guy, and you can do so. And he can be a great replacement for Coach Carroll. He is not the only guy to captain this ship or who can captain this ship. As proof again by the fact that Holmgren himself, 4 years prior to Carroll being here, got this team to a Super Bowl. Had 4 or 5 division titles in the early 2000s. Had a lot more playoff success in the previous 4 years than Coach Carroll's had in his previous 4 years before Coach Holmgren was ushered out the door. Bryony, it's more crucial in my mind that sort of influence our vets have on rooks and sophomores. This is a young team, and Pete might be sending one message while the vets send another. Could be. Jordan Hodson, I'm an Oregon's fan, and I love the Bo Nix, but personally I think Penix would be a better fit for the Hawks. I like them both, Jordan. It's hard for me to sign up on Penix for my Seahawks. We are basically the worst team in the NFL in pass protection. Michael Penix has been injured multiple times over. The Huskies have made great lengths to keep Michael Penix clean in the pocket over the last couple of years. You are not going to be able to establish the same offensive line approach for him. He's not going to have much of a running game to operate off of either. I think that if you go and get Penix, you're very much likely to be setting him up to kind of fail in Seattle / probably get injured if you bring him in here. I like his talent, but he needs a top-notch offensive line to allow him to hold up. Whereas with Nix, you could bring him in at least with his mobility and some of his durability, kind of sustain some of that a little bit, I think, on the other end of it. But I do like them both, Jordan. Mike, still going? Okay, good. Thank you, Garth, for letting me know about the mic. Avier Allred, do you think we can keep Jarran Reed? I like how he has played this year. He's one of the only defensive players that has been consistent. How has he looked on the All-22? He's looked good. Has he had some moments where, I think he's wore down over games and probably played too many snaps this year? Yeah. Has he been overall really solid, though, for us on the defensive line? He has. I think that you have him to a multiple-year deal that you signed him. So I think he has still another year on the contract remaining, and I would expect him to probably remain. I think he's been a net positive for this team on that line overall. So he's been good. He's been active. He's getting into the backfield at times. He's creating some pressure here and there. I think he's being a net plus for you in what he's getting me on that defensive line overall. Jose Romero, so the body language with Pete on the Pete Carroll show with Brock and Salk is off, like there's an elephant in the room. There might be. I think from Brock and Salk's perspective, they're trying to dance around the elephant while still trying to kind of nibble at the edges of it to bring it up to Carroll. So it seems like they're doing their due diligence in their job. And so that's a little bit of a tough game to play where you have to ask these tough questions, but you have to kind of soft serve it to the coach in order so he doesn't kind of go off into his direction with it. And that makes it hard. That's one of the problems when you have these kind of no-go areas that you can't go to with the coach if you're going to have these interviews. And that's where it's sort of limiting. And you got the access to this coach, you got these interviews you can get, but he never ends up really telling you anything of any real importance, Black Sabbath, no updates yet on Witherspoon that I've heard of. I've not got anything confirmed. Doesn't sound like broken ribs. I think we would have heard that. I'm sure they would have got an MRI at this point if that was the case on it. Holy moly. So got well over 175 people in here, 4.5 hours in. You guys are awesome. Good morning, football breakdowns. I wonder if we move on from Taylor too. I don't know. I would love to see them do it, but I don't know if there's a market if you can move him out there. He's not going to cost a lot to bring him back as a 4th or 5th edge rusher on your roster. But hard to say on that one. Kieran says, we're really going to litigate the Super Bowl play. The NFL media does twist that knife enough for you. The pass play was objectively correct. Play call aside, I blame Russ. Yeah, I can't go too far into it. I'm already too bummed out tonight. I got to move past it. I'm sorry, guys. I usually can get into all these subjects, but tonight on that one, I'm just going to have to let it go. Good morning, football. I wouldn't trade DK Metcalf. Lost Souls Trilogy. How about we trade DK Metcalf and Adams for Jake Browning? We don't need toxic children who think they're bigger than the team. I don't have any problem with DK Metcalf myself. Jamal has no trade value. But yeah, I know DK has got a certain amount of the segment of the fan base that doesn't like him on that. Alexander says every week it's a trade DK. I don't get it. I don't either. Like you say, I hear it every week as well, and I don't understand it. I really don't. All the problems and issues on this team, all of the issues and problems on this team, all of the issues and problems on this team, we're going to start talking about some of the things that actually help us to win games. Dick Dog's walking so spot on, love it. Thank you. It's not good right now. I'm tired. My mic doesn't work. Shit, mic. What is this? A Lego mic? Talk, speak, work, please now. Audie Bell and Robert Jimenez, I owe you an impression on the next stream, I promise, man, once I'm back to being refreshed up a bit here. Audie, they call an offense like they can run the ball when they want to. Instead of keeping a defense off balance, they run a vanilla offense like they stop, run, get home with rush without getting imaginative. Yeah, I got very conservative in this game, Audie. Very conservative. Which is weird because some of the success that they were having early on was coming from not being conservative. Cameron says, I genuinely think the fans should protest at the VMAX. Season ticket holders should not renew their tickets. I'd love to see it, Cameron, but I just don't know if it's going to happen. You know, I think that there's going to be fans that somewhat check out, but it's got its fair, faithful fans that will come regardless of what may. And I just don't think they're going to be driven in that realm of things. But maybe that would help it, man. Maybe a little protesting could drive this a little bit in a better direction, you know? Radu, thank you for another $5 donation, Radu. I appreciate all your donations today. I know you dropped a couple of them tonight. Pete, every week. I thought we played a hell of a game. Just got to execute next time. 6-7. 6-7 Pete. 6 and 7 Pete might be actually delusional and probably has no idea. Yeah, he loves to say we played a hell of a game. It came right down to the wire. It was like he was talking last week. You know, your defense didn't cause one punt all game. And you're talking like this was a great game that came down and we were just right in it at the end. That's the other thing. We're right in it at the end. That's the thing he loves to say. Like, why was your defense shit? Why is your defense complete shit? Why do you keep dumping endless amounts of asset into your defense and you cannot get any returns from it? You are a league worst crew across the board. You do nothing well. In fact, the one thing you do well, you refuse to do. Why? You know, why? Delusional? I think it's kind of part of it, Radu. I think it comes to that empty, delusional optimism that's being implied a little bit here, where everything's always glass half full, even when there's no liquid in the cup. And that's where we find ourselves a little bit right now, especially when it pertains to the scheme and how they're running it. They keep thinking there's something to this. There's nothing to it defensively. You offer nothing defensively that makes anything hard for the opposition to play against you. There should be something that's telling in that. But delusion, optimism, a bit of both on it, Radu, you know, it is frustrating as hell. And it is why I think you have so many Hawk fans starting to grow so loud and saying, we're done with this. We're over this. I've seen enough. I'm tired of it. You're not trying to change your ways and you keep leaning on these old ways like they're suddenly magically going to work. Football does not work that way. You do things with a purpose, a plan. And not the same one over and over again. It's so weird. Flag says, clearly we are losing because I bought a throwback hoodie. I never wear team merch. And as soon as I do, we look like shit. Megan says, the Hawks Nest, great news on the dock. No DVT, but grade 2 tear in my left calf. Oh, goodness. Well, that's kind of good news. Partial good news, Megan. At least it isn't DVT. But it's good to hear you got a pretty good prognosis on that nonetheless. Certainly much better, I think, than that could have been on the other side of it. That's for sure. Robert says, you didn't give me my Nolte. I want my refund, my super chat.
I'm not giving you a refund, your super chat. God damn it, I gotta lose a game and give you a super chat refund. No, goodness Christ, that son of a bitch and see a team that sucks. What's wrong with them? I don't know.
Now, look at you, Robert. You got Nick Nolte angry. Why are you going to get Nick Nolte mad? Nick was a happy man today, but now you're pissing him off. Nick, it's okay.
It's not okay. God damn it, you son of a bitch. I don't really
care. Chris Biggs, Mike liked the team, doesn't work. Well, and no good reasoning behind it. That's true. That's true, man. I reset this whole computer this last week. Fresh install, which means I have something failing. That's the next step. Yeah, Lost Souls. I think Pete's gotten too positive and zero accountability seems to be a bit of the way there. Bit of the way. Daniel Bailey, thank you for the $2 donation. I appreciate you for that. Is it me or did we just play zone and get beat deep? Yep. None of the times you got beat deep in this game were in man-based situations. It was all in zone. And this is another one of those great questions. Why do you run the zone to prevent the big play? Your zone defense is allowing big plays week in and week out. Why do you continue to play the zone defense? And the answer, from my standpoint, is I do not know. I do not know. If you had some marginal bit of success, that would be one thing. But you're getting boat raced on a weekly basis on this. So Ann says, Brandon, I will tell you why he should have run it. 2 games, 2 games to not one, he made miracle play, broke 10 tackles, made Barry Sanders look mediocre versus Cardinals versus the Saints. Yeah, but those are 2 outlier plays, Stoyan, right? Like those are 2 the best plays of his entire 12-year career or 10-year career, whatever he had, right? And as I always say with this, Stoyan, doesn't matter whether it's on a given play or on making a personnel decision or a coaching hire, whatever you do in the football world, whatever you do in life, counting on the anomaly situation to happen is not a pathway for success. If you're counting on the outlier and the anomaly, you're going to end up being left waiting for a long period of time. So those are great plays that he had. They are. But those are plays are not emblematic of what Marshawn Lynch did. I mean, kind of to your logic on that, then that means every time you gave Marshawn Lynch a power play, it was an instantaneous big run, right? But we know that that wasn't the case. Those are just 2 of the bigger runs he was able to break at those moments. And certainly he was a guy that was great at breaking tackles. But there's something to be said when you look at that data against Stoyan, and it tells you 20% success rate during the 2014 season on running it from the goal line to go, and understanding that there's a difference in running it from goal line to go versus running it from where we ran it in the Saints and Cardinals game where you're up around the midfield stripe, right? Because when you get down to the goal line, now you're getting heavy formation by the defense. Now everything's getting compacted even more further than it has been before. So that's why there's part of that difficulty there with Marshawn. Defenses aren't having to play straight up to the passing game. They can compound down and they can kind of bring all that down there to make things uncomfortable for him down there kind of low. So it's not the same thing to go to those 2 runs as going down in goal line situations. And the fact that you have that 2014 data saying he had a 20% extra success rate, every 5 times he tries to run it in here from the goal line to go, he makes it 1 time in. And then when you look at the 10-year period of his career, knowing that he had only a 30% success rate throughout a 10-year period of his career in those moments, that's a good amount of data to go off of to go, maybe in these moments, that's not the best way to utilize him. That even though it seems kind of counterintuitive to his hard charging, heavy-headed style to where he can bang it in, where he can be impossible to take down if he so determines it to be the case. The data just didn't back that up. But I get it. Again, Stoyan, there's a lot of folks that feel that way of it. That feel the way you feel with it. Jeffrey says Jalen Hurts is going to run us out of the building. He might just do that. I feel you, Stoyan. I understand your prerogative on it. Like I said, you're not alone on it. I do bristle against it just because I so much went into the deep dive of the research on this given play about what brought it out and why they did it the way they did it, And so it does lead me to be pretty passionate about it and going, it's not the worst call of all time. There are much worse. Boom, boom, boom. All right, we're back. Okay. Daniel Bailey, I also like the creativity I saw from the offense today, especially early on. Kind of got a little bit vanilla as the game went on a bit, but I liked it early on especially. Garth Knight, thank you for the $10 donation. I appreciate you for all your donations tonight, Garth. 1 year left on Pete's contract. Going to be a hell of a year for streams. If I see any notes saying soft zone and defensive assets make Brando a dull boy, should we be concerned? You might just have me doing that where I put up the stream and that's what I'm typing, Garth. And I'll have it as an overlay where I'm just typing it with a deadpan look on my face. And then I just start laughing like you saw me earlier today, maniacally, just basically losing my mind. It could happen. It's possible. It's an early off season yet. Carol might break me yet on this one. I might, it might get real shaky here, Garth. Real shaky. But if you see the eyebrows like Jack start going like this, then you know it's about to click into place. Lost Souls Trilogy. When was the last time we had any misdirection at all? Can't remember the last blocked punt, field goal, fake punt, or faked field goal. The offense is also entirely predictable. Indeed it is. Hell, I mean, the one time you actually did use some misdirection in this play, remember Lost Souls in this game, it really stands out because it was one of the few times you did. You ran the Niner play that they've ran against us a couple times the last couple of years for ultimate success with George Kittle. You start out looking like you're going to throw it to the flat to the running back. You come back and fake screen it, then back across the other side, and then you hit the tight end right down in the middle of the field, wide open for a touchdown. Just what we did in this game. Worked wonderfully, worked beautifully, and I'd love to see them lean into a little bit more of it into the future. Fable JVC says, wow, 4 hours, I was here. This man has stamina. Thank you, brother. We go long here. Dig the Hawk, sadly wondering how long it will take to get a winning set of coaches back here. We get spoiled with Holmgren and Pete. We'll have to see. Megan says, the Hawks Nest, know your hours in, so Cosell, I'm hoping for will wait until I can get drop a hundo tomorrow. Oh, Megan, thank you so much. We'll get a Cosell here before the end of the day here. I'll get you a little Cosell in. Daniel Bailey says, Nolte's my exact emotion when watching our defense. Mine too.
Goddamn coach, go.
Beast Bod, safeties couldn't cover. Literally their one job 90% of the time. Yep. We're spending $50 million on those safeties, man, and we are not getting the return there. That is for sure. Sanders Champion, like when the mic cuts out, it reminds me of the old streams when we also discussed how Pete needs to hang it up. Yeah, it's been a long time of this. Big Money Sonny, thank you for subscribing. And a salute to you too as well. Appreciate you coming aboard the Hawks Nest, helping us get a little closer. If you haven't, please do get subscribed. We're trying to get up over 15,000 subscribers. We're getting very, very close. We're almost within only a mere 400 away from that 15,000 mark. I'd love to hit it before the end of the year. So if you're not subscribed, do like, please, Big Money Sonny did, and help me, please do get subscribed up. Fayable says, I like that you guys ran the same play we ran on UNC Seattle last year to score on us today. It's a great play. The fake screen. No, that was just what I was talking about. Yeah, the fake screen to the left and right, and then hitting the wide open tight in the middle. Yeah, it works on aggressive defenses, and that's something that certainly is what the Hawks and Niners they have in common. You guys certainly do it more productively than we do, but we are aggressive, and that is a way to take advantage of that aggression, because aggression wants to flow quickly to the play. It wants to get there fast, and sometimes you can get them to over kind of push it at that point. Morgan says Sean Alexander would have got it in. Kidding, not kidding. Well, I mean, to your point, I think Sean Alexander ran with even more ferocity than Beast Mode did when he got inside the 20-yard line. He just in between the 20s was a different cat. He was looking for the big play. Jordan says, Woolen, I don't think is a liability in tackling. Has much improved since being benched and was okay last year. This year he's just shown improvement in getting around blockers as well. Yeah, I agree with that. I think he is still dealing with a little bit of a shoulder thing too, Jordan, which I think does affect him a little bit. Jose Romero, you have a great night. Thank you for your donation. Sorry for the muted thing, guys. Daniel says, I'm hoping Clint Hurt reads the writing on the wall, that he'll be the fall guy, and so he puts his foot down and demands more freedom in running the offense or threaten quitting mid-season. And I don't think he'll put his foot down. I think some of that, Daniel, was he knew what he was signing up for with Coach Carroll, I think, when he signed up, and knowing that some of the control was going to be wrestled away from him and that it would be a Coach Carroll defense. But getting the opportunity to be a defensive coordinator kind of overrode that. So I think he's probably made a little bit of his peace with this already ahead of time, pretty far back. Doesn't mean he feels good about it, though, right? To your point. Wilbur, who do y'all think we're getting in the first round? Hard to say at this point. I'll give you a name. Cooper Bebe. How about that? Pretentious Cameron, if we can't get rid of Pete, hopefully we can at least stop Greg Olsen from commenting on our games. He is horrible. Fayable, yeah, Jamal Adams turned out to be the worst trade in Hawks history. It's kind of saying something because we've gotten some bad ones on the books, but this one's going to turn out to be the worst one we've ever seen. Yeah. No other way to put it. Gary in Hawksnest is a fellow audio guy. It's probably a mixed cable, a mixed port, or something with your interface. I had my interface go, and the volume knob causes the monitor speakers to flicker in and out. Yeah, it is. It is possible that it's that. I am thinking a cable is on, especially the cable that goes from the Scarlett. I've got a Scarlett in between there, and so it's got the USB where it all go, the XLRs go into there, and then it turns into USB. So tomorrow I'm going to probably have to go try to see if I can buy the USB mic that goes into the back. But the weird thing is that nothing had changed. So like I hadn't moved anything, or there shouldn't be anything that's caused from, physically. And I'm a little worried it's inside the computer itself that's having some issues here. Because that's what caused this last week, is that my upload speeds went to hell all of a sudden, and then trying to fix that issue. And it's been hell. I've been chasing my tail on the issue, and I'm not really sure what the hell's going on. But I'm going to be deep into the night tonight trying to figure it out. I'll tell you that. But yeah, I got to figure out what's going on here. I do not know what's up. I don't know. We'll figure it out. I'll get it figured out. But thank you, Manny Gurian. Don't know. Big Money Sonny, shout out to Jamal Adams. He's just gassed. He might be big money. I also wonder if he's just maybe not the same player at this point with all the injuries that he's sustained. He's had quite a lot that's piled up over the years. Quite a lot. Kieran says, Hawksnest, all things being equal, jiggle them cables. That's going to be the first thing. I'm just going to unplug everything after the stream and replug it back in. See if maybe that can make a little bit of a difference. But yeah, it's annoying. I think it could be something else too, though, because the way I fix it, I switch the system back and forth, and it like jogs the system. So something's within that too as well. Mega says, Hawksnest, sad to say this one is Haim. Sad to say this is one Haim game I was not upset to miss due to being in the hospital this morning. This was okay one to miss, Megan. Not the worst of ones to miss, to your point. This was a bit of a tough one. John Stillwell back in the house. What's up, John? It's good to see you back in the house, man. Thank you for the $25 donation. I do appreciate you for that. It's good to see you as well. Hope you're doing well, brother. It says, with those players, there isn't a coach in the world that could win a game. The players don't care for the most part. Our tackling looks like a state road crew. One guy working, the rest watching. Wow, that is great. I love that, John. Our tackling looks like a state road crew. One guy working, the rest watching. And smoking cigarettes, John. You forgot the smoking cigarettes as they watch. Because that's the extra bit of lays where the person, oh, put it over there. No, man, put it over there. But I saw the same thing. I've seen players across the board, defensively speaking, especially here, John, that I'm not a guy that likes to question effort of NFL players because we don't know, and who knows on that. But this is one part where it seems pretty startlingly clear to me that that's what's going on. And watching a lot of the tape throughout this year, that's been a commonality of what I've seen from these guys over and over and over again, where the effort to tackle, the want to tackle, the ferocity, the buy-in, it's not there. And it's not there across the board to the point it's actually a minimum amount of players that you find yourself going, well, this guy's playing hard and that guy's playing hard and that guy's playing hard. But everybody else here, I really am not too sure. / I'm sure he's not playing hard. And this is where we go again back to, yeah, I think you're right that the players certainly aren't helping matters on this. But why aren't they buying in on this either? Why have we gotten to the point where we got these guys, John, where they're to that stage of taking it lax, taking it easy? Is it because they don't buy into the coaches? Is it merely that and I'm asking this more than I know on this one, John, too. I'm just asking on this one, but is it that they're not buying into the coaches? Is it guys that are just fat and happy who got their contracts, who, they've gotten paid and they're kind of just dialing it back at this point and they're comfortable? Is it some of that? Is it a combination of both? But your bottom line point is correct one. Whichever way downstream, whatever the result is of the cause, or upstream the cause of it, the effect is still the same, where you're watching these guys looking at players making catches or running through their holes and running right next to them, and they're just looking at them and staring at them. And there was one play where we had 3 Hawk defenders, and the guy made the catch, and he's wide open in this hole. And all the players sort of took a moment and just sort of looked at him after the catch. And there was like this extra beat of a moment, and then he just got right up to speed and ended up extending it for another 15, 20 yards. And that's felt like that happened a lot today, John. Felt like that occurred a lot today, and it's happened throughout the season. And tackling is a lot about want and will. Playing hard is all about want and will. And I think that is maybe as much of anything with this defense. And you know with me, John, a big part of the defense is the issues with the schematics and the positions you put the players in for success or the lack therein of. But to your point, the lack of the fire and the lack of the care out there, the lack of the pride out there at times, that's also been every bit as troubling. And there aren't any excuses for it. And it's one reason this team should drive very hard to not let there be very few sacred cows, be it on this defense or on this team as we go into the offseason, regardless of what they do with the coaching. And that you start making some tough decisions, you got those players who are going to decide that they want to make those decisions. You know? Even if it means that you're bringing in a less talented guy who comes in, though, very hungry, who will give you all he's got. You know? You give me a super talented team, but 5 of the 11 guys on the team are on the field are playing at 75%. Or you give me a squad of 11 less talented guys, but they're all playing at 120% and giving you all they got. That other defense is going to take down that more talented team. And I think that's what we've seen this year, John, especially in like the Rams matchups. Look at how they're playing. Look at how they're set up schematically. Look at how hard they go, what they do. Hey, they took the Ravens today on the road, 10 a.m. to the brink. We don't match it with that same effort. We don't. And you're right. It's startling and it stands out week after week. And boy, it makes it hard to watch the game when you're not seeing we're not seeing the effort from the players at its maximized level. You're looking at a guy going, I don't think he's playing the hardest he possibly could be playing right now. I think there's some going through the motions out there. Now, John, I go back to that play a couple weeks ago, the Niner game in Thanksgiving, where Devon Witherspoon's quickly on top of the guy after he makes the catch, and he gets his hands around the waist, and he's in an awkward angle. He's doing all he can to try to just kind of keep him corralled and held up. Here comes Trey Brown to help. Trey kind of gives a weak tackling effort where he comes in and sort of just half hugs the guy. And then Tariq Woolen comes flying in out of control, and he just throws his shoulder into it, knocks Trey Brown off and Witherspoon off. Now the guy's going to go for the first down, and at the same time that he's coming in to knock Trey Brown off, you have Quandre Diggs falling behind Tariq Woolen, and he takes this like circular route around the whole play. It's like he's coming right at the thing, and then he just decides to go like this. Like, I'm coming at you. Whoop, and goes right out the side with it. And that's one of the plays that'll stand out to me on the season of one where you go, holy shit. Like, there's effort all across the board on that particular play, and not just one guy. And that's what you're seeing, John, is so many plays where it's multiple guys on a single play where you're like, man, I was joking today, John. It's like we have to have, it takes every play 3 or 4 guys to tackle one guy. Not in that they have to rally to tackle him, but that you have to have 2 missed tackles before you can get to the made tackle. That's kind of how it feels to me a little bit. Well said, though, man, on your part. And thank you today for all your donations, all the gifted subs. You were just amazing. In that respect of things, had folks at least hyped up on that side of things. Garth Knight, thank you for the $5 donation. I appreciate you for that, Garth. Quite very much. When number 33 or Jamal Adams gets released, what team could benefit? Also, glad to hear you avoided the DVT at Megan. That's right, Megan. We got a little bit of a love from Garth for you earlier, where it was hoping you're doing okay out there. And no jokes on that side, Megan. Props to you, Garth. And so our chat was hoping you were doing okay, Megan. It's good to hear you are hanging in there good and well. And you got a pretty good prognosis overall. I know torn calf is nothing to shake a stick at, but all things being equal, that's at least encouraging to hear. What team would get number 33 if he was released? Probably would go to a team like maybe Dallas. I know the Jamals wanted to play for Dallas for a long period of time. They never seem to have anything super set at safety position necessarily. So I could see him going to a team like that, maybe. Giants, maybe. Go back to New York. Wink Martindale's scheme with a heavy blitz approach. If he still remains there, of course, they might move on from the coaches this offseason. I don't know what the market will be like for Jamal Adams right now, Garth, because I don't know what the league opinion is going to be on him. He doesn't look like he's got a whole hell of a lot left in the tank. He's not going to get a very big deal once he gets released. He may not have a whole hell of a lot of options. He might have to just take what is ever out there, and there may not be much. But there's a couple teams on that. Thank you for your donation, man. I appreciate you. Willard says we need that dominant defensive pass rush back. Yes, we do. Yes, we do. Zach, Caleb's played horrible against good defenses in college. I don't think he's going to be a quarterback. And Seahawks fans shouldn't even be thinking about him. We don't get him unless we give up a lot. Well, I definitely like Caleb myself, Zach, and he certainly has had a little bit of falling back down to earth this year with the college season he's had. I tend to be a pretty consistent guy on this in that I put this sort of equivalent across the board. And I will admit, Zach, that my outlook on this one does tend to be somewhat different than how other people view the quarterback position. In that when I look at a guy like Caleb this year, I see that he doesn't have much to work with offensively there at USC. He doesn't have much supporting cast. He lost his guys to the NFL, really the good guys he had the previous year. Defensively, nothing there at all. So you've got a lot of games where he's under a lot of duress, not much of a ground game to speak of, a poor defense. The world is kind of on his shoulders throughout the course of the year, and that starts to grind on quarterbacks over time, I think. And so I think you put him in an environment that lays him out to have a more successful approach where it's not all about him playing off script or having to be Superman. I think he can be a pretty legitimate quarterback in this league. I do say he's down from the spot where I thought maybe last year he could be generational. I don't think I've got him in that high level of mark in my view of him at this point, but not that far off either from that stage of things. I think he's going to be a very, very good player in this league. But to me, again, on this, Zach, I take a lot into account on the supporting cast you got as a quarterback. That does factor into my assessment quite heavily. And that's been kind of, for me, something that's just sort of evolved over the years. John Stillwell says, San Francisco laughing at us and our guys just walk away. Send them all to Pee Wee football. Get them, John. Yeah. Two different teams with two different sets of fire burning in their gut today and throughout this year. One team that looks like it's on a mission to get to the Lombardi Trophy. Another team that at times looks like it's going through the motions, especially defensively speaking. The Vikings is Jamal Adams hot trash. Yeah. Fable, Greg Olson just needs to learn to be more succinct. It's an art form doing this play-by-play commentary stuff. It takes on. I'm trying to get better at it, but I struggle with it sometimes too. You got to fit a lot in sometimes between those plays, especially when they go hurry up. It's brutal when they go hurry up. John says Adams had one good had a good one today against Witherspoon. Is that the one that he got him injured on, John? Alan says, Brandon, great stream tonight. Thank you, Alan. I'm a pissy move. I hope it's not coming off too bad tonight. You guys are making me laugh, which I appreciate. John Stillwell says, the Hawks couldn't beat my Jazz group in a football game. Probably not at this point, man. Not at this point, John. I don't know. We can't be many people at this point, and we are backsliding fast. Alexander Watch, we get rid of Jamal, and he ends up playing great somewhere else, laughing out loud. Yeah, you definitely could see it being possible. And if he's able to get another year removed of that surgery, he might be able to reclaim some of his athleticism and speed back, maybe a little bit. But I don't want to be the team to have to wait around to see if that's going to happen or not. Yeah. Jason Tudor says, do you do what my old boss called a service drop? Just pick up your computer like an inch off the table and drop it. There we go. There you go. I'm definitely gonna have to take some. We're gonna have to do some extreme steps here with this thing because I've already done about 35 steps trying to get this thing resolved as it is. Big Money Sonny, thank you for the $5 donation. Jamal Adams is your world's pickup? I think you meant worst pickup. Hold my beer. I'm a Washington fan. On a side note, please clap those Philly cheeks next week. Salutes. Well, we're going to do our best. And thank you for the donation and subbing on up, Big Money Sonny. I really appreciate that, especially being that you are a Washington fan. I always love having fans from other teams come in here. It helps and always expands our perspective on what we're looking at and viewing. Yeah, unfortunately, that is our worst one. I will give you Big Money. We don't have a real rich history of bad moves, partly because we haven't been throughout our history as much of an aggressive team in making trades and trying to go here and trying to go there. You know, you guys had Schneider there for years, willing to do a lot more of those riskier deals, which certainly you could get on the other end of, which didn't make you feel good on that. The good news, though, for you, Big Money, is I think you guys got a good, solid ownership group now in place. The thing that was inhibiting you and holding you back has maybe now finally been kind of released. That e-brake has finally been put back down, and you can kind of get on the open road now and let it open up a bit. But we're going to do our best against Philly next week. You know this team's going to be hopefully desperate. Let's see if we get a better level of effort at times from the defense. Or if this team does start to turn over and roll over a bit, if they start to check out, you know, we're starting to feel some of the signs of that as it is. But yeah, the Jamal deal, you know, Big Money Sonny, when you make a mistake as a team, it's not bad, but it's bad when you make a mistake as a team and then you serve to make a desperate move to cover up that mistake. And for the Hawks, for years, they went too soft when it came to their pass rush. Way too soft every offseason. And then they'd get to training camp and they'd go, holy hell, we went way too soft on this pass rush. We got to do something about this. And then they would go and make a desperate trade, be it for a Sheldon Richardson or a Jadeveon Clowney. And then it reached to a culmination within the last couple of years in that Jamal deal where you just went over the top. And you're like, 2 first-round picks and a third-round pick for a strong safety that only plays in the box. You're going to give up those kind of assets for a safety. That better be a guy that can play free safety and strong safety, who's got ball skills, who can play the slot. Certainly not a guy that's a limited strong safety. But that's the route that they chose to go on this. And even taking that route, Big Money on top of it, they haven't then used him in the same fashion that the Jets used him, which is part of what drew them to him in the first place. You know? It's like you're driven to this girl, she's really hot, and she wears all these dresses, and you're like, man, I just love how you look in a dress. You're amazing. You're beautiful. Just the figure is just unbelievable. Just you take my breath away. And then you get in a relationship with her and you're like, can you just put on some jeans? Can you just wear like a t-shirt and some jeans? Right? Like, huh? What? It's been an odd one for us, Big Money, on this one. Check. Oh, we're still good. John says Jamal Adams doesn't play football. No, I don't think he does either. He's more into the theatrics at this point, John. You know, it's more about gestating and doing the flex move. Isn't this the move? Wilbert says, new safeties, please. We need to bolster the defense, more studs. Amen. Big Money Sonny, Philly's corners got leapfrogged today. Looking forward to watching Seattle expose them. That's Philly's last loss in the regular season, in my humble opinion. Hopefully we can take care of business, Big Money. And they do look a little more vulnerable than they have the past couple of years to the Eagles. So maybe that can break in our favor. Lost Souls Trilogy. Not all our guys are team players. We have toxic, entitled individuals who crave attention. The Hawks won't win until they are a functioning team who has a coach who holds players accountable. Beautifully put, Souls. Beautifully put, man. And I agree with you. I think toxic, entitled is a good way of putting it. We need to get to more of the kind of the hungry, right? Payables JVZ, I will be rooting for the Seahawks next week, and then I will take an extra long shower. Let's go. Kieran, yeah, we don't match up against the Eagles too badly. It's not impossible for us to put up a competitive game. Amen, Kieran. We can match up with them. We can hang with them. Probably a big part is how we stop the run, because I think that's where the Eagles are going to try to lean into that a bit with us. John, Stillwell coming in with a $50 drop. John, man, I appreciate you. I know you're under the weather a little bit tonight, but thank you for all your support on the show today. You've been awesome as ever, man. And I know we got some tough subjects to talk about tonight, but man, the Nest is rocking and rolling as loud as ever, and appreciate you for that. Says, I'm going to play guitar. If I keep talking, I'll get booted off YouTube. Not in my stream, not in my chat, John. Let him have it. You know what I mean? There's a time and a place for the fire and the flames and for the anger to have its spot in the limelight. And in my opinion, this, if not now, when would be the time? You know what I mean? If it's wrong not to put this on blast, then I don't want to be right. You know, I think it's well positioned, John, to bring these subjects up and to talk in this manner and to talk with the level of, let's not parse our words. Let's not, let's call it what it is and what we're seeing, which is atrocious football play on the field, atrocious level of effort. I pay you multiple millions a year. I ain't expecting you to play perfectly. I'm not expecting you not to have some mistakes that pop up, but I am expecting the effort to be 100% there at all times. That is the part that I think I get to pay for when you only play 17 games a year. When I pay you multiple millions of dollars a season, you're giving me the max effort. And these NFL players sometimes, it's sort of like they forget, John, that there's the eye in the sky that catches all. And there's no hiding a lack of effort. There's no hiding when you're going to be lollygagging it. And right now, we got a lot of lollygaggers on this defense. And I sure do hope, John, that they take the steps to mitigate this. I'll take a much less talented team. I'll take a much less names team that's got hungry young players out there that are flying around and giving it up, that are committed, that are tapping that all-in sign that they got up on the deal on the wall before they step out on the field, right? The all-in sign, that they're tapping that all-in sign and they're actually meaning it, not just tapping the sign. Give me a young team like that on defense, hungry like that on defense. Don't give me well-paid guys that are fat and happy back there that are sort of picking once every 3 plays they're going to decide to turn it on, But John, thank you for your $50 dono. I hope you get some nice, tasty licks out there on the guitar. You got some great, I know you got a great new one that you're probably going to get in there and put to work. But your frustrations are true. Your frustrations are right. And I think that this is where we've got to voice this for where we feel it, because this is where the fan base is at. It's not just a 1 or 2 guys over here or a small segment over here. There is a widening, ever growing portion of the Seahawks fan base that are done, that are fed up, that have had enough. And I'm with them. I gave Carroll a 2-year reset on this to see if you're going to really try to update your schemes, to see if you're really going to put this back to front defensive approach and make it really work. It ain't working. And it's been a failure to me. It's been a complete failure to me. And this is sliding in the wrong direction. Certainly not in a direction, John, that if the season ends tomorrow, we're going to feel real optimistic about what we're going to be getting out of the team moving into next year. That's for sure. So I love it. There we go. Got to remember to push that damn thing. I don't know where I lost yet, John, but I think, John, Brandon, you were lucky to have such a nice group of people. Sorry, I muted sorry about the mic mute, guys. A nice group of people on your channel. They deserve a better team than the Hawks, but they have the right guy in you. And that's very kind of you to say, John. I think we do indeed have a great community here. Didn't think I would have it coming into this, but this has absolutely been what's been fostered here is we have a community of people that are open-minded, that can have hard conversations and still be able to keep it without getting snippy and personal and attacking each other. It's been the best part about this channel is this community and how it's been able to grow in the way it has. And we've done a 5-hour show tonight, John, and everybody's been on point with, even though we've had disagreement and people go in different ways, everything has still stayed and remained respectful. And it's like that on just about every single show. And I think that that's unusual out here on YouTube in this platform. I think it gets to be quite the opposite direction at times. Big Money Sonny, it'd be really tough for Seattle to make the playoffs, but they are proven to be resilient. You never know, man. You're in it, right? You got a chance, you got a chance. Jacob Davis, I don't know what we can do with our current quarterback situation. Schneider has to consider trading up for an elite talent, someone with a great potential like Caleb or Nix. Locke did fine today, but not enough. Certainly think they're going to address the quarterback situation this offseason, one way or the other, Jacob. Whether it means pivoting off of Geno or just drafting a quarterback, I think you're drafting a quarterback regardless if Geno stays or goes, or Drew stays or goes, to your point. Daniel says we have picked up Branch in the second round instead of Hall in the second round and could have kept Brian Neal, would be younger and better at the position in my opinion and can move on. I would have liked to have seen that too. Brian Branch was one of my favorite players in the draft. Yeah, Jacob, I think it's going to be hard to make the playoffs too. Big Money Sonny says, shout out to your cat in the background. Thank you, man. I'll give her a little pat on the head. She's kind of one of the mascots here on the channel, Big Money Sonny. Her name's Pumpkin. She tends to be the usually star of the show. She's the eye candy part of the show. Jacob, I've had enough of Pete Carroll, he says. I've had enough of Pete Carroll hate, and I would rather a guy like Steve Wilkes or Rich Biasaka be given a chance. Carroll's coaching is dated as F, but he's still our coach, and we got to root for him. I've wanted nothing. I've said throughout this time with it, Jacob, that I've got no bone with Coach Carroll and that I have some personal vendetta to see him run out of town. I don't. My only issue comes with it, Jacob, and where I'm not going to provide a sense of support to him is if he's going to have things fail across the board in a variety of ways, and on every one of those individual fronts, he ignores those failures and doesn't look to try to move anything in a different direction. That's where my issues mainly come in at. And I think that those are valid criticisms to make of him. And I think that you can support him while saying this thing is also happening, which is just kind of where I stand on it, at least. Megan says, hit the like for being his pissy mood, 12. That's right, man. Help the pissy move out. Hit me with that like button. Garth Knight, thank you for the $5 donation. Appreciate you. He says, if this computer mic keeps failing, will you give members the consumer report analysis on a members only stream? I might just have to do that, Garth. It's that or go get another computer at this point. I'm going to have to do one of the two here. Holy Lord here. You know what I mean? Thank you though, Garth, for the $5. Thank you for all your donations tonight. I don't know what the hell I'm going to do about getting this issue fixed. I don't even know where to begin. I just got a new coordinate probably. Darn it. Kieran says, Stacy on Seattle Sports tomorrow. A conversation for our show tomorrow. If I were to describe the 2023 Seahawks season in one word, it would be, I hate those topics. God, I hate those radio topics are such crap. Oh. Big Money Sonny says again, hold my beer. Yeah, you guys have been a little long suffering, Big Money. But the thing I will say is Washington, you guys got 4, 5 Super Bowls you're sitting on? I mean, I know that that's not much that I'm giving you when it's been 30 years. But I mean, still, you do got a pretty proud tradition there. Jacob, I hate the idea of losing out. I know that would help Pete be fired, but at the end of the day, I would much rather see the Hawks 9-8 while missing the playoffs than see Pete unceremoniously fired. It's fair enough, man. I certainly don't root for the team to lose either. So I hope they get this back. Like I said, I don't want to see failure either. I want to see return. My only issue comes into play is just that if we have a coach that doesn't want to change his ways and needing to kind of support that. I don't want to support that, you know. Niner Sickness Podcast, what's up? TT Fly, Adams was so good his entire time on the Jets, then he came to Seattle. That's right. Jacob says Jamal Adams likes to think he's the best in the nation, but ultimately he's all bark and zero bite. That's right. A lot of bark with that guy. Yappity, yap, yap, yap. Megan says, my tablet gets taken to the front door and threatened to be thrown on the road if it acts up B. Yeah, I'm about to launch this computer out. I already put a good 10 hours in last week during the week. You know, it's like, come on. I'll figure it out. Jacob Davis, Adams was a diva even upon leaving the Jets. Didn't he post a photo with him and a ton of money on his Insta when trade was announced? Yeah. Yeah. And there's some Jets reporters that certainly weren't big on Jamal Adams, you know, which I think we can kind of understand why. Kirian says, reading Twitter, I liked this one. Haha. That play sums up Jamal Adams. Flexing after a positive gain on the previous down, then well beaten in coverage. Yeah, he loves to flex. He loves to flex. Danny McCormick, dream draft pick with realistic thoughts. Well, if you got the opportunity to trade up for a Caleb Williams, that's the dream draft pick for me in this draft. I don't know if I've got like a dream guy other than that, other than to say going and addressing the offensive line with a Cooper Bebe or a Graham Barton or Fontenot from Washington. I don't know if I have another one direction I would really want to look or that is at the forefront of my mind to go with, you know. Tyler Nubin, Minnesota safety is pretty good. Would be interesting to me. I can give you some names on it, but probably just more of an addressing of the offensive line. Niner Sickness Podcast. I don't think that Drew Lock's now our starting quarterback over Smith. I think Smith still returns to the starting lineup if he's healthy. But is he healthy? Will he be healthy here the rest of this year? We'll see. So, yeah, Danny, I'd probably go guard would be the dream draft pick in the first round outside of making a trade up for a guy like Caleb. I don't know if you would be able to do that, though, of course. Big Money Philly can run that play every day, to be honest. Yeah, they can. Ugly King, Philly can run the booty push 60 plays the next game and beat us 28-20. You're not wrong. You're not wrong. Jason Tudor, thank you. Says no sound too equals electric boogaloo. Appreciate you, brother. Thank you for letting me know on the mic, guys. Sorry about that tonight. Addison Shelby, hey, Brandon, late as usual. Seems like you might be having some audio difficulties. I am, yeah. I got some mic issues I got to fix tonight after the stream. I don't know what the hell's going on. I do not know what's going on. What's going on here? I don't know. Jason Tudor, Pumpkin will speak English. I've taught her a few words. She knows water, lay down, no, hey. Sorry about the mic. We'll get it fixed tonight or tomorrow or this week. Big Money Sonny, thank you for another $10 donation, Big Money. Appreciate all the donos today, man. Very kind of you. Again, brother, I'm a Washington fan. Instead of holding my beer, can you provide me with another one? Side note, what is your real opinion on making the playoffs? What's the situation at quarterback? I don't think we're making the playoffs at this point, Big Money. We got tiebreaker issue with the Rams. They're kind of step for step with us right now. I don't know if they're going to lose another game the rest of this year versus us, who very likely at the very least is probably losing one and maybe a couple. So I don't think that, making the playoffs right now is probably like about a 40%, 35% chance, something like that, maybe even lower than that as it really does stand as we're sitting. And certainly I'll get you another beer. I got you. The quarterback situation to me is this. I think that I've had my view of the quarterback changed over the years, Big Money. I started 30 years ago looking at a certain way, 20 years looking at some way, 10 years ago looking at another way. I'm very much in recent years and looking deeply at these teams and what drives success at the quarterback position. driven by first getting the supporting cast in place, and more specifically, getting a good offensive line and getting a good offensive coordinator in place for the quarterback first before you get the quarterback ahead of time. I think you get the cart before the horse on this one a little bit. And so many teams end up doing this, big money, and it just leads to so many problems down the line. Specifically, not really knowing whether or not you have a bust at the quarterback position, or let's say you just brought that young rookie quarterback into a bad situation and not set him up for success. So when it comes to our QB situation, before we got to look to draft a guy, we got to get our line in place. We've had a bad pass protecting line throughout this year. We've had a bad line at creating any holes in the running game. Let's get that fixed before we get to the quarterback. And then once we have that more solidified, once we have more of an understanding about the offensive scheme we're truly going to run, then let's maybe look to the QB a little bit. I don't think that that's going to preclude us from going out there and maybe drafting a quarterback this year, but I think that that's more likely to be a QB in the 3rd, 4th round than it is to be necessarily a first-round quarterback. So it's a bit of what I would even recommend to your Washington team on this one. I know Hal might or might not be the guy there for you guys going into the future, but I would look to try to get that line in place first before we go get the quarterback, where I know there's going to be a lot of drive in Washington right now, if they can have the opportunity to do so, to just go get that quarterback. And that's where I just think teams end up kind of they get jumpy. They get jumpy to make that move when they don't really have to. So, I don't think we're making the playoffs. I think it's going to be just too much of an uphill battle at this point. And we're tracking in the wrong direction. We're moving in the wrong direction overall as a team. And I just think that'll go that way. But yeah, I think QB-wise, I feel pretty good about Geno going forward. He's not the answer. It's not that I think he's here for the long term, but if he's here for the next year beyond this, it's not the worst thing in the world to me. But we've got to get the line right before we start talking about the QB. Thank you, though. Big money for the $10 donation. Niner Sickness Podcast. I can truly enjoy football conversations with different fan bases without all the drama and the trash talking. I appreciate that, man. Something that we definitely value here. We've got a lot of Niner fans that come into the house here. And always can come in and be respectful. Really rare that we get very many Niner trolls coming on in. And I think that they kind of know what time it is when they walk in here, what we're trying to do and accomplish here, and that we're not trying to be one of those channels that's just about, even when times are going good, just trash talking about how awesome we are. It's much funner to get into the depths of football discussion and kind of unpack the many different layers that are there. Megan says, so 12, still think losing the 2nd round pick for Leo was a good idea. I don't. Certainly he's not looking good in retrospect, Megan, in that, the defense has not taken off with his presence. I don't think he's been part of the problem. I'll say that, Megan. I mean, the guy's got 3 sacks. He's going to be well rated by PFF here through his time and playing in Seattle. I think there's been some other parts that have been kind of failing items on the defense, but to your point, you make that move because you're in go-for move because you're determining that your team's very close to contending and you're essentially one player away from kind of getting that over the top. And it appears now that you weren't anywhere close to that. So that does make the trade look much worse in retrospect because of it. Big Money says, shout out to the Nest. As a Washington fan, we lose to you guys if and when we make the playoffs from time to time. I do remember a couple of those games. Yeah. A couple of those games back the last of the Joe Gibbs run, right? We got you a couple times. Those were rough games for you guys. You had I think you had one, you had a backup quarterback. Yeah. You guys had a tough shake in all those games because you had the one with the Hasselbeck year in 2005 where you came into that with a backup. Didn't you come in that with a backup quarterback? I want to say a guy's playing good for you, but he wasn't, kind of was what he was. And then we got you guys with the Washington game in Washington, but Robert Griffith's knee was toast by that point. And hell, you started out with the lead until his knee got further toasted, or you might have won that game against us. Bad luck for you guys on that one as much as anything else. Bad luck. Big Money Sonny says, damn, I feel bad that I'm hearing all the disrespect about Jamal Adams. Obviously, he's cooked, but you guys are tough. We are getting pretty rough on him. And it's not all his fault, Big Money. I mean, it's injuries are going to hit certain players. And when they stack up a multitude of them and they're major injuries at that, it's going to lessen a player. And the sport can rob you very quickly of your speed and athleticism, depending on the type of major injury that you sustain. And that does make it tough. But when you are going to be paid like a top 5 safety and you're going to play like a bottom 60 safety in the league, fans are going to call you out for that. Fans are going to be hard on you about that. And unfortunately, big money, this is something where this is not the first year of this. We've had a hard time with keeping him on the field. He can't stay healthy. Then when he stays healthy, his play and performance are not particularly well while we're paying him all of this money. It just gets people soured to the degree where they're just kind of done at that point and want to move on, Big Money says, shout out to the cat. I'll give her a little money. Big Money says, hi. You say hi to Big Money? Say, hi, Big Money. You got your little hi back there, Big Money. Yeah. 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 Why are you not on mic? Why are you way over there? We need you in screen. Space, unplug it and start over. That's exactly what I'm going to have to do. Exactly what I'm going to have to do. Niner Sickness, bro, what kind of camera do you use? I've just got the Logitech C90 920, but I'm going to be moving. I think I'm going to be moving to the Logitech's next brand up. I'm trying to turn over that or whether I want to do the full camera. The hard part for me on what I do, Niner Sickness, is I do 5.5, 6 hour streams. And so if I go get a regular camera, those things get overheated too fast. And that's the problem with trying to get that. But I want to go to the next higher quality one here for the channel. So, but I do the Logitech C920, I think it's called. It's a good starter cam. Well, Valdez, Chicago's going to want a king's ransom for that pick. They are indeed. You'd have to give up a lot to get it. That's for sure. Is it worthwhile to do so? Probably something to turn over throughout the offseason. Big Money Sonny says, how's the truth? But yes, we need an O-line. I did like what I saw with Hal when he played us, and he's been an impressive player who didn't deserve to fall to the 5th round in that draft. Considering some of the other guys that went ahead of him in that particular draft, he might be the best of the bunch of those QBs, quite frankly. But yeah, get the line done first and then get to the other part. So many teams, big money. I mean, look at what Bryce Young happened there with Carolina. Look at what's happened with Justin Fields in Chicago. Like, Chicago's got to get him to this offseason, and they got to make a determination on Justin Fields. But you spent the first couple of years of his career crap in the bed with the supporting cast you put around him, that now you've got this little limited amount of time to make any kind of evaluation on who he is and what he brings to the table. And so now you might end up trading him away for a 3rd round pick and come to find out that the guy could be a franchise quarterback. And it all went wrong at the beginning where you just went, oh, wow, we could go get Justin Fields. And you didn't think anything about what about the environment we're putting him into? What about the supporting cast we have around us here? What about the piss poor offensive line we're going to put in front of him? It doesn't matter. Just get the quarterback, Carson, would you rather draft a 3rd round quarterback or wait until draft day to get Fields on a discount when Bears take Williams? I would take the 3rd round quarterback, Carson. I have the same hard time that Chicago's going to have in making that assessment of Fields about where he is and at as a player. I just don't think he necessarily is a guy that's going to exactly, I think, be able to execute a West Coast offense like the kind we run. I like the thought of getting a 3rd round quarterback on a cheaper deal to where we're not spending as much on the quarterback. You could go get Fields right now. He comes in and plays well for you for a year and expects a contract extension. There is no cheap amount of time that you have there with him. So I would prefer to go 3rd round quarterback. I think he'll be a good guy you can get in there. Daniel Bailey says, I really wish we ended up beating the Cowboys. Hearing the commentators marvel over Dak having a cadence like he invented it was nauseating. And laughing out loud, America's team. Yeah. Here we go. Here we go. Niner Sickness Podcast. You guys need to fire Pete Carroll and hire a young play caller as your new head coach. That's, I think, the place where most Hawk fans find themselves at this point. Niner Sickness. Will they do that? I don't know on that part. Who knows? But that's what we'd like to see, I think, at this point in time. Don't know if it's going to happen. Big Money Sonny, thank you for the $5 donation. Side note, I'm a big FSU fan. Thoughts on FSU boycotting the game against Georgia? I get why FSU is doing it, and I agree with it. I think that the NCAA is full of it. I think that the decision to overlook FSU was bullshit. I don't like this. We're going to hold Alabama up on this special place. I hated all of it. I hated all of the decision to include Alabama over FSU. I thought FSU had done their job. They had gone undefeated. Don't talk to me about, well, they're at a weaker state than they were at a stronger state. I mean, I love Washington, but you could say the same thing about Washington, right? Washington played much better in the earlier part of the year than they did through the middle to the end part, right? That means Washington doesn't deserve because you're going to arbitrarily decide that they're weaker, than they were at the beginning of the season. I say give me a break to that. I say FSU should have got in. I say that if you're an undefeated team playing in a major conference and there's another team that has a loss on their board, too bad, so sad. That's the nature of the beast in college. You get the one loss, you're out, bucko. You're out. That's the name of the game. So I hate to see what happened to FSU. I really do. You would have thought that they were TSU and not FSU, the way that the college football was looking at them in this process. And I don't see the reason why they felt the need to have to do that. I really don't. I know that Alabama's on special state of things and all that, but no, give me a break, Could FSU controlled some of this by playing a little bit of a harder schedule out of conference? Not as many cupcakes, so that then it becomes more undeniable. I mentioned about that, my University of Washington team, and you got a lot of ranked opponents that you had to go through and play this year, did Washington, to earn your stripes, to earn your undefeated record. Did FSU decide to go through as harrowing of a schedule to get that done? And do they now pay the price for not having as harrowing a schedule? Yes. Should they have paid that price? No. You're undefeated. You're undefeated. Let them in. TT Fly, was Mafe better as a rookie than Hall is now? Yes. Hall's not giving you anything as far as floor goes. Mafe gave you a floor of really good run defense in his first year, and then you were wondering about the pass rush. With Hall, we're wondering about the pass rush, and we're wondering a little bit about the run defense. Space, didn't we give up a couple first rounders for Jamal? And a third rounder on top of the 2 first rounders. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. And that stings. Niner says Pete Carroll with the Patriots. Trash Pete Carroll with the Seahawks. Very good head coach. Yeah, I think the Patriots, he didn't have as much control over roster and in pushing into his culture the way he wanted to get it to put into play. And that is inhibiting to him on that a little bit. But and when he got a little bit of that control, Niner sickness, and came to Seattle and was able to kind of have a little bit more that he could push in, he was able to find that success. I think that's what was missing, and he's mentioned that about the New England job. I don't know if he was just purely trash, and I don't think he was just bad there. He was middle of the road when he was there, which I don't think would be trash. But that's what he's pointed to. I don't know if that's the truth or not. Kevin DeClerc. Seahawks playoff window is slim. Have Eagles and rest should be win games, but they need Vikings and Rams to lose most of their games. It's going to be an uphill battle, Kevin. It's a thin margin of error like you talk about, but you can still get through it. Will says Pete was able to figure things out in college, and it worked for a couple of years in the NFL, but the rest of the league figured out how to beat his defense. Yes, sir. Agreed. Big Money says, yeah, F the Cowboys. Spoken like a true Washington fan. You guys going to change your name? What's your guys' new name going to be? Please get off of Commanders. Give me something. I know we can't go back to the old, but come on. Give me something. Niner Podcast, I use the Sony 6700 with a dummy battery, and I've streamed up to 7 hours, and it never gets heated. Thank you for the suggestion, Niner Sickness. Let me look. Check. I want to say Niner Sickness Podcast. I wrote down your suggestion for the Sony 6700. I'll take a look at it. I'm looking for good suggestions on this. So thank you for mentioning that. I'll take a look and see if that would work for me. That's my only worry has been is about some of those cameras. You hear about them overheating after like an hour or two. And I'm like, man, I don't want to spend $800 only to find I can stream for 2 hours before the thing starts to smoke. Big Money Sunny says, facts. Shout out to the Nest. Thank you, Big Money. I appreciate it, man. All the donations today from you. Very kind of you. Very kind of you. Sorry about the muted too. We're going to get the mic thing fixed tonight, guys. We'll figure out what's happening with this. Carson, I'm fine with a third rounder rookie at quarterback if we decide to sit him behind Geno and take another first round O lineman. Can't throw a youngin behind the dumpster fire that is out pass blocking. That is a dumpster fire, and when it comes to pass blocking. Well said, Carson. That's my outlook on it as well. Get the line right first. Go to the third rounder. You're in a draft where there's going to be probably 10 to 12 guys selected between the second and fourth round. Find the guy that you gravitate towards, the guy that fits your system, the guy that you love. If you're Schneider, roll the dice with that. Let it go with him. That doesn't embed you with that guy for the next 5 years. That just has him in there then competing with Geno. You could still come back a year from now if you really love a quarterback or want to package those picks to go get the QB. Once maybe then that the line is in better shape, then you go and make the deal at that time. I love that approach. Great to have you in the house, Big Money. Anytime you want to come in, bro, talk it up. We love it. Love having the different fans coming in from different folks, different places. Really do. Double R, Cowboys fan, 100% was really hoping the Seahawks would give the 49ers an L today, but good game. Just a tough couple of weeks for the Hawks. Still can make the playoffs. Well, thank you for the encouragement. I do appreciate that, Double R. You guys are rolling yourself on your side of it. You want to be hot at the end of the year. That's where you want to be as a team. You don't want to peak early. You want to be hot at the end of the year. And your Cowboys right now are running red hot right at the end of the year, right at the time of the year that you hope they would be. And that's got to be encouraging from your standpoint on it. You guys are looking way more dangerous than you did to start the season out. So props to you on last week's win. Great win for you. Great win tonight against the Eagles. See where it goes. See where it goes. Kieran says, see, now the computer knows he's looking at replacing parts and immediately drops the sound. Conspiracy, or is the computer becoming self-aware? Daniel says, as frustrating as it was to watch our defense, we made a lot more competitive of a game than I thought it would be after the first Niners run play and knowing Locke was starting. At least we had moments. We did have that. And yeah, Daniel, after that first play, it was like, oh, holy hell, we are going to a dark, dark place. And instead we were able to make it at least a game of it through at least 2.5 quarters of it. So that was at least an encouraging part. Old Law, Geno's elite, bro. We're going to beat Philly. I love it, Ola. Let's go. Let's go, man. Sign me up. I'm with it. I'm with that all the way. All the way. All right, you guys, we are almost about 6 hours in, so let's go ahead and wrap up. If you got any final questions you want to pose into the chat here, please do post it in. I've got to probably put a little bit of a wrap up here at 12 o'clock on this one so I can get a little bit of food and then just try to figure out what in the name of all God's wonder is going on with my damn computer right now, because I do not have the first clue. So I'm going to have to do a little bit of checking to see what's happening here if I can find a way to get this thing resolved, but do get a couple questions in. If we got anything else you guys want to talk about, I want to thank everybody here for all of the donations and support today on the channel. You guys are amazing, unbelievable as ever on this channel. Megan says, Hawks Nest, I'm heading out. I'll drop a dono tomorrow when I get some coin and catch up on 3 days missed sleep. Talk to you soon. Megan, Gok, Roger, you have yourself a good night. Howard Cosell tells you to get better. Take care of yourself. I don't want you cutting any corners when it comes to your health. Make sure you are doing everything in your capacity to get yourself back to run, back to front, back to on your feet. Thank you for all you do, Megan, Gok, Roger, and your modern duties to keep this chat on the tracks. Law will gladly trade y'all Geno for Prescott. Prescott from some Cowboy fans can't get no love. Oh, I see what you're doing there, Law. You're a Hawk fan. Yeah. I've had some Cowboy fans come in the chat sometimes back before Dak got in that MVP mode going, I don't like Dak that much. He's okay. Lost Souls Trilogy. When was the last time special teams did anything significant? That would be 3 weeks ago on the opening return by Dwayne Eskridge, where he took it back 70 yards to the 30-yard line. Aside from that, not a whole hell of a lot, to your point. Not a whole hell of a lot. Double R, after 28 years, it's about time for the Cowboys, as long as Murphy Dak doesn't show up in the playoffs. Real talk. He's playing great right now, Double R. I'll tell you that. He is locked in. Guy looks like he is in the mode, right in the pocket of things. Let's see if he can keep it going. See if he can keep it going. And you be safe and blessed as well, Double R. Thank you so much. Yeah, I think Dak's definitely played MVP at this point. He's got to be your MVP right now as it stands. I think Tyreek Hill's having a hell of a year. He's going to crack 2,000 yards, and he might go well past it at this point. But Dak has just really, really turned it up. Ola Pete's going to get back to his limelight. I hope you're right, Ola. I hope you're right. Alexander Chargers Seahawks Super Bowl. Maybe next year. Michael, I'd keep Geno and draft Bo Nix or Michael Penix to sit behind. I definitely think you should draft and keep Geno. I like Nix a little bit more than Penix, Michael, just because I'd worry with Penix behind this offensive line, which gets quarterbacks hit quite a bit, that you might get Penix broken really fast. But love both of those players. They both have a lot of really good talent. I think they both can end up being both really good pros. Geary and TheSeahawksNest, isolate those variables with the computer, find out what definitely works, and slowly work towards what's taking a shit, starting with the easiest things to address or replace first. Just what I'm going to do. We're going to try a couple of steps on the background, the software tonight. Delete drivers, reload drivers, unplug, replug. And then tomorrow we're going to try to see if we need to go get some different cords in order to make it work and find out if maybe there's a cord that's off. So we'll take it down the pike with that. I don't think it's a cord because I did have this mic working on my laptop fine. So I don't think there's a cord issue here. I think it is computer based, but I'll figure it out tonight, Kieran. I'll get into it and we'll find something here. Greg Kemp says, Brandon, good job not letting the mic defeat you. It tried. It had me on my knees a couple times, Greg. I'm not going to lie. A couple times there where I was bleeding my blood and the sweat was coming off my brow and I wasn't sure if I could keep going. Ola, I'll keep Geno over Hurts and Purdy. Ooh, let's go, Ola. I love how you think, man. Yeah, I think Bo Nix would be more of the guy I'd look to than Penix because with Nix at least, you got a little bit more of a durable factor there with him, where you feel like he can get away from pressure. He can take maybe a little bit more of that beating that he might be due if he is to come here and become the starter. I know it's looking at the position a little more perversely at that point, but it just seems like a bit of the reality. Yeah, Space, I think it's computer-based. I think it's definitely related back to that. It's I restarted my system, so I had my old settings all set up in the old way, and I'm sure there's just some setting that I need to undo. I thought it was the USB going to sleep earlier, but I turned that setting off and it doesn't still seem to be that. So I have no God mind what the hell's going on. Yeah, Alexander, I think Penix would get killed behind this line. I like Penix. I love the ball. Nobody throws with better velocity and more accuracy in this sport than Penix in the college football season. But I just think you're going to get him bashed and beaten and broken here if you bring him to Seattle. Our line is just not pass protecting well over the last years, not just this year, but for years. All right. Well, let's wrap it up on that. I want to thank you guys again for a great stream. One more shout out there to the sponsor of this show. That's going to be Underdog Fantasy. Underdog Fantasy sponsors us throughout this year. You can click down the top link section below in the description section, or you can use my code, NEST, N-E-S-T. When you use that code and you go to Underdog Fantasy, they will match you on your first deposit up to $100. So $100 on the Hawks Nest in your pocket on Underdog Fantasy when you use this code. It's a win-win-win. A little bit of money in your pocket. You support the show at the same time. There are limitations and restrictions that do apply in the state of Washington, as there are some kind of tough rules in the state. But if you are in a casino in the state of Washington, Kwame Pass, or go up to Lalip. If you find yourself in a casino, you can absolutely use the app in there, and you can absolutely use the code then within that app in the casino. So there are some ways around this within the state of Washington, but thank you to you guys for utilizing the code like you have throughout the course of the season. They've been very happy with our sponsorship. Love to keep them here into the long term, as I think that would be great. But thank you as well to you guys, all the donators on the channel, from Big Money Sonny. It's great to see in the house as a Washington fan. We've got a Niner fan came in the house here later on that was super respectful as well. So shout out to you as well, Niner Sickness Podcast. And thanks for some of the tips as well on helping the setup out, as I'm always looking to kind of improve the setup. Soundboard, new camera, that's what's going to be on deck here for the show as far as the next upgrades. Maybe a new computer. But thank you again as well. All your guys' support, donations. I really want to thank the chat as well for keeping the conversations and the talk in a real respectful place, in a real kind place, as we've got to turn over some real tough subjects here. This team is backsliding. We are regressing in year 2 of the rebuild. We have a coach who seems so stuck in his ways that he's in literal quicksand, and more of his body is just going beneath the quicksand with any given year. So there's not always a lot of good, optimistic things at this point in time to really look at. And yet I feel like we've been able to keep the conversation really in a good place, and as healthy a place as you could kind of ask, considering with what we're watching on the football field and with what we're looking at coming down the tracks here in the near future. It doesn't mean we're dead and gone. Doesn't mean that we don't have a chance here to still make some noise this year and get into the playoffs. We do. And if you got a chance, if you can still fight, if you still got the puncher's chance, I say you still keep swinging. Let's see if the Seahawks can find answers this next week against the Eagles. It looks like maybe at this point you've finally at least gotten through the murderer's full row of opponents. Eagles are going to be tough, but you get to play it at home. They're maybe not playing their best ball. There's still a chance here. So let's keep fighting. Let's see if this team can find some answers or turn some new adjustments, and at least maybe turn some new adjustments that then can give us some optimism to next year. Well, you started that through the last 5 games of the season last year. Maybe now you'll carry that forward a little bit. Maybe you'll be able to push this a little bit more into the future, understanding that it brought you some success at the end of the season by bringing these adjustments to bear. Just have to watch. It'll be fun to track. I love you guys. I appreciate you guys. I thank you for helping keeping me up after a tough loss like this, as you guys always ever do. We will be back here on tomorrow morning. I'm going to be doing a Bleacher Report at about 9:30, not 9:30, I think it's 11:30. We'll be doing a Bleacher Report. I'll send that out on the community post. So keep an eye tomorrow on your community post, as I'll put that out there, the link to the Bleacher Report show. Hopefully I've got my mic back up and working by that point in time. Dear God. But we will be doing that. I'll be back as well on Tuesday doing of course, the B&B wrap-up show on that side of it too. So we got a lot of shows lined up this week, a Behind Enemy Lines, I believe, on Saturday. A lot of shows set up for this week. We'll talk more about this and turn this over more. But until that time, please don't ever forget, even after a tough year, even as things look real dark and bleak moving on to the future here, even as we struggle to sometimes find those optimistic things coming out of the back of this game, nonetheless, we don't give up here in this Pacific Northwest. We don't give up as 12s. We know we still got a shot. We still got a chance. So I still want you guys to remember. I still don't want you guys to ever forget. Never forget, even after tough losses like this. Go Hawks.